तो किन्हें देना है उसका भी हम सही ढंग से उसके माध्यम से निगरानी रख सकते हैं। तो इस तरह से काफ़ी एफिशिएंसी आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर का इसके माध्यम से बढ़ा है और हमारा ये प्रयास है कि ईज ऑफ लिविंग को मजबूत करना, ताकि वो सही ढंग से और ज़्यादा समय देकर समय के अनुसार वो काम कर सके।
Third supplementary, Dr. Fauziya Khan ji.
Thank you, sir. Sir, this initiative by the government is definitely commendable. But considering the situation on ground, and particularly in rural areas, I feel that we should have made some kind of impact analysis on a particular area. So what specific outcome-based evaluation has the ministry conducted regarding the digitization impact on nutrition, monitoring and service delivery for pregnant women and children in rural areas, sir? And what is the status of the training provided to Anganwadi workers on digital tools in 25-26? And how many in rural areas have been skilled to enhance ECCE for children, sir? Particularly considering the network connectivity issues.
Honorable Minister.
माननीय सभापति महोदय, जो माननीय सदस्य के द्वारा प्रश्न रखा गया है, तो निश्चित रूप से विभाग के द्वारा लगातार मॉनिटरिंग की भी सुविधा है और हम हम योजनाएं चलाई जा रही है, चाहे मिशन सक्षम आंगनवाड़ी पोषण 2.0, मिशन वात्सल्य या मिशन शक्ति, हम हर एक योजना की रियल टाइम मॉनिटरिंग और सही ढंग से योजनाओं का संचालन हो सके इसके लिए लगातार हम कार्यक्रम करते हैं, उसकी निगरानी भी करते हैं और नीति आयोग के माध्यम से थर्ड पार्टी इवैल्यूएशन भी कराए जाते हैं कि योजनाओं का लाभ नीचे स्तर तक क्या हुआ है। तो ये निरंतर प्रक्रिया है राज्यों के साथ मिलकर, चूंकि जो योजनाएं चलाई जाती है ये राज्यों के साथ मिलकर लगातार राज्यों को भी हम गाइडलाइन देते हैं और उसके माध्यम से समय समय पर बेहतर ढंग से निगरानी हो सके और जो मकसद माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का है, जो विकसित भारत का लक्ष्य है, उस लक्ष्य की प्राप्ति के लिए जो हमारे बच्चे हैं, छोटे बच्चे हैं, उनको सही ढंग से पोषण मिल सके और उसके साथ साथ जो महिलाएं हैं, महिलाओं को भी बेहतर जो THR के माध्यम से जो SNP है, सप्लीमेंट्री न्यूट्रिशन है, उसके माध्यम से उनको चाहे गर्भवती महिलाएं हो या धात्री महिलाएं हो, उनको हम समय पर उनको सामान कैसे दे सकते हैं, इसका लगातार हम मॉनिटरिंग भी करते हैं।
Fourth supplementary, Srimati Raj.
To women, we have to provide supplementary nutrition to pregnant women and lactating women. We are providing all facilities to them on time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. The Government of India last implemented nationwide increase in the honorarium for Anganwadi workers and helpers effective from October 1, 2018. This revision increased the monthly honorarium for main AWWs and to 4,500 to 3,500 and Anganwadi helpers to 2,250 rupees. While introducing performance-linked incentives, does the center think rupees 4,500 per month is adequate, and whether the government is considering to revise their honorarium as per with their workload? Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister.
माननीय
Honorable Chairman, sir. From the department, the remuneration that she has talked about for Anganwadi workers, certainly not only the honorarium, but besides that, because the honorariums that are given by the Government of India, the state governments also at their level also top up. we have state-wise details. I will provide the honorable member with this detail. And additionally, we provide them different facilities also. We have also increased the number of leaves that they can avail, and be it the coverage under Ayushman card, also they have been covered by life insurance. We keep on providing different facilities to them from time to time, and through states also top-ups are provided to them. Whenever such requirements arise, the government of India certainly takes care of the special provisions for them in their interest. Thank you.
Sapapati ji,
Thank you, Chairman Sir. Through you, I would like to know from the Honorable Minister whether the ministry has recently investigated the recommendations by a committee which about the increase which is about the increase in the honorarium and establishment board of Anganwadi workers, and what steps have been taken and what is proposed. So, though this question is a bit different from the original question, but we would like to assure the honorable member that Women and Child Development Ministry, under the leadership of Honorable PM, has been continuously working for the welfare of children and women, and in the times to come also, the Anganwadi workers, for them, we have consistently been working for increase in their honorarium, and after meeting with their union, whatever arises, we try to implement that, and along with that, there is an increase in their honorarium from time to time, and other facilities for them are also taken care of by us, and we work in that direction as well. In social sector also, to provide them social security through Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Suraksha Bima Yojana. We cover their premiums for them also, and additionally, there are incentives for them as well. When they go for home visits, or many criteria are there on the basis of which we provide honorarium and incentives to Anganwadi workers and to their helpers as well. And so additionally, besides honorarium, there are other facilities also which are provided to them.
Ram Venkata Reddy Garu. Honorable Minister.
Sabha Patal par.
The answer has been laid on the table of the House.
The Honorable Minister for his detailed reply, sir. Sir, this is the problem in Andhra Pradesh government, sir. The present government has cancelled this project, and as per Minister's reply, their revised proposal is they are submitting, sir. Not only this, sir, when our party President Jagan Mohan Reddy was Chief Minister, he has initiated to start 10 fishing harbors in entire Andhra Pradesh coastal line, sir. Out of which, my question for Honorable Minister is, out of which Government of India has approved fishing harbors at Machilipatnam, phase 2 with 250 crores, and Pudimaka in Anakapalli with 390 crores, Uppada in East Godavari district, Nijampatnam in Guntur, and Bodugutlapalam in Srikakulam districts. I would like to know the status of these fishing harbors in Andhra Pradesh, and by all these fishing harbors are going to be completed. Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister.
Sapapati Mahoday,
Chairman, sir, the honorable member, the allegation that he has put on the state government, that is not right. In my reply, I have told the honorable member that in Kotapatnam, fishing harbor was sanctioned in October 2022. And with a cost of 364 crore rupees, it was sanctioned and approved. And this is a very important harbor because along with this, a lot of facilities are also associated. The project of this harbor, under that project, track bill basin, dredging, reclamation, internal routes under that harbor, construction of a big hall, administrative building, for repairs, construction of a set, for fishermen fraternity, a restroom, repair shops, restaurants, and other all possible facilities are there. So, but the allegation by the honorable member is wrong that only 25% of the work has been completed. With a cost of 364 crores, the harbor that has been sanctioned by us on the proposal of the state government, the central partnership was of 80 crore rupees. 40 crore rupees out of that had been released by us, but the construction could not be completed. And because of this non-construction, because only 25% of the work was completed, the state government cancelled the tender, and after that, again, state government invited tenders, and the estimation has also risen, and now it is 441.88 crore rupees. And as per the information provided by the state government, that by December 2027, this fishing harbor will be completed. That is the objective of the state government and the target set by it. So this allegation is wrongful about the old government or the new government. Only 25% of the work had been completed. The progress was not as expected, and that is why it was cancelled. And since the timeline has increased now, the price escalation has also taken place. And this project will be completed by December 2027.
Fishing harbors, when they will be completed, or status of the other fishing harbors which were initiated by our former Chief Minister Jagan Mohan Reddy. That point is also asked in the first supplementary, sir. My second supplementary is, Government of India appointed Sagar Mitras in every coastal fishing village to act as bridge between government and coastal fisheries under PM Matsya Sampada Yojana, sir. There are 350 Sagar Mitras in Andhra Pradesh, and there are nearly 3,500 in the entire country. They are doing very good job, and fishermen are very happy, and they are helping them in finding potential fishing zones and weather forecast, taking government schemes to them, sir, etc. My question is to Honorable Minister, is tenure of Sugar Mitras is going to be over by 31st March 2026, sir. So will the Honorable Minister assure this House that he will extend tenure under Prime Minister Matsya Sampada Yojana scheme, phase 2 of Sagar Mitras for 5 more years under this 16th Finance Commission, sir? Thank you, sir.
Honorable Minister.
सभापति महोदय.
Chairman, sir. Honorable member, the question he has asked about Kota-Patnam fishing harbor, about the progress of other fishing harbor, he has asked if he writes a letter to us separately. We will accumulate this information from different states, because there is a partnership from state and center, and all the lending centers and fishing harbors and all the infrastructure, the responsibility is of the state government. But we would like to tell the honorable member that in this country, Pradhan Mantri Fisheries Matsya Sampada Yojana is a very important scheme, and the export of fish by the country, in that Andhra Pradesh has the largest share. And that is why, to develop the infrastructure of Andhra, the government of India has come up with many schemes on the request by the state. And this Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana is one such scheme. When it was launched by the Honorable PM, after that, till now, in the last 11 years, the production of fish as compared to 2014, it has doubled, and we rank second in the world. Our export has also risen. In 11-12, we exported to the tune of 30,000 crore rupees, and in 23-24, our export has reached around 62 crore rupees. So it is also doubled. So that is why many initiatives taken by the Prime Minister. This department was earlier associated with the Agriculture Department. The Prime Minister took note that it is a very big sector, and livelihoods of 10 to 15 crore people are dependent on it. That is why PM formulated a different ministry for this, and after that, many schemes were launched by him. Blue Revolution, Fishery Infrastructure Development Fund, PMSY, Pradhan Mantri Matsya Sampada Yojana, Andhra Pradesh. We are supporting the state as much as we can. Around 2,672 crore rupees of cost has been invested, and 6 fishing landing centers and fishing harbors have been sanctioned for that. Work has been going on. Many of them have been completed also. And the honorable member has asked about fishing harbors. This question does not relate to that. If he writes a letter to us, we will supply him with a reply.
Dev.
Jai Sri Jagannath.
I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, specifically through you, that in the last 5 years, how many fishermen are missing from our country? How many of them are from Orissa? How many of them have met accidental death? And how many have filed for insurance claim? And how many of them have availed it? So the question of the honorable member does not pertain to this question, how many fishermen have gone missing. We'll have to collate data from different states. If she separately asks us, we will provide her with the answer.
Goes.
Thank you, sir, for this opportunity. Sir, Bengal is a state which does not bend its spine. We don't ask for any mercy petitions. We are not asking for any mercy petitions.
You come
But
to your question,
through
please.
the minister,
Otherwise,
sir,
unnecessarily-
through this honorable minister, I want to ask the question: when will the union government release the 2 lakh crore of unpaid dues that are due to the state of West Bengal? I want to ask through the minister, I want to ask the union government.
Honorable Minister, you give your answer. Whether it is connected with your question or not, you tell what it is.
Mahoday.
So, Chairman, sir, this is the story of Bengal. They want something and they targeted something else. They are looking at some other place and targeting something else. This question pertains to the production of fish. Please let this be known. What is the status of your state? Chairman, sir, when the Prime Minister, the fish farmers, the fishermen, for their welfare, when this scheme was launched by Honorable PM, for 2 years, the government of Bengal did not accept this scheme, did not implement it, because they they do not have anything to do with it. They do not have anything to do with development. They just want to make unnecessary debate.
महोदय,
So, with the central assistant, the state government has been working very well, performing very well there, and the construction of harbor benefits fishermen a lot. And after completion of 25% of the work, that tender had to be cancelled. This is unfortunate, sir. Similarly, 7, 8 other harbors are to be built. If the one who receives the tender work lackadaisically, the schemes fail, we want to know from the government that this tender that was cancelled, that was all right, but the contractor or the company who got the tender, what is the proposal to take strict action against them? I have been a roadways minister in Bihar. The companies take the contract, they are blacklisted, but the person, the contractor, makes his own different company. So whether the government, those who embezzle, will or does not perform rightly, will they take any action against them so that they are penalized? So I have told initially itself that this whole scheme is implemented by the state government. The state government also has a share in this implementation of this whole scheme. The administrative decisions lie with the state government. They have their own terms and conditions, and on the basis of them, the tenders are invited. They assess them, and the contractors come under that, and it lies with the state government what action is to be taken or not to be taken. The government of India is not an administrative department for their implementation, and hence this is not a responsibility of the central government. So this question does not pertain to this. This is completely a responsibility of the state government. We just provide them with assistance.
Honorable Minister.
पर रखा गया है सर.
The answer has been laid on the table of the House.
Thank you very much, sir. Honorable Chairman, sir, paper leak is देश के लिए
Paper leak has become a serious problem for this country, in which powerful people, they have made a nexus within the system and outside of it as well. The government, to tackle this, Public Examination Prevention of Unfair Means Prevention Act, the government brought it, and it is praiseworthy. When this bill was debated, we identified loopholes in this, that there is a possibility that kingpins will be saved. I want to ask the Honorable Minister through you that after the implementation of this act, how many such bigwigs have been caught and FIRs have been filed against them? Honorable Chairman, sir, as the Honorable Member has told that our government, the public examination
PM.
to Gujarat. These 4 people belong to Gujarat only.
Sir, I will just finish. This Union budget, which has deprived the Bengal, the peoples of the Bengal in the ensuing election, give an appropriate answer, and we will find that the BJP is non-existent in the state of West Bengal.
Shri Rahul Gandhi ji. Sir, FM is not here, sir. No, finance minister is not here for a
Finance minister is
whenever
here.
leader of opposition speaking also.
You are
finance minister
very
is not there.
senior member. There is a collective responsibility of the government. Already Minister of State Finance is here.
Sir,
Mr. Pankaj is here. Parliamentary Affairs Minister is here. Railway Minister is here.
Sir, this is a budget
Palak Minister is
discussion.
here. Certainly he will come.
Sir,
Certainly he will.
ये हम जानते हैं।
I already Minister of
आप हर
Finance
समय बात
is here.
उठाना ही है बिना मतलब से आप पॉइंट बढ़ाते रहते हैं।
You just try to make some point.
Whenever the leader of opposition speaking in the house, that too in a budget discussion, Honorable Finance Minister presents his conventional secretary.
Already Finance Minister
No,
State
Finance
is
Minister is
here.
not here.
Please Rahul
Finance
Gandhi.
Minister
Please
is not
Rahul
here,
Gandhi.
sir.
Acha, please, you take
Okay,
over.
you decide whatever you want.
Kindly
ऐसे
take
नहीं।
over. No, I'm not. I think so.
Please
There is
don't
a
use his
convention.
word. He is not
Because,
deciding on whatever he wants. आप Venugopal sir, you are a senior person. How can you make this statement against the chair? You know that there is a collective responsibility.
Just wait.
We are all members of the cabinet. MOS is sitting there. Minister will be coming soon. Don't make issue on this thing. This is just a minor thing. We don't know when Rahul Gandhi is coming. First he said he is coming at 12. And there's a discussion going on parallelly in Rajya Sabha. Don't make this an issue. Leader of opposition is going to speak. We came to know later. We were not aware of it. We are here to listen.
Thank you for letting me speak today on the budget. Thank you, Rijiju ji, for your comments. I appreciate them. Some time back, Rijiju ji asked me, how do I keep fit? You recall that? And I mentioned to him that I do jujitsu, I do martial arts. And lots of people now in India, youngsters do martial arts. MMA is becoming very popular. Judo is there, jujitsu is there, many different types of martial arts. And जो martial art की जो foundation होती है,
The foundation of martial arts, or Honorable Chairman, sir, starts with a grip. When we begin our martial arts, we try and grip our opponent. If there's no grip, you cannot do anything. It's a very good thing, but what is the relevance here? I'm supporting the LOP. Please take your seat, honorable members, and let him speak. Let your leader speak. I'm presiding over the chair. I'm saying he's saying a good thing. Sir, I'm just seeking a little creative freedom here. So, it commences with a grip. And the target is that once we get hold of the grip on our opponent, we move into the choke position. First, we take the grip, then the second grip, and then we convert into a choke, and the opponent is caught. And the focus is the throat in a choke position. I'm coming to the budget. It's just... So the focus is on budget. I'm coming to that. You did not speak on President's address, so he's just mentioning a little bit. It's okay. Thank you, Chairman, sir. So the entire focus is on the grip, and then that is how the fight begins, and then we move to the choke position. When we are practicing these martial art, and when we are in the choke position, during grappling, the opponent, it is visible in their eyes that they understand that now they have been grabbed. And what happens is they try to resist at first. They will resist 2-3 times, and then they also realize that I am now gone, and then the opponent surrenders and they just tap on the floor. So this is the centerpiece of martial arts. Grip to choke, and from choke to tap. And if you ask anyone who performs MMA or judo, everything commences with a grip. So grip is there in politics as well. Grip is there in business and politics. And in jiu-jitsu, you can see the grip. You see where the hand is, where how you're moving into choke position, but it does not happen in politics. Who has taken a grip, who is choking whom in politics, that is all invisible.
Sir, I was looking at the economic survey, and 2 points I found there, solid points, profound points that I liked. First point, that we are living in a world of intensifying geopolitical conflict. मतलब जो पुराना system,
It means the old system, which was the US-based system, dollar-based system, the unipolar superpower which was existent, that system is being challenged.
of the United States is being challenged by the Chinese, by the Russians, by other forces. And the second thing, also profound thing, that we are living in a world of energy and finance weaponization. मतलब energy को और
that means energy and finance have been weaponized in today's era.
Is that we are moving from a world of stability to a world of instability. Prime Minister stated and NSA stated, shockingly, some time back, that the era of war is over. In fact, we are moving into the era of war. And you can see, war is there in Ukraine, war was there in Gaza, war is there in the Middle East, threat of war is there in Iran. We had Operation Sindoor. So we are moving into a world of instability. The dollar is being challenged. The central game, as my friends on the other side understand, is the dollar is being challenged. US supremacy is being challenged. We are moving from a world of one superpower to some new world that really we can't predict. Maybe two superpowers, maybe multiple powers. And it's an unstable world. And that is what you have said in your economic survey, and I agree with it, 100%. At the center of this fight is the concept of AI. Everybody says that we are moving into the era of AI. And I'd like to warn the government that AI is going to have many, many consequences. One consequence of AI is going to be that something that we relied on, the Congress Party and the UPA built, the entire Indian IT industry, companies like Infosys, companies that are at the forefront of information technology are going to struggle. They're going to be challenged. The idea of becoming a software engineer, which is a very popular idea in India, going to be challenged. Lots of our software engineers are going to be replaced by AI. So why I'm saying this is we're moving into a turbulent world, dangerous world. Now, when you move into a dangerous world, what is the first thing that you have to understand? The first thing you have to understand is what are your strengths as a person and as a nation. So I'd like to say to the House here what I think are the strengths of our great country. And I would say that the central strength is our people. 1.4 billion people, brilliant, energetic, dynamic, who can challenge anybody in the world. Biggest strength. It's not only the people. Because in the 21st century, a very interesting thing has happened. People create data. So we have the biggest data pool on the planet. 1.4 billion people means massive amount of data is being generated in India, and data is wealth. Everybody talks about AI. But talking about AI is like talking about the internal combustion engine without talking about petrol. The petrol for AI is data. So let me repeat that. The petrol for AI is data. Meaning if you have AI and you don't have data, you have nothing. If you have AI and you don't have data, you have nothing. Now, which are the two biggest pools of data on the planet? The Indian pool of data and the Chinese pool of data. They also have 1.4 billion people. We have bigger population than them. We allow more freedom. We allow our people to do more dynamic things. So we have, in fact, more interesting data. What's the second strength? The second strength, and what do you need in difficult times? You need food. Who produces our food? Our kisans produce our food. Our laborers produce our food. This is what gives us strength. This is what allows that data to be produced. This is what allows that brilliance to be generated. And we fought for food security. Food is abundant today. So that's the second thing. And the third thing, what do you need to run a modern country? You need energy. You need fuel. You need petrol. So these are the three things that need to be protected in turbulent times. Our people and our data, our food supply, the ability to produce food, and our energy system. Now, what's interesting to me is that the budget recognizes these things. The budget recognizes that we are going into a dangerous time, intensifying geopolitical conflict. The budget recognizes that energy and finance are being weaponized all across the world. Dollar is being weaponized. Dollar is weakening in value. Gold, silver prices are going up. Everybody can see this. But there is nothing in the budget. There's absolutely nothing in the budget that looks into these two issues. There is nothing in the budget about energy and finance weaponization. There is nothing in the budget about the intensifying geopolitical conflicts and what we are going to do about it. The budget just reads like any of their budgets. Right? And budget is something, of course, that comes once a year. But in parallel to the budget, something new has happened. The US deal. We have made a deal with the United States. Now, one thing I'd like to make very clear, and this is something that is not well understood. In a contest between the United States and China, the single most valuable asset is Indian data. If the Americans want to remain a superpower, please understand what I'm saying. It is very profound what I'm saying. If the Americans want to remain a superpower, and if the Americans want to protect their dollar, the key to that is Indian data. Why? Because the Chinese have a data pool of 1.4 billion people. And you can take European data, you can take African data, you can take American data, add it all up. It does not compete with Chinese data. So the real fight that is taking place, I'm saying what is our strength? I'm saying if India is going to go to the table, then what do we put on the table? What do we say? Listen, this is what we put on the table. And what we put on the table, it's beautiful. What we put on the table is our people. Their wisdom, what they do, their likes, dislikes, their imagination, their fear. This suddenly in the 21st century has got value. In the 20th century, it had no value. I remember so many people saying that population is a weight, population is a disaster. No, population is the biggest asset you can have. It's a strength. But it's only a strength if you recognize that data is important. Now, what is surprising to me? What happened in the deal? If the India alliance was negotiating with President Trump, I will tell you what we would say. The first thing we would say is, President Trump, the most important thing in this equation is Indian data. You want to protect your dollar? You want to protect your dollar? We are your friends. We appreciate you. We want to help you protect your dollar. But please remember that if you want to protect your dollar, the biggest asset that can protect your dollar is lying with the Indian people. First thing. Second thing we would say, President Trump, if you want access to this data, then please understand that you are going to talk to us as an equal. You are not going to talk to us as if we are your servants. Second thing we would say is, Mr. Trump, please understand that our energy security is our energy security. And no matter what happens, we are going to protect our energy security. And the third thing we would say is, President Trump, we understand that you have a voter base, agricultural voter base. We understand that you need to protect your farmers, but we will also protect our farmers. But the main thing I'm saying is that an India Alliance government would go there and say, data is our biggest strength. Now let us talk. Meaning we would go there as equals. We would not be made equal to Pakistan. And if President Trump decided that Pakistan army chief is going to have breakfast with him, then we would have something to say about that. Now, what has happened? You've done a trade deal. It's small. It's written small in the back. Now, let me tell you what is written about data. Our most valuable asset, the thing that is going to transform India in the 21st century, the thing that is going to make us a superpower in the 21st century. This is what the Modi government has done with our data. Number one, we give up control over our digital trade rules. Number two, there is no need for data localization. Number three, free data flow to the United States. Number four, limit on digital tax. Number five, no need to disclose any source code. The finance minister is smiling. She likes to smile. She likes to smile a lot. 20-year free tax holiday to anybody who wants it, to the big tax companies. This is what you've done on data. Second, no, I'll come to that, brother. Second, what have you done on tariffs? At the beginning, $3% was the average. 3% was the average. It has now gone up to 18%. A 6% increase. 6x increase. Sorry, thank you. US imports to go up from $46 billion. You're talking about our budget. US imports to go up from $46 billion to $146 billion. I mean, this is absurd. This is absolutely absurd. And they have no commitment to us. We have a commitment to them. We are going to add $100 billion a year to your imports, and no commitment to us. We're just standing there like fools. And our tariff has gone up from 3% to 18%, and theirs has come down from 16 to 0. Now, I understand that the people across the aisle here want to protect our country. I understand the people across the aisle here value our data. I believe they do. I also believe that the Prime Minister understands that India's biggest asset is its people, and as a result, its data. I know that. I do not believe for 1 second that the Prime Minister does not understand this. Next, textiles. I visited a Gurgaon factory recently, and I asked them what's going on. They said, we're finished as a result of the tariffs. Now what have you done? You have, the United States has reduced Bangladesh's tariff to 0. And our tariff is 18%. What do you expect our textile people to do? They're dead. They're finished. The entire textile industry is gone because their competitor is Bangladesh. If Bangladesh imports US cotton, they have 0% duty. Finished. Textile industry gone. Let's talk about energy. What we need for the data, what we need for our food, what we have fought for, energy security, gone. Now the United States will decide who we buy oil from.
Yes.
The United States will come to us and say, you cannot buy oil from so-and-so, and so-and-so, and so-and-so. Russia, Iran, whoever they want. They will decide. Our Prime Minister will not decide. Please understand, and they will monitor. They will keep a watch, meaning they will look. And if India buys oil from anyone they do not want, they will punish us. And they will take our tariffs right back to 50%. For the first time in Indian history, our farmers are facing a storm. Makkah, soybean, lal jawar, kapas. You have opened the door. You have opened the door to mechanized American farms, thousands and thousands of acres each farm. You have opened the door to crush our poor farmers. It is disgraceful. It is disgraceful. No Prime Minister has ever done this before. And let me tell you, no Prime Minister after you is ever going to do it. So we are facing a storm. You accept that we are facing a storm. You yourself say the era of one superpower is over, intensifying geopolitical conflicts. You yourself say energy and finance weaponization, and you have allowed the Americans to weaponize our finance and our energy against us. What does it mean when America says you cannot buy oil from somebody? It means our energy is weaponized. What does it mean when they say your tariffs will go down, our tariffs will go down and yours will come up? It means finance trade is weaponized. So you are telling us that the world is a place where geopolitical conflict is intensifying. You're telling us energy and finance being weaponized, and then you're having it done to you. You're having it done to our farmers. You're having it done to our youngsters. You're handing our data over. How can you even make these statements? How can you even come to this house and talk this type of nonsense? Are you not ashamed of yourselves? Are you not ashamed of giving?
We are patiently listening to Honorable Leader of Opposition. We are patiently listening. But the words...
So I'm not yielding, sir.
No, but you are saying shameful. You are saying nonsense.
Nonsense.
So how can you... Okay,
When
go
the
down that
finance
line.
minister replies in the evening, the leader of opposition should listen to the reply of the honorable finance minister. My request is, please use the word whatever you choose to use, but don't make it abusive. It doesn't.
That's not abusive, my friend.
Nonsense. जो nonsense आपने यूज किया वो कार्रवाई का हिस्सा नहीं बनेगा. Nonsense is not appropriate.
I did not use nonsense, sir.
You have used. You have used.
Okay, sir, I won't use nonsense.
Please.
Sir, ashamed is not an abuse. There's nothing, in saying, are you not ashamed? There is no abuse.
No, ashamed you can use.
I am just stating.
Whatever you have,
Okay, sir, let me speak.
forgotten, I think so.
I am saying, Speaker, sir, I am saying that you have sold India. Are you not ashamed of selling India? Do you have no shame of selling India? You have sold our mother, Bharat Mata. Do you have no shame? But sir, the interesting thing is, I know that the Prime Minister would not sell India under normal circumstances. He will not do it. You know why he sold India? Because they are choking him.
Mr. Rahul, address to the chair, please.
He has sold India because they are choking him. They've got a grip on his neck. Speaker sir, मैंने बोला जब चोक लगाते
when somebody is choking and when you look in his or her eyes, you get to see the fear, and I see fear in the eyes of Prime Minister. We can sense the fear. He is not able to make an eye contact with us. Speak, Chairman, sir.
दो चीजें हैं सर.
There are two things, sir. There is one Epstein case. 3 million files.
उसका इस विषय से कोई संबंध नहीं.
Nothing to do with it.
I want to understand.
I will not allow you. आप कौन होते हैं? आप बैठिए. नहीं, देखिए आप लगातार.
You are constantly. It has been 25 minutes. Nobody disturbed you. I am not talking about Epstein. I will not say Epstein.
Epstein. Speaker sir, at the center of our budget, if you look carefully, at the center of our budget, like I said, jujitsu में grip दिखती है.
There is a grip in jujitsu. Grip is seen.
Applied by Mr. Adani. So I'd like to talk about Mr. Adani and the case in the United States against Mr. Ambani, because that is a central part of the budget.
Also, he is also not part of the House. Honorable Leader of Opposition, you can give it in writing. If you are alleging somebody like this, you 352 subsection 5, where you also know rule 354, but the way you are arranging higher authority like Prime Minister, you are linking Adani ji with Prime Minister, so you should not do it. You please contain yourself to the budget discussion. Whatever you want to say, you can say. But you talk about budget. I am speaking on budget. Please let me do it, sir. Please sit down, Benny Banerjee. You please say whatever you have to say, but when you are quoting somebody and you are alleging somebody, then this house will run by rules. And you cannot blame somebody like this.
Sir, Mr. Adani is not an ordinary businessman. Mr. Adani's company is not an ordinary company. Please understand that the case in the United States is targeted at the Prime Minister of India, not at Mr. Adani.
नहीं ये नहीं बिल्कुल नहीं आप इस तरीके से बिल्कुल जो आप ये कह रहे हैं
whatever you are saying, no, you cannot say like this.
At the financial network of the BJP, at the financial architecture of the BJP.
Leveling charges against higher authority and only you can speak. श्री रविशंकर प्रसाद जी क्या है पॉइंट ऑफ ऑर्डर पॉइंट ऑफ ऑर्डर क्या है
What is the point of order?
क्या व्हाट इज योर पॉइंट ऑफ ऑर्डर
बिल्कुल
व्हाट इज योर पॉइंट
गलत बयानी करना इनकी आदत बन गई है
It has become their habit to give such statements.
पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर
I am listening. We are listening to him carefully and patiently. We don't want to disturb you.
Serious charges without any reason, without any backing of substance, without any proof. You are just making any wild allegation.
I'll give you a reason.
That will
Give me.
diminish your own
I'll
position.
give you a reason. I'll give
you
you a
are
reason.
leader of the opposition.
Okay.
Please make substantive point.
Yes,
we are
I will.
here to listen to your suggestion.
I will.
If you give good suggestion, we will listen.
Yeah, I will.
We are
Now
here
let
to
me
listen,
speak.
but don't make wild allegation.
I will. Speaker sir, there is a businessman called Mr. Anil Ambani. I want to ask the question, why is he not in jail? The reason he's not in jail is because his name is in the Epstein files. That's why he's not in jail.
राहुल जी जो भी
I'd also like to ask Mr. Hardeep Puri, who introduced him
Mr. Chair
to Epstein.
Mr. Rahul no
I know who introduced him.
आप एक बात मेरी सुन लीजिए पहले
Please listen to me first. No, I am saying the way you are leveling the charges. Those who are not the members of this house, either he is Ambani or he is anybody else, you are leveling charges, so you cannot name such persons who are not the member of the house. You can read this.
Speaking shall not refer to any matter of fact on which a judicial decision may make a provisional and for use offensive expressions about the conduct of the parliament in any state, reflect on any determination of the house except motion, and reflect upon the conduct of persons in high authority unless the discussion is based on a substance. So please आप जिसका नाम है उसका नाम न लें.
You cannot take the name of anybody.
I am on rule 352 clause Roman 5. While he speaking, reflect upon the conduct of persons in high office authority unless discussion is based on a substantive motion drawn in terms of proper terms. अभी उन्हें प्राइम मिनिस्टर का नाम लिया, मंत्रियों का नाम लिया, has
naming prime minister, you are naming ministers.
reject करिए.
Should be rejected.
नहीं अब मेरी बात सुन लीजिए.
Now listen to me. Now please listen to me. He has quoted 352. Rahulji, I am talking about 353. You have named one minister of government of India.
If you go through the rule 353, no allegations of a defamatory or incriminatory nature shall be made by a member against any person unless the member has given educate, advance. No, you have leveled the charges against him. So please, being a leader of opposition, I think so. Notice, then educate, advance notice. Then you can mention the name of any minister. And if you have, आप बैठिए, नहीं ऐसे.
Take your seat.
Whatever Rahul has made allegation, that will not go on the record. And now you can speak.
1 minute,
No.
sir. Sir, 1
You
minute,
have
sir.
made allegation.
Yes,
You have made
I agree,
allegation
sir.
that
Sir,
will
allow
not
me
go on the
now.
record. This is mine.
Sir, agree, sir. Agree, sir. But Rule 352 is only applicable for leader of opposition.
Yeah, I'm reading
Sir,
350.
1 minute, sir.
353.
1 minute, sir. Rule 352 mentioning about Ravi Shankar Prasad ji raised the issue. In that house, 2 days before, a member has given a very, very derogatory remarks against the former Prime Minister, two former Prime Ministers. Where was this Rule 352?
Applicable
That
to
point of
everybody,
time?
not only
Where
for
was-
him, not only for him.
Where was
That
it?
will be applicable. Please
Where was
kindly
it?
take it.
It is only applicable
That
to
is
us.
applicable for to him. Please, Rahul Gandhi.
Speaker sir, Speaker sir, Anil Ambani is not a member of the House. He's not. So I can speak about Anil Ambani. He's a defense. He's involved in defense, sir. He's involved in defense. He's involved in defense budget.
Leave industry.
To explain it, whatever you are leveling charges against him, so I think so you will not take. Please.
So there is a certain businessman
Yes.
whose name has appeared in Epstein files, and that businessman is not in jail. That businessman has criminal cases against him.
The subject. What file you are taking? No, I think file. No, not. How I can allow you? No. No, you are mentioning it. How if any file, if any subject is not related with the budget, you can't speak. Please, you can't speak. You can't speak. Rahul, you.
So I will tell you what. I will.
आप
Sir, I
अपना
will
बजट पे ठीक ट्रैक पे
Okay,
थे.
sir.
अब
Sir,
क्यों
I will-
ट्रैक से
You were on the right track. You were talking on the budget, but
you are just
Speaker sir, you are ex-Congress party member. So I will do you a special favor today, sir.
नहीं,
I will back down.
ये चार्ज है ना ये भी कार्रवाई हिस्सा नहीं बनेगा.
this is also this will also not go on record.
अगर आपको if you don't have any propriety for the chair, if you don't have, sometime your even present member of parliament used to occupy this chair, Selja is also for.
Speaker sir,
and
you know
this
we
is
have
absolutely-
fondness for you.
Speaker,
You are an
Speaker
ex-member of our party.
Absolutely.
So I will not go very aggressive today.
Why you are mentioning too much?
You are a member of our party, sir.
अच्छा,
Ex-member.
Ex-member, na? But
And we are fond of you, sir.
I'm here.
We like you.
I'm here as a presiding officer.
But we like you,
But
sir.
अगर हमारी बात आप
And we
मानते
know
हैं-
your heart is not there, sir.
अगर आप मेरी
We
बात
know your
मान-
heart is here, sir.
नहीं, मेरी बात अगर आप मानते हैं,
If you follow me, you would not have been sitting there in opposition.
here I'm advising you. Here, if I'm advising that you should move on the correct track. So I think so. Still you have time. Still you have time to you should move on correct track.
As today, as you are so in the spirit of our conversation, I will not say the name Epstein, and I will not say the name Anil Ambani, and I will not say the name. No, I will not say so.
नहीं बनेगा. Yeah, you are a leader of opposition.
Okay.
Or
So let me speak, sir.
Yeah, please. I think so.
I will not do it, sir.
The whole nation is watching you.
I know.
And what?
I know
on
that.
one
That's
side-
why I'm saying it, sir.
On one side, you are saying, I will not mention the name. Again, you are mentioning the name.
I'm saying
so
I
I
will not
think you are
mention.
not ready to avoid the please.
Okay, anyway. So I will not go into the names. But I would like to say,
I think so. You have to speak only on budget.
I'm
अरे बैठिए किसी आप बजट पे बोलिए ना.
Please speak on budget.
On the union budget for 26,
Okay, sir, let me speak.
27. So I think
Nice. Nice, nice.
What
So, Speaker sir,
अब
so I will avoid that.
अब तो आप नहीं कहेंगे उस दिन आपने इनको
बोलने
कहा
तो
था।
दीजिए सर.
Please let me speak.
So, the point is that I do not believe that any Indian Prime Minister, including Mr. Modi, would sign such a deal unless there was a chokehold on him. So, but I do not, sir, this budget that you have.
You and your member have not made any question and believe that day. Then Piyush Goyal had made a statement on the floor of the house.
सर मुझे अब conclude तो करने दीजिए सर.
Please let me conclude, sir. Otherwise, it will take 2-3 more hours.
आप चाहते हैं तो मैं लगा देते हैं सर.
If you want, I can take that much time.
So, we have buckled on tariffs. We have handed out our data, given up control over digital trade rules, no data localization, free data flow to USA, limit on digital tax, no source code disclosure, and 20-year tax holiday. The most valuable asset that India has and will ever have has been handed over. Our farmers have been left to the mercy of mechanized, massive American farms. Our textiles have been wiped out. Bangladesh now is going to wipe out our textile industry. Our energy security has been handed over. We can't buy oil from who we want to buy oil from. Now, I don't believe any Indian Prime Minister would do this. Logic in here, sir.
There is no logic in this. Whatever has happened, this is a complete surrender. So you have given me opportunity to speak more today.
And it is a tragedy because it is a surrender not just of the Prime Minister. He has surrendered the future of 1.5 billion Indians. And he has surrendered the future because he wants to protect the BJP's financial architecture, on which there is a case in the United States. He has surrendered. I'm not saying anything.
आप रिपीट बार-बार एक चीज को आप रिपीट कर रहे हैं.
You are repeating the same thing. You please take seat. He can speak. You are backing him. Doesn't he know rules?
आप मेरा एक point of order जो आपने.
I have a point of order. The ruling which you have given. Rahul Gandhi ji has repeated many times, and we have said that you please confine up to the subject. We are here to listen to you. 2-3 issues as you have named Honorable Prime Minister and the words which you have used and the allegations which you have made through Honorable Chair. I request you, and this is my demand also, that whatever allegations you have made, instead, despite the ruling of chairman, you have made allegations, you have to authenticate, because you are a leader of opposition, you are not a common member.
I would urge Honorable Leader of Opposition, because he is the leader of opposition.
that you have to just give in advance and that you have
No,
to
no,
submit.
sir, I will
That you
authenticate
have-
right now. I'm authenticating.
मैं आपसे नहीं मांग
I will say it and then I will give it.
No, no, Mr. Rahul ji.
I will say it now and I will give it.
नहीं राहुल
I
जी,
have it here.
ये पार्लियामेंट्री अफेयर्स मिनिस्टर ने कहा.
Oh, this has been said by Parliamentary Affairs Minister. Chair is not asking for it.
You're not giving it to me.
आप अपनी सीट पर रखिए. आप अपनी सीट पर रखिए. आप रखिए अपनी सीट पर. आपको मिस्टर प्लाजो सिंह.
सर शायद ऑथेंटिकेशन वो क्या समझे, इधर ऑथेंटिकेट करता हूँ, ऑथेंटिकेट नहीं है.
Just by saying I authenticated is not the authentication.
करके देना है, अदरवाइज ऑथेंटिकेट.
उनको बोलिए भाषण.
Speaker,
आप कंक्लूड करें.
sir, Speaker, sir, Minister has asked me.
फिर मिनिस्टर की बात क्यों करिए?
But बोलो तो conclude तो करने दीजिए, sir.
Conclude करिए.
Sir, Minister
Please conclude.
Parliamentary Affairs, Minister of Parliamentary Affairs has asked me to authenticate my allegations. I have them written here. I am going to authenticate.
Oh, that is a procedure. मतलब
I will also give the procedure.
So then you have to follow that procedure.
Yes, but I want to.
Here you are only speech
No, but
and
I want to
budget.
authenticate.
Only you just conclude your budget speech, because if you want to submit something, so please in future you can just according to your procedure, then you have to submit. Please.
Okay. Speaker, sir, the evidence, sir, is in Department of Justice files that have been released in the United States. Hardeep Puri's name is in it. Anil Ambani's name is in it.
ऐसा नहीं बनेगा. राहुल जी,
Sir, the evidence is
आपने
that Government of India has refused to serve summons
Mr.
to Adani for last 14.
Mr. Rahul, you have made it promise. Mr. Rahul, you have made it promise to the chair. I will not mention the name of minister, but you are repeatedly just mentioning the name. How you can? You have made it promise. No. You have made it promise. Mr. K.C. Venugopal बैठिए. I am not allowing you. K.C. Venugopal जी बैठिए. I am only talking to Rahul. I am not allowing to you. If I have already, if you have made it promise to the chair, I am not going to mention the name of any minister, not the member, and repeatedly, it means you are defying the even ruling of the chair also.
Okay.
कोई कार्रवाई किस तरह बनेगी?
Speaker, sir.
नहीं, आप
This will not go on record.
जब एक बार आपने कहा,
Once you said I will not name anybody, sir, I have not named anybody. This is not the way of speaking for a leader of opposition. You have said earlier also, I have given the ruling also, and despite it you are saying the same thing. You please tell me. We are discussing budget, and earlier there was presidential speech, and what we have to speak on such occasions and what type of speech should be delivered in demand for grants. So you should know it. You should know that what should be your subject. Today we are discussing the budget. What can you speak on the president's speech? You could have spoken the same thing. So when we have different subjects, we have to choose our speech accordingly. I will allow you to speak, but you have to follow the rules. Once the ruling is given from the chair and all the members are satisfied, if we talk to any member of any party up to 12 o'clock, Honorable Speaker allow honorable members, and even then you are bringing no confidence against Honorable Speaker. So this is not the right way.
जब राष्ट्रपति के भाषण पे भी स्पीकर साहब लगा.
Honorable Speaker was allowing during President's speech also, and outside you say that Honorable Speaker is not allowing to speak, and you have been speaking for last 45 minutes, and you say that you are not being allowed to speak.
I only started to say that because the minister said that I should authenticate. Now I have the papers to authenticate. I have it here. 1 second, please. I have the paper. Now I said to you, 1 second, I have the documents here. I said to you that I will authenticate and I will also I will authenticate right now and I will put it there on the table. But you're not allowing me to do it. Anyway, I understand that. I understand it. I understand you don't want me to authenticate here. You want me to authenticate there. That's not a problem. What I want to conclude with, sir, is we are heading into turbulent times and the nation has been sold. The nation has been sold out. Its data has been sold. Its farmers have been sold.
Already you have said. I think so.
Can I conclude?
Continue.
Sir, its farmers have been sold. In a turbulent world, all its software engineers have been sold out. Its small and medium businesses have been sold out. And most importantly, our forces and our energy security has been sold out. Thank you, Speaker.
Sri Anurag,
हमारा सिर्फ इतना रिक्वेस्ट है
Parliamentary Affairs Minister.
अभी प्रोसेस ऑथेंटिक
in this authentication process, because we already said that authentication is required. There is a process for that.
वो तो हम मांग कर
that will demand, and leader of opposition also has stated that he will accept this thing and through due process will do that. But I want to say is, what I want to say in one line is, Rahulji said that our country has been sold out. In this August House, I want to say that so far there is no person who can sell the country or who can buy it. It cannot happen. And as you mentioned the name of Prime Minister, I can say with all claim that so far in this country, the strongest Prime Minister of this country has been, if there is somebody, he is Prime Minister Modi ji. And what will happen by your saying? You have weakened the country till 2014. You had weakened the country. What condition was there? And now our country is moving forward with all strength. You're not happy. India is moving forward with that. Congress is unhappy. That's why we are concerned.
वो authenticate करेंगे.
We will authenticate. That will be examined.
अनुराग ठाकुर जी, श्री अनुराग ठाकुर जी, संजय जायसवाल जी, संजय जायसवाल.
पॉइंट ऑफ ऑर्डर है
Sir, there is a point of order 349. 349 point of order 17.
After delivering the speech, ये भागने के आदी है और अभी
He is always running from his. He has just concluded his speech and he has run away from here.
श्री अनुराग ठाकुर जी, श्री अनुराग ठाकुर जी.
धन्यवाद. Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. First, it used to happen that between our speeches, he used to run away, but he is now running away before the starting of the speech, because those who have the habit of lying, they cannot stay for longer. Neither his allegations could be accepted, nor he could always and stay. And after his speech, I can say in the beginning that one time has happened that you are not awakened from sleep. How much India has changed, but you had never accepted this thing.
Request to everybody, kindly take your seat. Kindly take your seat, please.
बोलें सर. Shall I speak, sir?
एक अरसा हुआ कि आप.
One time has passed and you're not awake. You're not waken up. How much time India has changed? You are not accepting it. You talk about the land, but you cannot come on the ground reality. And India was compelled at the time. Now it is strong India. That picture you must see. How strong our India is at present. Sir, I felt that somebody has come to the arena and he was talking about the grip. And he was showing his weaknesses. These people in their times had brought our economy under the grip of corruption, that our economy was under the very tumultuous economies. And after Modi ji's governance, the economy of a country has become the fourth biggest economy of the world. It's not in shambles. It's the fourth largest economy. And he was talking about the smile of Nirmala Sitharaman ji. Modi government under that one by one decisions have been taken, and today women empowerment, and the prime president of this country is also a woman, and the finance minister is also a woman. 9 times continuously a historic event has happened, and she has brought the budget and she has brought the changes. I congratulate her for this, for bringing out these changes in the country, and 140 crore persons of the country are now happy because of that. And honorable chairman sir, I would like to express my gratitude to the leader of this house, honorable prime minister, that he gave a chance to speak on this general discussion on budget. Our finance minister is women, and our women and sisters, they have the understanding of the budget. There is a blessing of God that we understand this thing. They take care of kitchen, they take care of everybody, they do the savings also for future, they do the schemes, the plan for the future, they save money. Our mothers and sisters are very much skilled in the ease of business, and our Sanatan Dharma, we just follow that. And three most important duties we have in this world: knowledge, power, and the money, and which is born from this motherland. And Mata Saraswati is there for knowledge, for power Ma Durga is there, and for prosperity Mother Lakshmi is there. Goddess Lakshmi, she gives the blessings of these fortunes. And if I say, Chairman sir, the Indian women are born economists
and are natural accountants by instinct, तो कहना गलत नहीं हो.
then it won't be wrong to say. And this budget is for everybody's welfare and for everybody's benefit and for everybody's happiness. And this budget 25, 25, 26.
For 12-year reform express that has moved India from policy paralysis to policy performance, from leakage to delivery, from megabytes to gigabytes, from megawatts to gigawatts, from corruption to confidence, from cut money towards kartavya. Earlier government ran schemes. This government runs systems. Earlier government distributed doles. This government builds capacity. Earlier there was a file movement. In this government there is fund movement. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, this budget is a beacon of hope and progress for Viksit Bharat. It is aptly a grains to gigabytes, from Jan Vishwas to Jan Kalyan budget, transitioning India from traditional agriculture, that is grains, twinned with digital future, that is gigabytes, rooted in public trust, that is Jan Vishwas, and delivering universal welfare, that is Jan Kalyan. This is not just a physical document, sir. It is a roadmap for inclusive growth, fiscal prudence, and national rejuvenation. Budget mein sabka.
In the budget, everybody is mentioned, and there is concern for everyone. And the thought of this government is clear. Nobody should be removed, and nobody should have any question or anything to complain about. For everyone, there is something. When we didn't have the development in their times, now we're having this express of development. And the 10 years of UPA and the 10 years of NDA, if you compare, and their budget was made in the drawing room. Our budget is with the ground realities, and there was just a budget document. Ours is for the national welfare mission, and we discuss on the demands of the budget. Then from kitchen to factories and from villages to cities, we fulfill the aspirations of everybody. And these four paradigms of country, this poor, women, farmers, and the youth. So the empowerment of women and the upliftment of poor and the prosperity of farmers. These things are the four pillars for which we're working. And this is not about the talks. This is about the not just promises. It's about the trust and innovation. And this is for the developed country. This is boosted dose for Viksit Bharat. And three duties we have made the base in the productivity increase and the aspirations of people to fulfill, and everybody's trust has to be earned. And all these three duties, we have to make it necessary that structural reforms has to be paced up, and we have to make it more adaptive and forward-looking. And the forest sector also has to be made stronger and resilient. And third, the economy of this country and economic activity, financial governance also has to be used through artificial intelligence. We have to integrate with the AI. This budget carries forward.
Reform Express running towards a Viksit Bharat. A for A, Andata to Ankalyan. B, bold reforms to Biopharma Shakti. C, chips and semiconductors to connectivity. D, drone city to digital India and defense modernization. E, education excellence to electronics and energy independence. F, fiscal prudence to fintech revolution. G, Garib Kalyan to G, Gram G and GST reforms. H, health revolution to housing for all. I, innovation to infrastructure and IT revolution and income tax reforms. G, Jandhan to Jal mission. K, Khelo India and Khadi rejuvenation to Kisan Samman. L, livelihoods to labor reforms. M, manufacturing and MSME to make in India and medical colleges. N, Nari Shakti to nutrition. O, orange economy to opportunity creation. P, pulses and productivity to Purvodaya and Pragati. Q, quality of governance and quantum computers. R, railway to R&D and rural revival. S, startup India and stand up India to skill India and Saksham Sukmay Samrit Bharat. T, telecom and technology relevation to tech simplification. U, urban transformation to Udan Unnati. V, Vanchit Vikas to Viksit Gram to Viksit Bharat. W, world class infrastructure to waterways. X, ports to X factors. Y, Yuva Shakti to Yugain Bharat. And Z, zero tolerance for corruption to zero poverty Bharat. This reform express has no brakes, sir. 2014 में जब हमारे
into the 14 government came into power, then the question was asked that in the country the two reforms can be there in the country, whether we can the corruption-free government, whether the poor's welfare can be done and they can be taken poverty line. The answer was yes. And last 12 years, the Modi's government has done that through reforms, perform and transform. Then this work has happened, and the auction and allocation on all these better transparency has been brought about, and lakhs of crores of rupees of our country have gone to the exchequer. And not only this, the corruption-free government and corruption-free governance has been given by the Modi's government. In 25 crore people have been taken away from the poverty line, and the Modi ji is there, then it is possible. And all this has been possible because of Modi ji, and not only this, Chairman sir.
The rot versus reform. अगर भ्रष्टाचार
if we have to talk about the corruption-free and then reforms, then we can see from 2G2 and other scams also happened in our times. It is just complete without any bias and transparency. The allocation of auction has happened. Capital expenditure case, you can see during UPA times in 10 years, 14 lakh crore were spent, and under Modi ji and Sitharaman ji, in this itself, the public capital expenditure, 12 lakh crore, 20,000 crore rupee have been spent. And in last 12 years, 60 lakhs have been given. And not only this, in agriculture, this during the budget 27,000 crore was there, which is now raised to 1,67,261 crore. And per capita income during this time was 74,000 crore rupees. Now it is 2,05,000 crore. And the poverty rate was 30%. Now it is gone down to 11%. And women, if you talk about, then we have 33% reservation given to women, and Modi ji has given that reservation. Nobody could give that reservation to women. And here Nirmala Sitharaman ji has in the budget, in the gender budget also, 5 lakh crore have been provisioned for women, and this is the highest so far for the women of our country. And on the behalf of women and Modi, I thank her. And women labor force during the times was 23%. Now it has become 42%. And continuously the role of women is rising, but Rahulji's Congress, under that the women of our country only got this, only their own members, women were just standing tall, but all other women were standing in the queue, and they were sent in the well, and they were sent to Ghirao, the Prime Minister, that if there is some expulsion, that Rahulji wanted other women members should be expelled, not from his family, anybody should be expelled. And not only this, if I talk some things about this comparative analysis, if I do, then under UPA government in 2013-14, defense budget was 1,45,000 crore rupees. Today it has risen to 7,50,000 crore rupees or more than that. And the country is now safe for this purpose and make itself dependent. Our Modi ji government has given this record budget defense. And for the rural development, 4 times more has been given in comparison to past. In agriculture, also 27,000 crore. At that time, it was for 1 year. Now it is 1,62,631 crore rupees. Energy sector he talked about 70,400 rupees crore rupees given during your times. Now it is 1,09,029,000 crore rupees given. In health, it was really huffing and puffing because 37,000 crore rupees was given to that, and now it is 1,04,599 crore rupees budget has been given to health. And if you talk about the rural urban development, it is now 52,000 crore rupees. And for social welfare, if you see in the social area, in your time, 6,225 crore was given. We have given 62,362 crore rupees. And in the times, the economy was huffing and puffing, but the fiscal prudence, what is there, we have done that. And 4.5%, we talked about the fiscal deficit. I want to congratulate Nirmala Sitharaman ji. That is 4.5, not is not that is 4.4 only has been achieved. You are really to be congratulated. And now in next year, 4.3 has been decided. Not only this, Chairman sir. Last year, 50.65 lakh crore was the budget. Now it is 5.5% has been raised. Now it is 53 lakh 47,000 budget has been given. For that, I congratulate you. On 22 sectors, you have given the importance to AI, banking, industry, health, agriculture, defense, energy, and railways. I come to banking first. The grip, first talk about Rahul ji. Then I want to say that this kind of grip was there on the banking sector, that out of 12, 11 banks were under the PCA framework, under the UPA government. And in our government, when Modi ji came into power, he brought the reforms. And now in last 10 years, 10 lakh crores bank loan has been recovered. 10 lakh crore have been recovered. And this year, our banks are going to get 2 lakh crore benefit they're going to get. This is also a record. Not only this, if I take about JNPA, gross non-performing assets, if I talk about, then Atalji's government, it was 60%. He reduced to 7.6%. Under UP government, it was again back to 12.3%. And under our government, after Modi ji came to power, it has reduced to 2.31% only. This is record, sir. If you talk about deposit and credit, then under UP government, 88 lakh crore rupees were deposited in the banks. And in our times, 2 lakh 32,000 crore rupees have been deposited in the bank. And in the times, credit was 66 lakh, and now again 1 lakh 81,000 crore. And this policy paralysis was in their times. In our times, this policy performance is there. And Rahul ji was talking about artificial intelligence data transfer. He talked about AI and data transfer, and it's a matter of grief that subject was something else. He used to speak something else. He was speaking something else. His knowledge is also starting from nursery class. He has to be started with. He has to be taught about trade, financing, commerce. He doesn't know the difference of. And in the presidential address, what I've discussed, Rahulji doesn't know. Other people know about that. So the hatred of defeat is so much that the rules of this house are neglected. He hates the speaker. He hates the constitutional institutions. He hates the prime minister. Now he hates India also. And he just cast this whims and fancies kind of allegations, and this hatred so much that 95 elections Congress has lost under this regime, and they're going to make it more than a century in next 3 years. He talked about artificial intelligence. I want to remind him about AI, that perhaps he has forgotten that the way Modi ji's government has worked, nobody has worked in that way. 25 crore rupees have been given on AI modules. They have been educated by, this provision is there in the budget that will be educated. So they are going to be prepared before the time, and AI-enabled nation we want to create. And sir, by 2030, AI innovation hub is going to be there in the country, and we have more employment and innovation in this field of AI. More than 8 crore professionals will be required in the world, and if the market is prepared, then it will be prepared by the AI professionals of our country, and in the country and the world they'll provide the services. And for that, we have made the provision in the budget. And if we talk about industry, sir, then MSME, I would like to talk definitely because our GDP has this 30% participation from MSME, and our export also 40% participation is of MSME. And I want to thank Honorable Sitharaman ji that 10,000 crore rupees in MSME growth fund has been provisioned by her, and 2,000 crore rupees Self-Reliant India has been, this fund has been given, and with this MSME sector will be strengthened. And now 6.63 crore MSME have been registered so far, and coming years 7.7 crore kind of registration would be there. 27 crore persons will get the employment through this, and MSME sector gets going to give 3 crore more employment in the future. I want to thank Piyush Goyal ji and Modi ji also that with 9 days FTA agreement we have done, and with this MSME sector of India is getting benefited. Our MSME are going to get more strength, and how it's going to benefit us further. I'll tell about that also. And the leader of opposition goes to the foreign country, he cries a horse in Berlin. On MSME also he cries, but he wants to show our country down in true manner. And how much loan we got in MSME? 12 lakh crore, and 30 lakh crore we have given through banks. The loan has been given, and in their times 59 months used to take place for getting loan. In our times it is just 59 minutes that you get the loan. You get the loan released and the money is released. And in the public sector enterprises also, in the public sector enterprises 25% procurement we have talked about it through MSME. But in your times it was just lip service, Rahulji, but now we are giving service in right manner. And one question I would like to raise to Honorable Rahulji and Congress Party, that from 4 to 14, he has gone from here. He never stays, sir, when I say. When I speak, he cannot face me. Now who will respond to it? He has gone. The question is going to Congress through you, sir. And 2004 to 14, their government was there, and against our MSME, whether you were not giving the secret services to China, and in return you're getting the returns or the loans or the gift from China in your account, and they opened a market to China. And it's my serious allegation that in the times whether trade deficit was 25 times more or not, and then $45 billion, it became more than that, and Indian market was facing tough times from the China. Then this was Congress which did this.
MSME को demo.
Sir, they were demoting MSME, and now Modi ji is promoting MSME. This is the difference. Sir, I will speak about health sector further. Earlier, there was only 37,000 crore, and today it has gone to 1 lakh, more than 1 lakh 4,000 crore rupees. Sir, we set up 3 All India Ayurvedic Sciences. We have decided it in 3 new NIPERs. 7 NIPERs are being set up, and we are also augmenting the capacity. More than 1,000 clinical trials are being done, and 2 national drug research institutes are also being opened. Biopharma Shakti and Manufacturing Hub, we are setting up this also. More than 10,000 rupees has been provisioned. Chemical sector and chemical manufacturing, we have provision separately for this, and India Semiconductor Mission 2.0 has started an electric manufacture component. We have earmarked 40,000 crore rupees. It will empower every sector. It will also empower manufacturing. Nimhans Institute, mental health, we are very serious about it, and we are opening it. 1 lakh allied health professionals would be trained, and 10 new sector centers would be open on 17 items. Custom duty has been imposed, eradicated, and medicines are cheaper now. And I would say I will take only 20 minutes, sir. I have got 1 hour. You around 18 people are there to speak from the party, sir. In their times, they ruled for 60 years and they set up only 2 aims. But in last 10 years only, Modi government has opened 16 new aims. Sir, they talk about medical colleges. We earlier there was only 387, now it has 700 MBBS seats have gone to 1 lakh from 50,000, 32 lakh thousands were PG seats, and it has gone to more than 62,000, and 5 new medical tourisms are going to be set up by us. And in education, I will talk about it later, but Ayushman Bharat card has benefited our country. 1,52,000 crore rupees was out of pocket expenditure and it is saved, and 12 crore families have directly benefited, and 86 lakh people have been added to this network. And those who opposed it, Kejriwal ji, people bid him farewell. Mamta Banerjee ji also opposed it, and now she also be wiped out from the West Bengal. And not only this, we talked about orange economy, a busy sector, and in 15,000 schools or EVZ labs would be open, in 500 new colleges would be equipped with this. In girl childs would be provided a hostel in every district, and 5 university township would be open. National Infrastructure Institute, Design Institute, and not only these institutes would be opened. And if I talk about women, then in we have given 11.36% more budget this time to women empowerment. It is a responsive budget, and in their comparison it is far more in amount, sir. In earlier in their times, Modi women did not have bank account. Now they have bank account. Self-help groups are set up. They have given funds, and self-help group Didi self stand up India Yojana is brought. Scheme is brought, and now 3 crore sisters are going to be made Lakhpati Didi. We have already met 2 crore women Lakhpati Didi, but they could not do it. They only indulged women in politics, and they did just politics over women. And then to talk about farmers, sir, I want to tell you that in their time MSP was meager. They were not giving anything for the MSP, but in last 10 years we have spent around 5 lakh crores on MSP. They spent, and we spend around 20 lakh crore rupees. Modi government spent this much amount on MSP. uh, 4 lakh crore rupees has have been directly transferred to the farmer's account, and 1430 rupees were income and that time in farmers, and it has almost doubled. So we implemented many schemes. Agriculture Infrastructure Fund was 1 lakh crore. It is given by Modi ji. We did it. They never did it. They never did anything. They only made false promises. This did in Himachal also to transfer 1,500 rupees. They did nothing in Himachal, neither in Karnataka nor in Telangana. But wherever Bhajpa is in power, Madhya Pradesh and Maharashtra, Haryana, in all these states, whatever we promised to our women sisters, we gave them and we empowered them. And Congress only makes false promises, but we perform for us. Nari, we worship women power, and we empowered an Indian farmer. Madam President said,
this first priority for the Viksit Bharat. सर अगर आप आंकड़ा उठाकर
sir, if you look at the figures, 4 lakh crore rupees, 4,7600 million metric ton. And we procured more than 7 lakh million tons. We took budget to 1,62,000 crore in agriculture. It was 27,000 something crore in their times, and we brought another scheme to help farmers with AI. We are doing many things. We increased budget for youth from 1,000 to 44,000 crore, and we have augmented budget for sports. By 2020-30, we are going to host Commonwealth Game, and we will do it. Sir, during their time, they used to say that once the game is over, funds are finished. And during their time, even before game is over, funds were finished. We will do Olympic also. We'll do it in 2026. And not only this, sir, I'll wind up in 3 or 4 minutes. The security budget, sir, 7,60,000 crore. Earlier, it was 7,85,000 crore. Minister of Defense for state is sitting here. Earlier, they had last village, and Modi ji termed it as first village and vibrant village. Northeastern states have got more rail and air connectivity. Defense manufacturing is taking up in India, and earlier it was not. It was less than 30,000. Now it is up to the scale of 1,20,000 crore rupees. Earlier, 162 crore rupees were exported, and we exported 26,000 crore rupees in Operation Sindoor, our BrahMos missiles, or Akash defense systems, thundered the Pakistan's airstrips. They were completely ruined. Budget of home ministries continuously increasing, and today Modi ji and Amit Shah ji have ensured that Naxalism would be completely wiped out of India. This is our resolve, and not only this. Abhishek Banerjee was saying that we did not give anything to Bengal. Then we said that from Dankuni to Surat, from Dankuni to Surat, a freight corridor has been announced. We did it, but I am talking about Bengal because people of Bengal are not getting the benefit of Ayushman Bharat Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Housing Scheme, or Manrega. There is a lot of corruption taking place while implementing these scheme in West Bengal. Sir, what is the situation in Bengal? Sir, see, sir, this figure depicts everything. Who are benefiting from the corruption in Bengal? Youth services 800 crore, IT industrial commerce 1483 crores, but minority and mothers are 57,713 crore. So this fund is a cumulative fund of 10 departments, and their leaders were caught one after another. I will not name them because it will not go by rules. Or leader of opposition does not believe in rules, but he does not understand that leader of he does not understand the meaning of leader of opposition. He thinks that he has the duty to oppose the parliament. Please wind up. Only 3 minutes, sir. Sir, railway and road, for this we have allocated 6 lakh crore rupees, and not only this, our economy was in doldrum, and now we have taken our economy to the heights. We cannot be compared with them, and running the government is not a cakewalk. And Rahulji was saying that we should negotiate. Sir, they had surrendered even without no negotiation.
सेना के जवानों के साथ डिफेंस मिनिस्टर सर सीमा पर गए.
Our defense minister went to the borders with our army forces, but Rahul Gandhi was colluding with Chinese officials in a closed chamber, and he was trying to garner funds for Rajiv Gandhi funds. Sir, this is a matter of pride for all of us. But I want to ask you that when was the last time when Rahul Gandhi was seen smiling? When was on 31st July 2025 at 4:20 p.m. I'm not saying that he is a thief. I'm not saying he indulges thievery. I just said that 4:20 p.m. when India declined to surrender in front of any country, when somebody claimed India's economy as dead economy, then he was happy. India is not a dead economy. India is a dominating economy. Sir, I want to tell you that we are growing at a pace of more than 7%. Sir, we have concluded FTA with more than 9 countries. We talked about Manrega. Sir, I want to tell you that earlier budget was only 30,000 crore during UPA period, and Nirmala ji took it to 1,01,000 crore rupees for a single year. It is more than the cumulative allocation of 5 years in their times. We brought Gramin Ajivika mission, and we also allocated 1,25,000 crore, and also Mandega component is included in it. Sir, they were only digging potholes. Sir, I want to tell you, please wind up, sir. Sir, I will tell you that our IT export, since he raised the issue, IT export in their times were $12 million, has gone to 210 US billion dollar. And not only this, Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji strengthened IT sector, and Modi government has further strengthened it. Sir, we have given tax holiday to data center only so that it can provide cloud it will bring more investment and employment, and Rahul Gandhi ji is opposing it. Sir, in last 1 minute, I would like to say that they indulge only in lip service. He does not understand the things, and he is just losing elections. He thinks that he blame us for vote chori. This is not vote chori. This is they have stopped voting to the thieves. Sir, my last line would be that I feel that their programming is being done by Uncle Sam and Uncle Soros. Whatever input they are being provided by Uncle Sam and Soros, they act accordingly. They are being programmed by Uncle Soros, and here they type the code, and here it is displayed by them. There are certain.
K. Francis George.
Sir,
धन्यवाद.
so the Honorable Finance Minister in the budget speech spoke. Can I?
आखिरी लाइन क्या है? आखिरी लाइन क्या है? एक मिनट.
Sir, keeping the Honorable Finance Minister in the budget speech, sir.
एक मिनट. क्या आखिरी लाइन बोल दीजिए, please.
सर मैं यही कहूंगा ये बजट
I will say that this budget is a testimony to self-reliant India, high-tech manufacturing service, leadership, health reform, women and youth empowerment, and inclusive development. This budget is all about this, and I am very, very thankful to Honorable Prime Minister and Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman ji for this budget. Our country would be fastest growing economy for coming 20-25 years.
So keeping the Atmanirbhar as a lone star, building domestic manufacturing capacity, energy security, reduce critical import independence, reforms supporting employment generation, agriculture productivity, household purchasing power, delivered high growth rate of 7%, made substantial strides in poverty eradication, improving the lives of the people, etc. So the FM also, the finance minister also said that the government will ensure that the dividends of growth reach every farmer, scheduled caste, scheduled tribe, nomads, youth, poor and women. So all these are very highly laudable, but where are the programs to achieve all these goals? So the finance minister said this budget is a Yuva Shakti driven budget, and that the government's sankalp is to focus on poor, underprivileged and disadvantaged, and to achieve this outlined 3 kartavyas. So against this, I would like to point out what the Honorable former Finance Minister Sri P. Chidambaram said in the Rajya Sabha participating in the budget discussion. Sir, the Honorable former Finance Minister said this budget is parsimonious and forgettable, as it went out of the news almost the very next day when the Indo-US FTA was announced. So the public, private and foreign investors are not investing in India, but still the government has cut capital expenditure by 1.44 lakh crore. So the economic survey raised the challenges of capital investment, unemployment, slow fiscal consolidation and slow growth rate. So the finance minister said that the reform express is well on its way, but in actuality it's stuck, as the nominal growth rate was 12% in 23-24, went down to 9.8% in 24-25, and presently is at 7 to 8% in 25-26. So at the current rate, it will take 12 years to reach the FRBM target of 3% fiscal deficit to GDP ratio by the government. So the union government then, sir, is following a policy of discrimination against opposition ruled states like Kerala, West Bengal and Tamil Nadu in financial matters, insisting on sticking to the borrowal limit of 3% of GDP in the case of Kerala state, a state, sir, riddled with financial debt. So this is an anti-farmer budget, I have to say. I'm sorry to say that. The last budget announcement of missions for pulses, vegetables and fruits and cotton had no spending and no allocation this year. And it is a shame that 1.717 lakh crores of last year's agri budget has been surrendered. So under the specific proposal spoke about creating champion MSMEs. I don't know whether the Honorable Finance Minister knows the plight of our MSMEs.
So we are getting a lot of complaints every day, day in and day out, from the MSME entrepreneurs about harassment by the banks. So the MSMEs contribute nearly 30% of India's GDP and account for approximately 45% of our total exports. More importantly, sir, this sector provides employment to our 11 crore Indians, making it one of the largest job creators in the country. So the budget provides no practical and accessible financial support mechanism to this vital sector. I am sorry to say. I would like to read out a memorandum received from the National Consortium of MSMEs, sir. I have it with me, but due to paucity of time, I am not reading it, sir. Sir, this memorandum is detailing their woes, and it's advisable, sir, to consider one of their main demands, that is to raise the cutoff date for an account to be designated as NPA from 90 days to 180 days, to instruct banks to follow the provisions of the amended MSME Act 2015 and RBI notifications on restructuring of loans and to withdraw illegal SARFAESI actions on MSME units. Sir, why I say this is that the most urgent challenge facing our country is employment generation. Sir, India adds 10 million young individuals to its workforce every year. So this budget does not present a comprehensive employment generation strategy that matches the scale of this demographic challenge. Sir, we have now signed the FTAs. How it is going to affect our employment, how it is going to affect our industry and our farm sector, our agriculture sector, nobody has any idea. Sir, we have the Indo-US, Indo-Japan, Indo-Japanese Comprehensive EPA, Indo-Korea, Indo-Singapore, India-UAE, India-Australia. And also we have a lot of regional multilateral foreign trade agreements at the ASEAN, SAFTA, and the Asia-Pacific trade agreements, sir. We don't discuss these agreements in Parliament. We don't even discuss it with states. At the receiving end are naturally the states. Sir, I would request the government that these agreements, these foreign trade agreements, bilateral agreements, they have to be discussed in Parliament, and also they have to be discussed with the states before signing, because we are a federal democracy. Sir, I'm concluding, sir. Madam, I would just now mention 7 high-speed rail corridors have been proposed. Not even one comes to Kerala. Sir, there is a very important high-speed corridor that has to be developed. That is the Mumbai-Kanyakumari high-speed broad gauge rail corridor. And I had in the last budget also, I had suggested one important, called for an important board that is called the jackfruit board, sir. Sir, the Makana board was given to Bihar during election time. Kerala is also about to face an election. Madam, Finance Minister can please consider that. Sir, this 7th corridor, this high-speed rail corridor starting from Mumbai to Kanyakumari, sir, this will touch 5 states. Maharashtra, Goa, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Kerala, sir. The whole western corridor will be covered by this high-speed rail corridor, and it will boost travel, tourism, and trade. Sir, I would request the Finance Minister. So I am concluding, sir. Please the 5 regional medical hubs have been are going to be promoted for medical tourism. Kerala is known world over for wellness care. So I would request the Finance Minister to consider setting up one in Kerala, sir.
You have made your point.
And also, sir, one more thing, sir. Let me conclude, sir. Sir.
In one line.
I welcome, sir, the proposal for dedicated rare earth corridors for mineral-rich states like Kerala, Odisha, AP, and Andhra Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. And also, the Finance Minister proposed 3 new National Institutes of Pharmaceutical Education and Research, NIPER. I would request to establish one in Kerala state as part of Biopharma Shakti for domestic production of biologists and biosimilars.
Thank you.
A network of over 1,000 accredited India clinical trial sites are proposed. We welcome all these proposals, but at the same.
Shri Jain ji.
धन्यवाद सर, आपने मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया.
Thank you, sir, that you allowed me to speak.
रांखान्थि बिफाननि मन्थ्रि बिथांमोनखौ गोरबोयै सिंनिफ्राय साबायखर बावो, मानोना बिथांमोनहा सा सानजा भारतनि गुदि दाथाय एबा बेसिक इनफ्रास्ट्राक्चार फोनांजाबनाय राहा आरो दावबायनाय एबा टुरिज्म जर'खायै नोजोर होदों. जेराव डनार बिफाननि एल'केशनखौ बारायनानै आरो बौद्ध सार्किट बायदि टुरिज्म थावनिखौ सरजाबनायजों लोगोसे नेशनेल डिजाइन इनस्टिट्यूट गायसंनो थांखि लानाया जोबोरैनो बरायथाव आरो बाखनायथाव। बेयाव गोबाङानो बुंनो नागिरदों दि बे बाजेटआ गुदि सामाजिक गोनांथिखौ गोसो होआलासे टुरिज्म जौगाखांनायावल' बोलो होदों। नाथाय आं सानो बे बाजेटआव मानगोनां रांखान्थि मन्थ्रिया सा सानजा भारत जौगाखांनायनि थाखाय जेरैबायदि
Minister of Donor, give attention to this problem, and I also congratulate that critical medicines for various diseases like cancer, they have reduced the tax for that, relaxed the tax for that, and finance minister also have to protect the heritage of Northeast. If they had given more money for Northeast, allocation for Northeast, then it would have been better. And in every budget, how they have taken care of Northeast region in every budget, I wish that they would take care of the Bodoland region as well, so that they would develop the health sector in Bodoland region as well. Thank you, sir.
Abdul Samnani.
Sir, the present budget presented by the Honorable Finance Minister does not do justice to the constitutional promise of equality. It is less a financial policy statement and more a manifesto for decline. It serves certain billionaires at the top while casting a shadow of existential fear over 700 million at the bottom. Mr. Chairman, two key words can be used to describe the basic features of this budget: extraction and strangulation. The consequences of its extractive measures and strangulative methods will be far-reaching. Mr. Chairman, the budget does not do justice to the federal character of the nation, punishing states like Kerala by the most unjust modes of fiscal strangulation and economic discrimination. With regard to Kerala, Honorable Finance Minister is present in the House. And we are very sorry to say that with regard to Kerala, the budget becomes a quintessential document of fiscal strangulation. It ignored the long-standing demands of the people of Kerala. As a result of this severe and terrible neglect, Madam, Kerala received nothing but an empty pot. Sir, the disturbing trend nowadays with the governance is snatching away the rights and the livelihoods of the minorities. Theories are made and weaponized to justify economic boycott. These boycotts range from targeting of food vendors to the sweeping of halal certified products. This is one of the most unjust methods by which the state is using its machinery to strip citizens of their dignity at work. I am very sorry to say, sir, it is one of the worst examples of pushing a significant subset of the population into economic insignificance. Sir, we must confront the staggering reality of our economic chasm. Recent Oxfam reports indicate that inequality in India has reached extreme, almost predatory levels. The richest 1% of our population now control over 40% of the nation's total wealth, while the bottom 50%, the working hands of the country, survive on a mere 3%. Sir, how can we say this? This is Vikasit Bharat. No, sir, it is a billionaire's banquet served at the cost of the poor. अध्यक्ष जी, जब बजट हो या किसी आर्थिक व्यवस्था
budget or any economic system, if we have to think about it, then we have to think about those who are standing in the last line as a poet said that, oh, those who are living in privileges, please consider that how many of you, how many of humanity is living, how many people are living in destitutes.
Market with the subsidized agricultural products and dairy products, potentially decimating the livelihoods of small-scale farmers and local cooperatives. These agreements often include stringent intellectual property provisions that could extend monopolies on life-saving medicines, severely hampering India's pharmacy of the world and making healthcare unaffordable for the poor. Sir, I would like to remind this House, yes, a warning made by Darren Ajamolu and James Robinson in their seminal Nobel Prize winning work. They had warned against extractive economic institutions and extractive political institutions. In their warning, it is echoing. We can hear the echo of the centuries back observation made by the famous philosopher Ibn Khaldun, who is called as the father of sociology, that the extractive economic policies lead to the destruction of civilization. The future of the nation cannot be built on the extraction of rights from various sections of its society, its federal states, and above all its people. It has to be built on the human dignity of every Indian, regardless of their faith, their state, or their bank balance. Sir, just 2 minutes, sir. Sir, the present budget ignores major issues like inflation, unemployment, pollution, etc. It contains no concrete scheme to undo unemployment by generating employment opportunities. Mr. Chairman, I would like to know from the government the account of the jobs created during the tenure of 10 years. Thus, the budget has nothing to offer for the betterment of the lot of our youth. Sir, there is special discrimination against the minority youth. The merit come means scholarship for professional courses has been getted from 7.34 crore to a token of 0.060 crores. Sir, the pre-matric scholarship has been reduced to a pittance, and the Maulana Azad National Fellowship is being phased out. All these moves amount to structured attack on the minority youth aimed at ensuring they remain outside the corridors of education, professional courses, and hence from job opportunities. Sir, this is with a very sorry affairs. So I would like to correct these measures by the government. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Srikant Shinde ji.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका.
You, sir. I thank you from the bottom of my heart that you allowed me to speak. This historical central budget of 2026-27. I want to speak on behalf of my party Shivsena and on behalf of my leader Eknath Shinde ji, and I support this, and I come from the place where Shivaji toiled hard. I also support this budget on behalf of Maharashtra's people. I would briefly sketch out the impact of this budget in front of you through some lines. This is a very strong foundation of new India. This is a very strong foundation of new India. Health, education, employment, every dream would come true. We would never stop, and we will never stop and see the world. Oh dear world, see this is a changing India. This last 12 years, this journey is not a simple journey. It is a testimony that for 3 times we have been blessed by Indian people, and 9 times Honorable Madam Finance Minister presented record budgets in this house only. And I also extend my heartfelt gratitude towards her, and for the first time in the history of India, Madam Finance Minister presented budget for 9 consecutive times. Yesterday, few people, that too a woman. In times to come, there will be a rule of women. Women will rule this country. 33% women would rule this country, and yesterday few people were speaking and they were counting drawbacks on fingers. But I am a youth and I want to tell the youth of this country that our country has progressed a lot, and in 2023 earlier it was only 60.5 lakh crore, and under the leadership of Modi ji this has gone to 53.5 lakh crore, and this is the power of our government, and third time victory and three times development. Sir, today this house is running since yesterday, and many days were spent in disrupted in pandemonium, and few people were trying to place on record certain unpublished documents. They tried hard. Even today, they were talking about certain grip things, and that is what I could grasp from this speech. It was a speech on budget, but he did not speak on budget. He spoke on martial art. So I think that in times to come, in this house, if our leader, if wants to speak in this house, then there should be disclaimer that this whole speech is fictional and it has nothing to do with reality. It should be reflected on the screens placed here in the house so everyone will get it. Sir, friends from opposition were talking about economy and national security, and I want to tell them some figures which are verified. Ex-RBI Governor Subha Raoji, just a mercenary, has been published, and he writes that
to soften interest rates and project an overly optimistic economic view. ये अभी लोग कुछ लोग यहाँ पर बात कर रहे थे इकोनॉमी के, इकोनॉमी खतरे में है.
People were talking that economy is in danger. They were trying to present a wrong picture of economy, and there is another book report which is demand was there to publish this report, but this has not yet been placed on the floor of the house. It speaks about its seriousness, and it is about 1962 war. There were people who tried to raise the issue of China war, and in 1963, our defense minister Y.B. Chauhan, when he was defense minister, and he mentioned this report in this house, and then
in tactical operations. आज जो यहाँ पर आलोचना और आरोप लगाने का काम कर रहे थे,
here it is a statement by their own defense minister. So I think one should introspect that what we did when we were in power. This report is a testimony to your failure in terms of border security. Sometimes back, leaders of the opposition were speaking and I was listening to them. Word grip was used many times, and they were stating that government does not have a grip over policies. We do not have grip over policies. Sir, I want to tell them that, and they were also daydreaming that if India Alliance would have struck a deal with US, if India Alliance would have struck a deal with India Alliance, then how would have it gone? See, watching dreams is good, but daydreaming while standing, while speaking in the house, dreaming in such situations is dangerous. Forget about striking a deal with US. First, strike a deal among yourself, among different partners of India Alliance. So they were talking about deal in this manner. who they are not able to withstand and bring together their own political partners. They are fragmenting and they only are teaching us here in the house about foreign policy and trade deals. So I suggest them that first take care of your home and then talk about other things. In last 12 years, we have seen that how every state has people of the every state has choked their party, and it will continue. 96 times. 96 times. Love Ji is saying 96 times people have choked their party. You just went that side, you are here only. Please take some advantage of it. Next time, if you remain there, you will be choked. Sir, they talked about dead economy as well. They talked about data as well. They talked about data. I want to quote some figures. Sir, it will clarify, this data will clarify that
ये विरासत में देख
dead economy was dead before 2014, but after 2014, when Modi ji took charge, this economy turned into developing economy. We are going to be third largest economy of the world. This textile industry, they talked about textile industry. They said, I come from Maharashtra, and Maharashtra is considered textile hub of this country. So the mills of the Maharashtra run the textile sector of the country. Textile sector employs more than 1 crore people.
And how can this sector be dead, who gives so much jobs? And this is the result of the policies that in the 12 years it was dead, and now it has been rejuvenated by our government and our policies. So 1 crore people have got this job by this textile sector, and we talk about global textile sector. This is 4%, and and such a big sector. This is the 4% of on global level. So how can it be dead? So that is why I have said that you can put a disclaimer. He was saying that we have sold the Mother India. Where is Kiran Rijiju ji? He has said that no one can sell Mother India. But during their regime, they have insulted our country. Aksai Chin. Do you remember Aksai Chin? Their prime minister said that we cannot grow even a single blade of grass. What shall we do of this land? And Kachativu island was handed over to Sri Lanka during their regime. So they have insulted our motherland. And Jammu and Kashmir has been saved and protected by making the provisions of Article 370, and that is why Jammu and Kashmir is a part of India. As he was saying that Pakistan and India has been on the same page for America, I have brought some news as he had brought a book.
Like toilet paper. ये किसने कहा? ख्वाजा आसिफ, जो डिफेंस मिनिस्टर है पाकिस्तान के.
Defense Minister of Pakistan had said this 2 days ago. So this is the level of Pakistan. And he always insults our country even outside India, and when he is present in this house, some people are doing the same thing on daily basis. In the budget, Honorable Finance Minister has focused on youth and keeping employment in mind. There was a question every time about the growth, that this is jobless growth, but the budget which has been presented It has been presented keeping in mind the vision of our developed nation 2040 by 2047, and it has the aspirations of women also. So this budget gives the reply of all the questions how we can generate jobs by 2047, as they say that there is a jobless growth. To make this budget makes the provisions to make India a global bio uh, pharma hub. ABC is going to be established in Mumbai. 3 chemical parks will be there. Mahatma Gandhi Gram Swaraj Mission, 200 legacy industrial cluster. No decision was taken in this regard, and to revive the Sikh industries will be done through this budget. And the most important thing is SME growth fund, and 10,000 crore dedicated SME growth fund is there. It will boost the small and medium industries, and 5 industry township near about industrial corridors. There was a question of the jobs after getting education. So a very important decision has been taken by Honorable Finance Minister that to increase the industry partnership to near the logistic parks, there will be such campuses, and this will give jobs to the students. So this is the commitment of development and the government of Honorable Modi ji. So after 12 years, sir, I am the only speaker from my party. So I will take some more time. And so many good decisions have been taken through this budget. I will not get into the details. Honorable members have already told this. But yesterday, some members talked about national security, atrocity on women, and tax from the birth to death, and so many speeches have been delivered on these issues. So now I would like to speak on national security. It has been weakened by it has been weakened most by Bengal. This is the state Bengal. Maximum the people have entered our country from the borders in this state, and even in Mumbai and Maharashtra, you can see such infiltrators from 1st of April 2011 to 2025. 6,895 registered offices of the companies have gone outside the state. Why did it happen? It happened just because of your policies, and this Bengal was said the hub of innovation. Now it is called the hub of infiltration, and there is a red carpet for the infiltrators in this state. We can leave some points for the reply of Honorable FM. Sir, it was said yesterday which India we come from. I would like to say here that we belong the new India, and now we are moving towards a developed India. Before 2014, the economy was on the verge of collapse. Sir, I come from the scam. I come from the country where we can see Pune, Bangalore, Mumbai high-speed corridors. We can see this in our India, and now we have reached 2 lakh startups, and we are setting the startups, and now we have finished the custom of uh, terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. I belong to the India where there is no communal violence and there is no politics of appeasement, and we have uplifted 25 crore poor people from the poverty line. And earlier there was corruption. Now in our country there is the politics is on Kartavya Path. Earlier highway length was 91,000 kilometers. Now it is 150 lakh kilometer, and now the 34 kilometers roads are being constructed on daily basis. Sir, I belong to India where number of airports is now 160, and there was Naxalism earlier. Now our government has eradicated this Naxalism. Earlier it was in 126 districts, now it is only in 8 districts. And if we talk about the export and import, this has also improved. Now this is 23,600 crores. So this is our new India. I am proud of I'm proud of my new India. This is the new India of Narendra Modi ji, and it is progressing day by day. And you are working like a speed breaker, but this is Reform Express. It will go forward by the speed of an express. You have replied all the points, sir. I am concluding. I have a lot of points, but honorable members have many honorable members have to speak. So I would like to conclude by saying that this budget is not just the bunch of pages. It ensures the job availability and water for irrigation and ration for the poor, and whatever negativity they are spreading, our country will not stop now. Our country will believe on not on unpublished books where there was no hopes. Now we there is flowers are blooming. By some strategies we have brought our we can change the fate by our efforts. Sir, with these words, I support this budget. I thank Honorable Finance Minister.
श्री उमेश भाई पटेल श्री उमेश भाई पटेल
अध्यक्ष महोदय, आज मैं बजट का समर्थन करते हुए
Thank you, Chairman sir. I support this budget, and I would like to draw the attention of this August House on a very serious issue, sir. First of all, we have to ask some serious questions from all of us, whom we are accountable to, who runs this house, and what is the dignity of this house, and most important, why the people of our country have elected all of us. Sir, I am the first time MP, but I have been watching the proceedings of this house for many years. I have seen the debates in the house, and I have seen the collision in the house, but I have never seen the situation as we are watching in present time. Today we can see the decorum is not being maintained in the house. Sometimes they use different types of names in this house, and they are insulting each other. So is it our parliamentary decorum? So you should not mention. Why are you mentioning it, sir? The whole world is watching all of us. Our parliamentary system is an example for the whole world, but today we are forced to ask this question to all of us. Can we hold this dignity of the house today, sir? Since we have won the election and I have become the member of this house, I have been watching that treasury benches and opposition is running from their responsibilities and for political benefits. The whole session is spoiled. We can understand that we spend such a huge amount to run this house, and this whole money comes from the pocket of a common man, and the people of our country have so many hopes from all of us. So we have to find out the solution of the common people. We don't have to fight in this way here. When the proceeding of the house starts, the whole country watches on TV whether we will discuss the issues of inflation, education, and their health. Today we have so many problems like health issues, and inflation is there, and poverty is there, starvation is there. There is pollution, contaminated water, and contaminated and adulterated food is there, and farmer, merchants, women, farmers all are in distress, and we are not discussing these issues, and we are doing politics here, sir. This is not the responsibility of only treasury benches and opposition to run the house. It has the responsibility of both the parties, and even the presiding officer has the same responsibility. So sometimes I think that treasury benches doesn't want to run the house, and opposition also wants the same. So they are not fulfilling the aspirations of the people by their behavior, sir. This discussion and debate is the soul of democracy, and the whole session goes without any discussion. This is not the right thing. And this time we have seen a very alarming situation. There has been no proceeding in Lok Sabha. Your concern is well taken. We have seen the situation in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, sir. I am deeply concerned because I am come from a union territory. We don't have a Rajya Sabha and not a legislative assembly. Lok Sabha is the only forum where we can raise our issues. We we are hopeful for 0 hour and question hour. We don't get opportunity. Session is house is adjourned, and we are well prepared to speak on the bills, but there is no discussion, and the bills are passed without any discussion or the partial discussion. When the treasury benches have to pass the bill, they pass it during the noise in the house, sir. I am concluding, sir. I am the only one from my state, and opposition also disrupts the proceeding in the house, and we can see that the Rajya Sabha is working properly. Sir, through this house, I would like to appeal that we should run the house properly. If there is any difference, we should not compromise the interest of the people. Sir, I would like to mention here, and this house is not for the big leaders from the big states. This is equally for the small states, and the leaders like us. We have been elected by the people. I don't belong to any party. I have got the blessings of my people. And finally, I would like to request you that you please give us equal opportunity to raise issues here in this house. So finally, I would like to request that on that this issue should be presented here so that we may protect our democracy.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sir, I rise to oppose the budget proposals for the financial year 2026-27 because it is lacking vision and direction, and the budget proposals are not sufficient to achieve the target. That is the dream target of achieving Vikasit Bharat by the year 2047. Sir, the budget for the financial year 26-27 is estimated, that total expenditure is estimated to be 53.47 lakh crores. There is an increase of 7.7% over the revised estimate for the year 25-26. The total receipts other than the borrowing is 36.51 lakh crores, out of which the net tax revenue is estimated as 28.66 lakh crores. And the revenue deficit is targeted to 1.5%, and the fiscal deficit is targeted to 4.3%. So the interesting fact to be noted is that out of the total expenditure, 26% of the total expenditure is for the payment on interest. And the total GDP is being estimated to 393 lakh crores. According to the Honorable Finance Minister, the sole spirit of the budget speech during all these years is to achieve Vikasit Bharat by 2047. So my first question regarding the Vikasit Bharat and the budget proposal is whether the proposals of expenditure and the revenue are sufficient to meet the goal by 2047. According to me, it is not sufficient. Why? Because please look into the economic survey. Because economic survey is giving a clear direction to the government. What are the challenges and opportunities prevailing or facing Indian economy? Sir, the annual economic survey prepared by the union government's chief economic advisor and his team narrates an excellent account of the global and national economic context and the environment and the challenges and opportunities at present in Indian economy. Economic survey directs to address the following 5 major challenges. The first one is the youth unemployment. The second one is the inadequate private corporate investment. The third one is a new global trade order. And the fourth one is acquiring new technology and strategic resources. And the fifth one is enhance the investment in the health and education sector. So none of these 5 challenges have not been addressed in the budget proposals and in the budget speech for the year 26-27. That is why I'm strongly opposing the budget proposals. Everybody, even the Honorable Prime Minister, Finance Minister, everybody speaks for Vikasit Bharat. How we are able to achieve the goal by 2047. So according to Monday Singh Ahluwalia, the former Deputy Chairman of the Planning Commission, if India has to become a developed country by 2047, India has to push up the average annual rate of growth from 6.5% in the past 2 decades to 8% in the next 2 decades. How it is going to achieve? The Honorable Finance Minister is there. I would like to seek the explanation from the Honorable Finance Minister. And also I would like to say that it is the sole responsibility of the Honorable Finance Minister to convince the Parliament the expenditure and revenue proposals, whether it will enable the acceleration in growth during the term of the government, at least up to 2029, because the tenure of the government is up to 2029. So for which we are seeking an explanation from the Honorable Finance Minister regarding the Vikasit Bharat by 2047 and the budget proposals, in particular the expenditure and the revenue. And coming to one of the major challenges the economic surveys mentioned is regarding the unemployment. So the last year growth is 7.4%, and how the growth has happened, high growth rate is driven by the consumption. Growth without job generation, growth without employment generation. Because there is no investment-led growth is there. Suppose you just examine the contribution of various sectors in the GDP will elucidate the fact that it is a jobless growth, jobless economic growth without having any equitable principles of equity and justice. So the contribution of agriculture in GDP is only 15.2%, but the service sector is 51.5%. The manufacturing sector remains 13% unchanged a decade ago, despite the Make in India program and the production linked incentive scheme. All these schemes, even after that, the manufacturing sector still remains 13%. How the labor employment or the employment generation will take place when this is the situation which we are seeing? And also regarding the job security, also gig workers, platform workers, there is no job security. All the structural economic reforms are at the cost of the labor, ease of doing business and ease of living. Everything is at the cost of the labor. That is what is happening in Indian economy. So that has to be taken into account. So, sir, I'm coming to 2-3 points. And coming to the fiscal consolidation also, last year budget speech also, in the discussion also, I have raised the same issue. I would like to reiterate the fact that now the government the finance ministry is shifting from the fiscal deficit to debt to GDP ratio. The FRBM Act of 2003 requires the government to progressively reduce the fiscal deficit to 3% of the GDP. The Section 4 of the FRBM Act is very clear. It is a mandatory provision that the fiscal deficit has to contain by 3%, but unfortunately, it is being missed out, and how the mandatory provision is being complied, and how you are going to debt to GDP ratio when the mandatory provision of containing the fiscal deficit to 3% is there without amending the FRB Act, how this is being shifted to this, and allocation to various ministries. I'm not going to detail, because regarding the health sector as well as the education sector. So it is very clear that the government aims claiming that there is an increase in allocation. But what is the increase in allocation in proportion to the GDP? That has to be evaluated. And allocation for the health, it is 1.0 lakh crores. That means it is less than, sir, 3 points. So 3 points. It is less than 0.3%, and similarly in the case of education also, it is less than 0.3%. When we are demanding that 6% of the GDP has to be spent, and the health policy of 2017 is very clear that not less than 2% of the GDP has to be sent in the health sector. But unfortunately, that is also missing. And also regarding 2 points regarding and the state of Kerala and to my constituency also. So the state of Kerala is being totally discriminated as far as the budget allocation is concerned. Most of the learned from my state has already stated regarding 7 rail corridors. Unfortunately, none of them from the state of Kerala. And the All India Institute of Medical Science, it is a long pending demand of the Kerala, but unfortunately not seen, and so many other issues also. Coming to the very, very important 2 issues concerning my constituency, that is regarding the dedicated rare earth corridor. That is a new proposal which is being brought. This is my constituency. That is a corridor, Odisha, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, and Tamil Nadu. I do appreciate, sir, please, very important. I do appreciate it. Mining, processing, and manufacturing and research. I do appreciate it, but I would like to suggest, strongly recommend to the Honorable Finance Minister as well as the government that the mining and mineral separation should be in the public sector. It shall not be privatized. That is one point. And answer one more. Another point is regarding the cashew.
You have raised so many points.
No, sir. Very, very limited time.
You have already.
Yes, regarding the cashew industry, I am always taking up this issue before the Honorable Finance Minister as well as the Commerce Minister, because 95% of the cashew workers in the state of cashew industry they are women that too belonging to the backward class of downtrodden people. It's an appreciable suggestion. I welcome the suggestion of the Honorable Finance Minister. Cashew cultivation has to be increased, and we have to be self-sufficient regarding the raw cashew nut production. But at the same time, I request the government to take away the import duty on raw cashew nuts from foreign countries' import duty. These are the suggestions which I would like to make with this words. I conclude. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Sri T. Uday Srinivas. Sri T. Uday Srinivas ji.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I rise to participate in the discussion of the Union Budget 26-27, a budget that is forward-looking, reform-driven, and firmly anchored in the vision of Viksit Bharat. This is not merely an annual financial statement. It is a strategic blueprint to sustain economic momentum, deepen cooperative federalism, and ensure the growth reaches the last mile. The Honorable Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman ji, who is one of the best finance ministers India has ever seen, has outlined 3 Kartavya for national transformation. As the representative of Kakinada, a coastal constituency, I see the first Kartavya, accelerating and sustaining economic growth, clearly reflected in the budget's strong and strategic thrust on the maritime sector. I commend the government for enhancing the allocation of Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways from 3,470 crore in budget 25-26 to 5,164 crore in budget 26-27. A nearly 49% increase. This sends a clear signal of India's commitment to building world-class port infrastructure, strengthening coastal logistics, and reducing supply chain costs. The 1,000 crore Maritime Development Fund will bridge financing gaps in shipbuilding, ship repair, and port modernization, powering sustained growth. Honorable Speaker, sir, the second Kartavya, fulfilling aspiration and building capacity, finds strong expression in the sharp 62% increase in allocation to the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship from 6,100 crore to 9,885 crore. The 600 crore allocation for the integrated scheme in skilling architecture is particularly significant. And as it aligns national frameworks with state level planning and industry demands, through pilots including Andhra Pradesh, it will enable local skill mapping, industry-linked training, and continuous upgradation, transforming India's demographic dividend into a skilled and employable workforce. The third Kartavya, Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, is evident throughout the budget by aligning growth with inclusion. Flagship initiatives such as Vijit Ramji, with an outlay of 95,692 crore, and PM Setu for ITA upgradation at 6,141 crores, reflect the strong push towards job creation and employment-led growth, especially for the youth and first-generation learners. As a grassroots, PM Swanidhi exemplifies people-centric governance. Its allocation has been enhanced from 373 crore to 900 crores. In Kakinada district alone, over 33,000 street vendors have already received sanction and dispersed loan, strengthening livelihoods and formal financial inclusion. Honorable Speaker, sir, I also commend the government for securing major international trade agreements, particularly the landmark trade deal with the European Union, widely hailed as mother of all trade deals. As the food marine exports assumes greater importance under the agreement, coastal regions like Kakinada, with a strong fisheries base, aquaculture clusters, and proximity to port infrastructure, are uniquely positioned to contribute with the target support of cold chains, processing facilities, quality certification, and logistics. Kakinada's fisheries sector can play a pivotal role in boosting marine exports, increasing fishermen's income, and strengthening India's global trade footprint. I now place specific demands for my state and constituency under the leadership of Chandrababu Naidu Garu and Pawan Kalyan Garu. Port-led development has gained momentum. Kakinada Gateway Port Phase 1 is nearly 30% complete and targeted completion by December 2026, adding 16 million metric tons per annually capacity. I urge the Union government to support Kakinada's port and shipbuilding ecosystem under initiatives such as Shipbuilding Financial Assistance Scheme, the National Shipbuilding Mission, and the Maritime Development Fund, which together have an allocation of 1,515 crore. Under the leadership of Honorable Deputy Chief Minister Shri Pawan Kalyan Garu, Andhra Pradesh has prioritized rural connectivity with over 3,200 roads and 77 bridges sanctioned under PMSGY. 3. I urge the enhanced support for Andhra Pradesh under the 19,000 crore of PMGSY allocation in this budget. Honorable Speaker, under the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji and the committed governance of Chandrababu Naidu Garu and Pawan Kalyan Garu in Andhra Pradesh, Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas is no longer a slogan. It is a lived reality. With these words, I strongly support the Union Budget 26-27. Thank you.
அவை தலைவருக்கு வணக்கம்.
Honorable Chairman, sir, vanakkam. This budget, it is anti-marginalized people that I want to register in this August House with lot of pain. Farmers, laborers are deprived of this budget. Not only that, all states, Hindi, non-Hindi speaking states, including Tamil Nadu, targeting these states where BJP cannot rule or where BJP is not power. This is a budget which is boycotting all these states. For Tamil Nadu, there is no new scheme for Tamil Nadu. There is no fund allocation for Tamil Nadu. And already Samagra Siksha scheme, that amount is denied. 3,528 crores is denied. And for Jal Jeevan Mission, the Tamil Nadu government requested for 3,600 crores. That is also denied by the union government. Now this no new scheme has been announced in this budget for the tax revenues of the state government, for the devolution of funds to the states. As per the 16th Finance Commission, the demand from the states was to increase it to 50%, but the percentage has been maintained as 45%, and this decision has been taken by the 16th Finance Commission, and the government has followed that as well. As per that, only the 4% is given to Tamil Nadu, and 1,200 crores have been reduced of that amount in this budget by the union government. In the Coimbatore metro and Madurai metro, the metro rail is in the need. That proposal was accepted, but that proposal has been rejected now. It is a matter of pain. Hosur is an important part area near Dharmapuri districts. It is a center of industries and development. There is a need for an airport in this place. That proposal and request have been rejected. They think that Tamil Nadu should not develop, and whether they have the intention of doing such things, or they don't think that Tamil Nadu is a state or in the Indian Union. The 100-day employment scheme has been renamed. 125 man days of employment are being provided, but the developed states like Tamil Nadu, which are not able to implement this 100-day scheme. You have reviewed and amended these guidelines for the scheme. Tamil Nadu is a developed state. You think that whether the guidelines have been changed for implementing this state in the industrial development, education. Tamil Nadu is a pioneer state in the country. This state should be encouraged in all aspects. Other than that, you have to give more funds to the Tamil Nadu state. But on the contrary, you are denying funds. In Bihar, there was elections in Bihar. New schemes were introduced. Thousands of crores were allocated for Bihar. But there is elections due in Tamil Nadu. But in the time when there is elections due in Tamil Nadu, for the aim of developing Tamil Nadu, they should have allocated funds. But you have not done that. It shows that if there is any fund allocated to Tamil Nadu, there will be no use for the union government. BJP will not be benefited by that. That is why they think that they need not allocate any fund to Tamil Nadu. This is a matter of great concern. Similarly, you have not created employment generation, and MSMEs and agriculture should have been allocated more funds, but you didn't do that. Youth are unemployed in Tamil Nadu. That has gone up. They are approaching private sectors for employment. That number is also on the rise. There is no scheme for providing employment for such youth people in this budget. This is a matter of concern. This is a betrayal for Tamil Nadu. These acts of betrayal cannot help for the development of the country. This will be anti-India. All the states of the country should be developed. This budget should have been prepared on this basis. This is a betrayal to the Tamil Nadu. And on behalf of Vidudalai Sirthaigal Party, I thank this opportunity and oppose this budget.
Goes to the common man, not to any party. Sri Vidyut Varan Mehto ji.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, sir. This Union Budget 2026-27, in that regard, the general discussion is being held, and I'm here to speak on that. And sir, I would like to thank with heart that you gave me a chance to speak on this important matter. You gave me this opportunity. Not only this house, but every citizen of the country can say with pride that if Modi ji is there, it's possible. And the impossible tasks which were just considered the slogans in the past, that with resolution and this bravery and this governance, Modi ji has made it possible. The biggest and the strong example of it, this is this Union Budget 26-27, and is not just the expenditure record of income and expenditure, but it is a far-sightedness, and we can go from the resolution to the achievement from this budget. And Honorable Chairman sir, where we talk about the Viksit Bharat, in the same way, the opposition is also showing the anxiety, and they are not very much at ease because they neither like the pace of development nor the progress of our country. And Honorable Chairman sir, Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Finance Minister are thanked here with my heart that they have given relief to the taxpayers and up to 12 lakh of income. This historical decision has been taken to take no tax on that, and this youth and this businessman will be definitely benefited by this budget. And Viksit Bharat for that 2047, this budget has been made in that direction, and for the attainment of Viksit Bharat by 2047, this kind of resolution has to be achieved, and this historical step has been taken by this government. 3.5 lakh 47,515 rupees are there for this. In comparison to last year, it is 7.7% more, and it clears that our priority is in the nation building, in the public welfare, And it's not just about the data and statistics, but also the people, the poor, the farmers, and the basic foundation of the country has to be strengthened. This is the direction of this government, Honorable Chairman, sir. For 26-27, 10% this indicative growth rate which has been shown. This is not just a statistics, but for the economical and the policies of our countries are put forth here. And to balance this inflation, the country has shown that our economy is, despite all the world challenges, we are moving forward. And Honorable Chairman, sir, if in the manufacturing sector, if we talk about, then this budget is going to make our country self-dependent and developed country, and new opportunities are going to be created by this, and the industrial renovation renaissance can be created by this. And the opposition talk about the employment. I want to clarify that the employment is not just by the speeches, it comes with the factories, not just by the announcement, it becomes because of policies. If you see today, Honorable Chairman, sir, 40,000 crore rupees have been given for this capital building, and 10,000 crore for the biofarming also has been given. 10,000 crore have been allocated for the country building, and the semiconductor mission also 2.0 mission. It is also going to create the employment. And when talk about the self-dependence of the country, then the opposition takes it as sloganeering only. And the truth is this, that during their times it was license Raj, and during our times it is ease of doing business. And with this, sir, we can see at the time it was scam, and at time it's about the development. And with through this budget, the government is making it clear 10.2 lakh crore rupees. This capital outlay has been fixed, which is going to definitely give new direction to the development. In the history, for the first time, we can see that on this, such a large level, we can see this kind of structural growth is happening. And so you can see that. In the freight corridors, industry high speed connectivity. It is not just announcement, this is the delivery. And the opposition feels that in the country, the growth is on the ground reality, and MSME sector, other than times of UP, it was neglected. But in our times, 10,000 crore in MSME has been given for the reforms and the development of the small industries, and it will be easily available to the MSMEs. And for small industries, our government is giving the enough growth and the power. And sir, Chairman, sir, I want to tell you that I come from Jamshedpur, and
एक बड़ा MSME का
Jamshedpur and Adipur is a huge hub for MSME. Before 2014, Adipur Industrial Area, the Adipur Industrial Development Authority, was within an area of 48-kilometer radius, and where 2,000 MSMEs were functioning. Out of that, at that time, only 60% industries were shut down, and only 40,000 people used to work in that. They would get employment, because of which there was limited opportunity for the youth, and they were forced to migrate. But after 2014, when Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji came to power, and we formed the government, then in MSME, economic assistance was given, and slowly we saw development in that area. Today, the condition is such that IDA, almost all the industries are functioning, and almost 3.5 lakh people are working there. This transformation is not only the result of policies, but it also shows the real face of a self-reliant India. Chairperson, sir, the local identity, out of that IDA, 55 products are exported out of country, and in which 22 factories are in defense production. And of that 22, the 100% export is being carried out by one factory, and 80% of it is sold to Germany only. It shows that in all the MSMEs in Jamshedpur, they are not limited to local area, but they are fighting at the global competitive level. And when land and electricity is provided properly, then others also can invest in MSME. But the government is India Alliance is working at a tortoise pace, and because of which they are just involved in the transfer and posting of officers there. I would like to give a burning example that there are also mines along with industries in my area, and Chairman Sir, Rakha Chapri Gilari, Surgar, Tupar mines, and for their mining and rejuvenation, NOC is take almost 3 years, but when we were in power, it would take only 3 months. But even today, because of the inordinate delay, the mining activities are still not carrying out. And Kisargodia, Ramchandrapur, Pathoria, and these notified areas, because they were not notified, the auction is not being done. If it is auctioned, then these copper mines would be the biggest source of employment today. Today, they talk about a jobless budget, but Honorable Chairperson, sir, another important aspect of this budget is that not only copper, but uranium, gold, silver, nickel, cobalt, sulfur, zinc, all these minerals are also mined from these copper mines, and many minerals are under the category of critical minerals, which will help in the energy, defense, and production and electronic industry of the country. And they are really important. Honorable Chairperson, sir, when the country becomes self-reliant, then the critical minerals ensure that the country moves forward, and because of administrative delays, they are not being done. Yes, sir, I'm concluding. So today I would like to thank our Honorable Finance Minister who for the Kodiyar Code proposal that has been given, because almost 5 years ago, in 2014-15, the foundation stone was laid, and the Airport Authority of India and the present government and the then central government was working on it, but the NOC, it took almost 8 years. The present government has not given the NOC. That is why the airport is not functional. If not only for Aditpur industrial area and mining area, but for Kyojar, Mysore, Sundargarh, and Orissa and Kharagpur, Midnapur, and Jhargram, Purulia of West Bengal. All these places would be connected by airways. So that is why I would like to thank you specifically for giving me this opportunity to put forth my points, and I fully support this budget. Thank you.
बहुत शुक्रिया चेयरमैन साहब मैं इस बजट की मुखालिफ
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, sir. I am standing in opposing of this budget.
According to UDIC data 2021, Muslims enrollment in primary, it is just 14%, upper primary it is just 12%, and higher secondary it is just 10%. Right from primary to higher secondary, there are reduction of 5%. According to government's data 2021, 2016-17, Muslims were 4.7%. It increased to 4.5%. And in 2021, they increased to 4.6%. That means where Muslims in 2019 and 2020, 179,000 reduction has been registered. Why it happened, sir? It happened because Modi government is based on prejudice. That's the reason there is high dropout rate in Muslims. Low enrollment ratio is there, and they are unable to complete their higher studies. There are 3 scholarship schemes for the past 5 years. Cabinet Committee on Institutional Affairs is not giving approval to these schemes for the past 5 years. It's happening, sir. This is not hate and prejudice. Then what it is? Budgets are being passed in the House. For the past 5 years, you are not releasing money. According to Cabinet Committee on Economic Affairs, are not giving approval for this. We are trying to make a developed country, but will you not educate 40% population of the country? How will you make develop India without educating Muslims socially, economically? But it is a matter of sorrow state of affairs. The government does not want to get it done. I want to ask, unit cost scholarship is not being revised for the 2007 and 8. you are not making this scholarship demand driven. For the past 11 years, you are not increasing any scholarship. You are just keeping the number same. Pre-matric scholarship, highest rate is found in Muslims, and our Messiah is found in West Bengal. Dropout rate in Muslims are 23%. Assam, it is 30%. Assam government is talking about shooting Muslims. If they don't have videos of shooting Muslims, they can focus on Muslim education. I want to increase that. Maulana Azad scholarship can be resumed. We are not increasing. What is scholarship? There is just 1 lakh rupees, 1.5 lakh rupees. You are very educated person. 2022, 2023, minority ministry budget was 5,000 crore rupees. You spend only 16% of that. 23 and 24, it was budget was only 5% was spent for this. Only 22% was spent. PMJV scheme, there are 1,900. You have reduced this budget for this scheme. I want government and I request the government, the budget for Ministry of Minority Affairs should be increased to 10,000 crore rupees and reduce the prejudice and hate. You have taken back the income tax benefit from soldiers who are in service. If Prime Minister is flagging a train, you are giving him less money than that. For the past 11 years, Modi is the Prime Minister. For the past 12 years, you are Prime Minister of the country. We are unable to recognize modular. Pakistan has more than this. We have seen in Operation Sindoor what has happened. You don't have any concern for submarine. We have forgotten third aircraft carrier. How can we stop China in Indo-Pacific? This is not nationalism, sir. We have reduction in our army. This country has become this weak that we cannot recruit our people to army. Agni scheme should be reviewed, and there should be discussion in China border. Trump has issued an executive order. I'm quoting Section 4. If you take oil from Russia, there will be 25% tariff. Who is that vice supremacist person who is dictating terms to us? He will speak from there. We will buy oil from country we want. You are not our father. And they will use to 25% tariff. And they will monitor us. They will monitor India. They will oversight India. This is very sad situation that government is silent on the issue. You didn't take oil from Iran. Iran said take oil from Iraq on comparable rate, on market rate, not on nominal price. Today, US is saying buy oil and manipulative rate. Why we are surrendering to the white supremacists? Where is our importance, sir? One more point I want to raise, sir. Just 2 minutes, sir. With European Union Treaty, it will impact our PLI. You have reduced the tariff. You have reduced tariff on medical devices. US industrial goods will come into India. So there is loss for the Indian industries in the country. Bangladesh has said to US and buy cotton from us. But what will happen to power looms in Malegaon and Banaras? 17% raw cotton is being sent to Bangladesh. I want to ask the government what happened in Venezuela. You do an Operation Justice, and under Operation Justice, Hafiz Saeed, Masood Azhar, and Naqvi should be brought back to India. Only then justice can be ensured. I'm just concluding, sir. We have forgotten Kulbhushan Jadhav. When we will bring back Kulbhushan Jadhav? Prime Minister is going to Israel. I asked him to go to Gaza and see 60,000 Palestinians have been killed over there. And ICG arrest warrant has been issued against Netanyahu. I request you, sir, that Prime Minister should look into Gaza. And I say Zionism, down to Zionism, and India, long live. Thank you very much, sir.
The world ecological changes have taken the supply chain, and it will be difficultly accepting this there is no direction or scheme with the Indian government. There is no economic proposal with the government. The youth power is mentioned in the 2024 from the education, employment, and that has ended without any effort. There should be employment for youth, but this is not provided by the budget. There is unemployment in the urban areas, that is 19%. These proposals will not help, and they are just giving statistical references, but 4.3% fiscal deficit target and debt, and the GDP will be reduced to 56%. And these are all proposals. The poverty, unemployment are the common man's problems, but this is not looked into it. 53.5 lakh crores is the total amount, but the social funding has been reduced. This is anti-people budget. You are not collecting taxes from the powerful people. In the year 2026-27, 12.7% the tax-free budget will be increased. That is what says. But the non-interest income is adding to the tax burden on the people. During the 2025-27 budget, the foreign support has been increased. This shows that the financial instability in the country, loan services and the interest rates have increased, and it will be affecting the welfare schemes as well. What is the real development? It is the people welfare development that should take place, but it is for the billionaires and not for the common people. From the indirect tax has been increased for the safe harbor measure, that is increased. 28.5 lakh crores is the total tax burden. That the personal tax has been increased. This institutional tax has also been increased. For the private persons, the tax has been given, and they have increased these aspects for benefiting the private sectors without helping the unemployment people. This 3,800 crores is provided for the companies. For the atomic schemes, you have given tax free, and this have helped the people. The railway budget has also been increased, but the normal people, passengers, are facing congestion. The senior citizens are also not benefited. This budget is not helping the health expenditure. It is only 1.16%, even though you claim to help the MSMEs, but the allocation for the manufacturing sector has come down. For the SEZ, that permission has been provided for domestic aspects. That fertilizer subsidy has been reduced by 1.5%. Food inflation has not been controlled. For the SCs, STs, northeastern people, education, health, and other sectors, the allocation has been brought down. 54 lakh crores has been reduced. For the PSUs, the merger has been proposed. The farmers are being betrayed. They propose to increase the income by 2 times, but this budget is not in that direction. It is not helping to reorganize the rural household. The farmers will be engaging in strike from tomorrow. They have been denied their rights. There is no employment opportunities for that. Crores and crores of people, they are forced to engage in gig work. There is no welfare scheme for the gig workers. Out of the laborers, they are unskilled laborers. There is no scheme for them. And this anti-budget, anti-people budget, it is a corporate friendly budget. We are opposing on behalf of CPI. The PM Kisan Fund should be increased. Mahatma Gandhi National Employment Guarantee Scheme should be implemented. They should involve in the fisherman problem and find a solution. And for Nagapattinam, the railway connectivity should be improved. All the pending new funds for Tamil Nadu should be released. Honorable Prime Minister, Finance Minister, Health Minister, and Petroleum Minister, I place before one demand that in my Nagapattinam parliamentary constituency, Panankudi, there is a 1.5-year-old Dhananya is affected by spinal muscular atrophy type 2. She is under treatment. The drug has to be brought from America. There should be expenditure of 9 crore rupees. These ministers should help that child to get treatment. Thank you so much.
Mohammad Hanifa Saab.
Shukriya, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir. You have given me opportunity to speak on the issue. This budget has brought a concern in entire Ladakh that there has been reduction in budget. This has come at a time when Ladakh is in need of more fund for completing and fulfilling its strategic needs. After being a UT, there has been 3,500 crore rupees budget, but next year, given the administrative challenges, this has been made to 6,000 crore rupees. It was expected that for developmental works, there would be some speedy works, but in this budget, there has been reduction for Ladakh. This is very painful, and despite the fact that a UT administration and especially Autonomous Zonal Council has improved the use of budget, utilization in this budget has been 19% in this sector, and it has been increased to 100% in some areas. At the same time, implementation has improved, and it will impact the ongoing programs, implementation of the programs. Unemployment has been very high in Ladakh. Last time when MHA, when they had talks with representative of Ladakh and the issue of reservation was raised and domicile issue was raised and they were resolved. But as far as recruitment is not taking place the way it should take place, many seats are vacant over there. Budget allocation should be made. I request through you that all the gazetted and non-gazetted posts should be recruited and filled as soon as possible in a time-bound manner. There is one more important matter, that the new districts which were announced earlier in the budget, but there is no mention of these districts in this budget. I request the government that not only budgetary support should be given to these areas. Agriculture, horticulture is the backbone of rural economy in Ladakh, and horticulture has a strong potentiality in Ladakh. They have got recognition in foreign markets as well, and they are being exported to other countries at the same time. But increasing temperature has caused less water in Ladakh, and due to lack of water and irrigation, horticulture are getting impacted, and the gardens are not getting adequate water. This is actually creating problem for farmers. For youngs and women, this sector can give them opportunity for employment and extra source of income. So financial support is required for irrigation project in Ladakh, so that canals, and so I want to draw your attention to sector of education. Before UT, Ladakh's government school were affiliated. After being declared as duty. They have been affiliated to CBSE, but the status of schools are not yet clear. This is creating confusion. Academic planning is being impacted for this. CBSE, they have been brought to affiliation with CBSE, but they are not fulfilling the nominal criteria for CBSE. Special financial support is required for EBSE, and without funding from center, implementing CBSE standard schools and syllabus is not possible for Ladakh. Infrastructure development is required over there. Academic block, hostel, research facilities, and universities is required in that area. In Leh, there is a medical college was approved over there. People had expectation from this, but infrastructure hasn't been made over there. Please conclude. There are some important issues, sir. Engineering college was announced in Kargil and land has been notified, but the fund has not been approved yet. These issues I have raised with MHA in Finance Ministry, but there is no mention of these things even in this budget. Proper healthcare and technical education infrastructure. Without these things, Ladakh cannot work on development path. There is health sector is under pressure in far-flung areas in Ladakh, and people have to travel for a long distance for getting health facilities. And the realization of developed India by 2047 can only be realized when infrastructure and education and other sectors funds are being released by center, especially in Kargil. Winter tourism has a strong potential. Yojana, please conclude your speech. Winter tourism can be promoted if the funds are given by the center. They have a very strong potential in Ladakh, but due to the lack of training facilities and infrastructure, they are unable to realize their full potential. Economic, your points have been recorded. Your points have been raised. Please conclude your speech. There is a need for long-term planning, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, sir, for giving this opportunity to speak. World's largest and fastest growing economy, Viksit Bharat. We have been spoken about that at length.
140 crore.
I want to talk about the 140 crore people of the country. 53 crore billion dollars is the total budget allocation. If we look at the interest payout in the salaries, then per person, 14,000 rupees is the allocation in this budget. The per capita GDP, we are ranked at 146th globally because
Per capita capital expenditure. Sir, घोषणाएं तो बहुत करती हैं.
So there have been a lot of declarations which have been made, and I congratulate the Honorable Minister for that.
22 तक सबको घर देंगे.
They've said they would provide houses to all by 2022 and doubling the farmers' income. They could not do it. Many people have spoken on trade deal or TD deal. I will not go into that, but the budget perspective should be there, a provision for cotton, which is grown by our farmers, and corn and peanuts, and to save that, some budget allocation should have been done. And rupee against dollar, many people have spoken. I will not go through that, but I would just say that South Africa, their allocation has increased to 15-17, and there have been growth in other countries, including Nigeria. But
आत्मनिर्भर भारत, लेकिन सर ट्रेड
talking of self-reliance, but in trade reliance,
9.2 billion. सर लाल आग की बात करते हैं, लेकिन ये चाइना के लिए लाल कारपेट बिछा रखा.
They have put forth a red carpet welcoming China, but goods from China, it comes from Afghanistan and raisins, which is very important for farmers and a very important source of income. And our farmers are suffering losses. But at first, I would like to say there's new employment generation scheme, which has been brought by Minister of Labour. 20,000 crore is the budget estimate, and the revised estimate is today only 848 crores. Similarly, sir, for internship scheme, which people talk about, 10,831 crore is the budget estimate, and slowly it has been brought down to 526 crore, and the budget estimate has been made 4,788 crores. So it is almost half. The government says that youth are, they do not want to travel more than 5 kilometers from their home, and that is a failure. You can just cry a slogan and blame someone else. The government cannot bring everything to fruition.
Scheme 3,000 crore का ऐलान किया सर
3,000 crore were declared, but in the revised estimate has come down to 356 crores.
ये जाके इन्होंने 3 लाख
Then the 3 lakh and 5 lakh, the loan which the farmers take, the interest subsidy and subvention was spoken, but nothing has been done. So they just announce and we clap and appraise. But the budget estimate and the revised estimate and actual expenditure, there is a lot of difference in that. So in my Lok Sabha constituency, turmeric, raisin and sugar cane, nothing has been given to these crops. Are these not important by the government? Warehouses, cold storage, they need to be constructed. For that, additional provision should be given for our state. Under Jal Jeevan Mission also, they just give the budget for 60,000 crore, 80,000 crore, 90,000 crore, but no expenses are done and they cannot control the states. If you cannot do it, then take over the Jal Jeevan Mission and provide potable water to people. And so I'll just conclude in 25 to 30 seconds. For irrigation, where Mesha and Timbu schemes, they are asking for funds, but there's no movement from the ministry because of excessive rains. The roads are broken and there's nothing been done. In Sangli for railway, there's a huge demand for the station improvement, new trains, a stoppage of the bigger trains, but nothing has been done in the budget. And so I would just conclude with a couplet that only by making false promises you cannot change the destiny of the country. By providing GDP statistics, you cannot change the fate line of the farmers. You can celebrate Atmanirbhar Bharat festivities in the budget, but only that will not change the picture of my India. Thank you, sir. Vishal ji, when you talk about Bangladesh and cotton and Maharashtra cotton, if it is a zero on Bangladesh cotton, you'll have to buy from US, and there's been no understanding on cotton.
Shri Jayantaraji,
Giving me this opportunity to speak in this August House. Sir, I rise today to strongly support this forward-looking Indian budget, which reflects the government's unwavering commitment to development with discipline, inclusive growth, and cooperative federalism. Sir, the budget for 2026-27 proposes a total expenditure of 53.47 lakh crore, with effective capital expenditure rising to 17.14 lakh crore, a clear signal that this government believes in building long-term national assets rather than indulging in short-term populism. At the same time, the fiscal deficit has been contained at 4.3% of GDP, reaffirming India's macroeconomic credibility and investors' confidence. Sir, this budget is particularly significant for West Bengal. The total transfer to states and union territories stands at 25.43 lakh crore, showing a substantial increase over previous years. Sir, this decisively exposes the false narrative of the TMC government that Bengal is being deprived by the center. Funds are flowing, delivery is failing. Sir, despite generous central support, the people of West Bengal continue to suffer because of corruption, political obstruction, and administrative paralysis under the TMC regime. Sir, central schemes for housing, drinking water, roads, health, and employment have been either stalled, distorted, or weaponized for political gain. So the budget offers transformative opportunities for North Bengal in particular. Major thrust on infrastructure and connectivity, including strategic rail and transport corridors, will benefit the region immensely. Projects such as the Siliguri-Varanasi high-speed rail corridor will integrate North Bengal with national economic and cultural hubs, strengthen tourism and trade, and unlock Siliguri's potential as the gateway to Northeast, Nepal, Bhutan, and Bangladesh. Enhanced allocations for roads, transport, urban development, AMRUT, PM Awas Yojana, Jal Jeevan Mission, Swachh Bharat Mission, agriculture, irrigation, fisheries, and rural livelihoods can fundamentally change the lives of people in districts like Darjeeling, Jalpaiguri, Alipurduar, and Kujviar if the state government allows honest implementation. Sir, I would also like to highlight the corporate Mitra scheme introduced in this budget, which is a forward-thinking reform aimed at reducing the compliance burden on MSMEs. By creating a cadre of trained professionals in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, this scheme will help small entrepreneurs with regulatory compliance, GST filings, and formalization at affordable costs. For North Bengal, with its MSME clusters in tea, agro-processing, tourism, handicrafts, and small manufacturing, the corporate Mitra scheme can generate skilled local employment, strengthen entrepreneurship, and bring thousands of small enterprises into the formal economy, provided the state machinery cooperates and does not politicize implementation. Sir, this budget clearly demonstrates that the union government is committed to inclusive, region-balanced growth. Unfortunately, the TMC government remains focused on appeasement politics, cut money culture, and blame shifting instead of governance. Sir, let me state this unequivocally: the TMC government has failed the people of West Bengal. This budget lays a strong foundation for a Viksit North Bengal within a Viksit Bharat. I wholeheartedly support this budget and express full confidence that under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, India will continue on the path of growth, stability, and national resurgence. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, sir.
धन्यवाद सभापति महोदय.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, sir, for giving me this opportunity to speak on the union budget. In this union budget, the underprivileged, the labor, the workers, the women, the youth, the farmer, no emphasis has been paid to that. In this double engine budget, the needy people, and they have been overlooked. And specifically in this budget, I would like to talk about education in the tribal areas, the educational institutions, the infrastructural requirements which are there, because every time the state government says that it is a subject of the center, and the center says that is a state subject. And when the Rajasthan budget also came, I compared both these budgets. But in Rajasthan, the condition of the educational institutions, 2,80,000 schools, the rooms are such that the students cannot sit. More than 2 lakh classrooms are in deplorable condition. And this present government, 1,500 primary and higher secondary schools, which are going to be merged with schools which are 2 to 4 kilometers away, and the students are being deprived of right to education. More than 100 schools have been shut down, and under trees, under tents, and in rented accommodations, government schools are being run. We were hopeful that in this budget there will be some provisions for the Rajasthan tribal areas in this budget, but now such thing has been done. And today we saw in the budget of Rajasthan also that it is mere peanuts, and nothing has been provided. Honorable Chairperson, sir, in the present times, when we say that we are making a self-reliant India, and Atmanirbhar India, we can become self-reliant only when the tribal, the backward, and the economically weaker section also become self-reliant. Only then the vision can be fulfilled. And the Dalits, the tribals, they can become self-reliant only when they are given the basic facilities, especially in the field of education. Chairperson, sir, today we are celebrating 150th birth anniversary of Birsa Munda, and it is being celebrated at a national celebration. But who was Birsa Munda? He was fighting against the then he was a rebel against the Britishers and the landlords, and today he's an idol for us. He was fighting for the land and the hills, and today the Hirmas and They have become Naxalites today, but maybe in the future also it will be revered as another Birsa. Today, the Bastar tribal area, which is there, and in the name of Naxalite, Bhagwan Birsa Munda, do not compare him with others. I want to know that in the tribal areas, the youth, why are they taking up arms when we provide them pen and paper? It was needed, but why are they taking to arms? I would like to tell you that we say that the government also says that we want, and I would like to appeal in this August House that those youth in those tribal areas who are fighting for their forest, for their land, for their waters, they need to fight with pen and paper. They don't need to take up arms. The time has changed. And I would like to say that the Naxalite revolution, the Congress government also carried out an operation from 2005 to 11. And what happened at that time? There was a bloody revolution by the government. 500 tribals were killed in the name of Naxalites, and more than 800 youths sacrificed their lives, and more than 1,500 citizens were the casualties, and many atrocities were carried out against women also. And today also, almost 500 tribal people have been killed in the name of Naxalite. And Chairperson, sir, I need to tell you this, that today whom we are calling Naxalites, they are the tribal of the country, and we need to know that they are the aboriginals of this country. You are a responsible member of this house. Should you talk about the glorification of Naxalites? Sir, if the tribals are fighting for the right of land, forest, and water, I know that they're taking up arms. I know that that should be done away with. But the who are supplying them arms from China, that should also be clarified here. In 2026, we should do away with Naxalism. But who are those big people who are supplying arms to these people? Honorable Chairperson, sir, in my area, during the British colonial area, many atrocities were carried out, and the tribal of the country, the Bhil is the largest community, and many atrocities were done to them. The biggest atrocity was after Rajaji with the Bhil community. It was divided in 4 states: Maharashtra, Gujarat, Madhya Pradesh, and Rajasthan. And the biggest second atrocity was a historical thing in 1986. This Mahi River. Sir, I was given 3 minutes. Sir, I have just 1 minute. I will conclude. Sir, please give me 1 minute. I would like to say and conclude. I want that the Mahi and Kangana, these 2 dams, there should be a holistic irrigation program, and Bagpura, Dungurpur tribal area should be benefited. And sir, our demand is that we should have a good education, good health in the most backward areas who are suffering from anemia. The kids are malnourished. Why are they malnourished? But if justice is not given to them, then our country will not be able to fulfill the vision of Viksit Bharat. Chairman, sir, the last demand which I have is that we should have employment guarantee, and it is a big issue in the present time. They're talking about making it 125 days, but even in last 2 years, how many people were guaranteed 100 days of income? And in present in this area also, we can see in the Anganwadi workers also.
Whatever is being provided to them by central government, they cannot afford on this much amount. So we should increase this amount. And we can see in the present time in the schools, those who are preparing food for the students, they are being paid 1,000 rupees. So this is a very meager amount. So I request the government that in the schools, those who are preparing midday meals, their remuneration should be made 5 to 7,000, and in the name of Lakpati Didi. And there is a deception for the women of this country. You please conclude. And my last demand is, I'm concluding by saying, this is my demand, that in the tribal dominated area, education, health facilities should be improved. Mahi and Karna are big projects, and so many irrigation projects are related to it. And the tribal people who are living in the forest, they don't have documents. And madam, we have to understand this fact. When they will be educated, they will be able to understand it, and they will keep their documents well. Thank you, Chairperson, madam. Madam, I thank you for allowing me to speak on budget. I support this budget. I'm grateful to you, madam. Madam, there is no doubt that before 12 years, when Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji resumed office, at that time, our country was not in good condition and the economy was in distress, and our government of NDA has given priority to the interest of people, not the other populist schemes, and we have taken the aims for the betterment of people and for energy conservation. We have taken so many steps, and this is the prudent opinion of Honorable Prime Minister that for the important produce, we have reduced import dependency and we are improving our production in agriculture, and so many good initiatives are being taken by the government for people, and the man, the last man in the queue is also being benefited by the government, and 7% high growth rate is a benchmark, and this is an achievement in itself. And Honorable Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji once again has presented a very balanced budget. It shows the path of national development, and for SC, ST, nomadic farmers, laborers, youth, women, and for our basic infrastructure and economic reforms have been given priority in this budget. Madam, in this budget, we can see the uh, the the reforms and action, not the populist slogans and promises. Madam, in this budget, we can see in 1996 and 2000 to 2014, we have seen the regime of earlier governments, but here our government is paying focus on capacity building so that balanced development may be ensured, and the income of people will improve. GST and labor codes and 350 such initiatives are being taken. It will ease the business, and India semiconductor mission 2 is being started. It will give a self-reliance in the manufacturing of chip also, and it will give a strategic uh, edge also. And in the field of mining, we will get benefit in defense sector, EV, and other manufacturing sectors to increase domestic product. Our industry will get a boost in this year's budget, especially two new and old industrial corridors will be rejuvenated, and this is commendable. And fiscal deficit will be confined up to 3%, and for the elders and senior citizens, so many initiatives will be taken. 7 new high-speed rail corridors will smooth transportation, and so many rare disease medicines have become cheaper. Madam Chairperson, and on we are getting independent in the field of the fiber and other man-made fibers and natural fibers also, and for boosting capital investment in market, mega textile parks are also being established, and technology will be infused. 7 lakh crore rupees will be allotted to MSME, and ease of doing business will be there, and there will be focus on tier 2 and tier 3 cities, and the infrastructure development will take place in the cities during the regime of 10 years of Manmohan Singh ji. Whatever fund was allocated, 12 lakh 20,000 crore rupees, it is equal to 10 years of Manmohan ji's regime, which has been allocated only in 1 year, and 56 ministries, 327 schemes of these ministries, 93 crore beneficiaries, 46 lakh crore rupees will be the benefit for all these beneficiaries. And there has been check on corruption, rail corridor, and tourist destinations are also being developed in these 11 years. 25 crore people have been uplifted from poverty, and this is a big achievement. And our Indian yoga has been renowned on international level by the efforts of Honorable Prime Minister, and Ayurveda has been acknowledged on global level also. And in the higher education, a one girls hostel will be established in all the districts. 500 ponds and coconut rejuvenation steps are being taken, and Honorable Prime Minister has given 3 crore Lakpati Didis. We have prepared, and for retail outlets, markets will be provided to them, and for the weaker section, in accident or in some exigency situation, 50% in 50% district hospitals, emergency and trauma centers will be established. 400 e-buses will be launched in some states, and 12 lakh rupees, up to the income of 12 lakh rupees, there is no tax now, and a common man has got this benefit. And for the youth of our country, they are not waiting only for the government job. They have now become entrepreneurs also. I would like to conclude by saying that in the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister, our our image has improved on global level. We have Our economy is now on fourth number. Earlier it was on the 12th, and the life of a common man has improved. 7% growth rate and less inflation is the example of better fiscal management of the government, and trade deal with EU is a very important step, and it will direct India to become a third largest economy in the world. And I support this bill. I support this budget presented by Honorable Finance Minister.
धन्यवाद सभापति जी।
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam, this is third budget, and there is no mention of Punjab. This is for the third time. Madam, the area of our state is only 1.5%, and the population is this is approximately 3%, and despite it, only 40% wheat and 26% paddy is grown in our state. So we contribute a lot, and there is no mention about our state, and the person who takes maximum responsibility in the family, he is ignored. And there was a promise of NMSP, and they have not talked anything about directly about Punjab, so we are being ignored completely. We are facing a lot of difficulty to the policies of central government, and our state is mainly engaged in agrarian, and there is no industry, and we write Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, even on the trolleys in our state. And due to this Agniveer policy, the youth, our young people are discouraged. Now they don't want to serve in the armies, and whatever deal has been done with USA, this is for the first time that the farmers are being ignored. They are not being protected. On 9th February, there is a note which has been uploaded on the website. They have started by saying that we are going to invest on food grains and in farming sector in India, and there will the market will be the apple and soya market will be grabbed, even wheat, paddy, everything will be grabbed by America, and Indian farmer get 6% subsidy only, and they have more subsidy than us. India's farmer cannot afford with this meager amount of subsidy. What was the need of this deal? Madam, you can see we are at the receiving end, even in financial terms also, and in terms of respect also. Madam, what happens many times, this is very common in our village, that uh, we give our land on rent, but still we are in win-win situation. So whatever deal has been passed, we are not thieves. So how can how can they decide whether we should purchase oil from Russia or not? Madam, if I talk about Punjab, I would like to say that this is not just the matter of farmers only, and for industrial field also. Our Governor B.B. Pandey wrote in his book that during some time Punjab's industry was flourishing at that time, and we have and tax was imposed on our industry, and even at that time also we survived, but due to the policy of central government we are facing a lot of difficulties. This is the election year, you are giving big packages to other states, so such package should be given to Punjab so that the economy of Punjab may be improved. Madam Chairperson, I thank Honorable Prime Minister and Honorable Finance Minister that the budget which has been presented by Honorable Finance Minister, this budget will lead the country towards development, and it will fulfill the resolution of developed India. It gives a strong base to our resolution. This is not just the mention of schemes, it is a very result oriented budget, and this is the budget of opportunities for youth and empowerment of women and the protection of poor and strengthening our farmers. Madam, I was listening to leader of opposition Rahul ji. He was mentioning about the techniques of martial arts. Martial art uh, is the art of the foreigners. Our Modi ji knows the technique of Dhobi Pachad. Have you ever seen wrestling? And due to this technique of Dhobi Pachad, we have won the election 3 times, and you are sitting in opposition due to that technique. Have you ever seen Kalajan? This is also a technique in wrestling. Rahulji, martial art will not work. You have to learn wrestling, kabaddi, you have to learn the games of India. Until you do this, you have to remain in opposition, because Modi ji is Indian. He worries about India. He knows India. He has concern about our farmers, women, our youth, and all the section of society, and it reflects in our society. He was talking about saving, about selling data, and we have seen the selling data during UPA regime. Who did this? He should mention this. Spectrums became personal ATMs, and by selling spectrum they were earning money, and there is investigation on such issues. He should tell about the selling of data. Why don't you discuss it? Madam Chairperson, today if we Madam, I was listening to Rahul ji. He did not mention even a single good thing. He could not understand the budget. This budget is not the budget of expenditure. This is the budget of investment. Expenditure has been done a lot by Congress. I know what I have to speak. This is the budget of the future of our country. We have to see our bright future. If we see the shadow of past, they can see what good, what bad works have been done by them. Madam, there were so many possibilities and opportunities, but there was no direction with the government. There were so many resources, but they did not have any resolution. They did not have any scheme. There was population. There were so many opportunities, but they did not have any direction. The regime of Congress was like a writer who has the paper, but he doesn't have ink or pen. So what could he write? So today we can see the same tradition, and we can see the same tradition in Rahulji. He is a political poet. He writes he writes, but he can understand the reality of the sentiment of the people. He doesn't know where to go. He doesn't know the right way. What he should speak in the house. He doesn't understand. Honorable chairperson has to intervene, and he sends women MPs up to the chair of Honorable Prime Minister. Does he know the rules and regulation? Is this the discipline? Is this the democracy? And when Honorable Speaker intervenes and he stops him from doing so, and he brings and then they oppose Honorable Speaker, and no confidence motion is brought. I am speaking on budget. Madam Chairperson, there is there are words in his speech. There is no solution. He has not given even a single solution that you should do this one for the betterment of country. You are leader of opposition. You should give good suggestions. He has so many allegations. He has no introspection. He has so many slogans. He has no schemes, no policies. Whatever questions are raised by him, he should also mention the failure of his family.
Why our country didn't move forward the time, and under the Modi's leadership in years, India's moved forward. He talks about the poverty, but during his regime, they could not eradicate it. He talks about the unemployment, but they could not raise industries at the times, and they talk about corruption, but the government was the laboratory for the corruption practices. For 60 years, they were in power. However, in their budget, the country kept on moving backward, and it's a failure on the part of administration on their part. And when Modi ji is then and the finance minister presenting the budget, the youth, the farmers, the women, the MSME industry, they're happy with all these budget movements, and they had lack of trust, they had lack of policies, and they did not treat people to serve them, but they just thought that power is their in their hands, and they will misuse it. And we have made the reputation of country in the world, and today with this budget we are becoming self-dependent country, and this new budget is with full of confidence, self-confidence, and this budget says that India won't stop, and we will not be bending down, and we won't stop. Now Rahulji's politics is of past times, and the pages are yellow. And we to write the future book of a country. If somebody is doing that, it's Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji who is doing this through this budget. He's writing the destiny of a country for future, and the country's development is written on the cards. And I can say with all trust and confidence that the foundation of a country was based on some bad things, but now for the success, the for the foundation of success is being laid by this government. And I just started speaking, sir, Honorable Madam Chairperson. They were talking about AI mission, and the farmers of Chhattisgarh will also get benefited. And in Chhattisgarhi language, they will find the ways of agriculture. The farmers, they used to get 1310 as the support price. Now it is 2369, which they're getting for paddy. And it is a guarantee of Modi ji and the whole country. The Congress government are not doing this thing. And during the times of Congress, 12 kilometers per day was the progress. Now it is 33 kilometers per day. The progress is there for the roads. The family and the nepotism was there in Congress times. And the country was known among very backward countries. But now we are the fourth largest economy. And Madam Chairperson, 40,000 crore rupees is being given for the batteries, semiconductors, and for that this rare earth material which is required. And Chhattisgarh lithium has been found and developed, and corridor will be constructed, and 40,000 crore rupees have been given for this. And in Visakhapatnam, up to that speed corridor is going to be constructed. Chhattisgarh will get the road for that, and Chhattisgarh will also get developed because of that. On the Madam Chairperson, the fiscal deficit during the times was 8.9%, and now it is 4.4% only. And during the times, the railway tracks, which was 6.4 kilometers per year, and they were laid down, and now so 100 kilometers per year they're being laid out, and so many schools, colleges are going to open, and they won't just for the playground facilities, but they'll get the goods and laboratories for the sports. They'll be developed, and for women also in every district, girls' hostel will be constructed, and those girls' hostel will be giving development to women. And on Madam Chairperson, one committed freight corridor is being prepared from Dalgod to Suratgarh, and from Chhattisgarh it will pass by, and the development of Chhattisgarh will be taking place at a faster pace. Through you, I'd like to say, Madam Chairperson, that first the budget, which was the country's budget, 53,47,000 crore rupees, and capital outlays 22,000 crore rupees, and our 17,15,000 crore is effective capital outlay. And our defense ministry, they can teach a lesson to the China and Pakistan for this purpose. They just kept announcing, but the government of Modi ji has given so much of arrangement in the budget that the soldiers will get the goods and items and equipments, and they can do if they have to fight out against Pakistan after entering the territory. And for Jal Jeevan Mission also, 67,700 crore rupees have been given. For education, 40,100 crore rupees. And on Madam Chairperson, today on this occasion, through you, I tell the whole nation that the in foreign countries where students go for studies, 5% interest which they used to pay, now it will be just 2% for education. Those will go for medicines, the 5% interest will be just 2% now. And now the students of a country will go for the higher education in the foreign countries easily, and through that our youth of this country will definitely be getting benefited. And those who do houses, they will have the exemption from the income tax, and simplification of tax system also has been done. And for this economy, we were dependent on China for the containers, but now we are going to have our own. And for semiconductors, 40,000 crore rupees for semiconductors. And during the times of Congress, our banks were corrupt, and now our banks are giving profit.
Madam, for the first time in the history of our country, the union budget was given on a Sunday, and that too on the auspicious occasion of Guru Ravidas Jayanti. गुरु रविदास जी, गरीब नवाज गुसैया मेरा माथे छतर धरे। एक ਇਹੋ ਜਿਹੇ ਗੁਰੂ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਬੇ ਕੁਚਲੇ ਪਿਛੜਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਬਣ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉੱਪਰ ਚੱਕਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਪੂਰਾ ਯੋਗਦਾਨ ਪਾਇਆ ਤੇ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਉਹ
He had contributed in such a way he's accepted by other people. When Guru Ravidas Jayanti was being celebrated on Sunday and the budget was being presented, it was necessary that the people, backward people, were expecting that on Ravidas Jayanti they'll be definitely taken care of. And on Prime Minister, as he was in Jalandhar at the time at the place, he had bowed down that he'll give something to Punjab, but in Punjab, whether he'll announce in this regard, but I'm really surprised that Honorable Prime Minister
underprivileged and disadvantaged. And to deliver this, she is inspired by three kartavyas. First, to accelerate and sustain economic growth. Second, to fulfill the aspirations of people. And third, to ensure sabka saath, sabka vikas, so that every community, every region has access to resources and opportunities for meaningful participation. Madam, मैं सिर्फ इतना पूछना चाहूंगी कि जेड़ा ये बजट पेश कीता है,
I just want to ask Madam that this budget is presented for this. What was there that in Punjab, the growth of Punjab will rise and the way our people will also get benefited and they'll be cooperated with. But the government development of Punjab is not being ensured by this budget. For 18 years, I am a member of this parliament. I can say that after 2015, no budget has neglected Punjab for development, and it's a very shameful thing that
top ही नहीं है. Punjab is not even a part of this country. Every year we give over 2,000 crores in taxes to the central pool. Yet when it comes to getting something, I'm sorry to say, there is nothing. That is why the inequality report of 2026 says inequality in India is among the highest in the world, showing very little improvement. And this, I think, says everything about your sabka saath. Madam, my state Punjab चे सब तो वध ऐसी population हैगी 32%.
the population of Punjab is such where we can really see that there's so much of poverty, but the growth rate of Punjab or Aam Aadmi Party, the way they're looting the people's money, the farmers, laborers, and development is not taking place. And the average growth rate of 6.1% is also pathetic. It's very less in Punjab. It has come down to 6%, and the GST ratio is 47%. And by next year, this government will have 4 lakh crore plus this loan and debt will be faced by the people of Punjab.
Lekin third largest contribution to the granary of the food security of this nation. And to ensure this, madam, we have depleted our water resources. To ensure national food security, our farmers, against the black laws, they were promised the 3 farm laws. हमारे किसानों को किया गया सी कि थोड़ी MSP लाजमी कीती जाऊगी legal.
It was promised to the Punjab farmers that MSP will be given, and for that guarantee will be there. So the commission was also giving that guarantee. The model was given, but 5 years have passed. Nothing has happened in this regard, and they're just sitting hoping that this will be given. The agriculture of Punjab, it says that the farmers are committing suicide. It's happening in large numbers and the maximum numbers, and so many farmers have committed suicide last year, and it's a very unfortunate that 50% deficit or loss has happened in the farming.
The agrarian state of Punjab, the maximum increasing the burden. Madam, kabhi electricity bill, kabhi seed bill, or ab latest US.
Sometimes electricity bill, seed bill, and the trade deal also is really making the farmers of Punjab lose those who depend on the farming.
Punjab got the worst floods of the last decade in 2025. And the sad bit is, the center says there is 12,500 crore, 12,500 crore state they call disaster relief fund पे है. State the सरकार ने सारे पैसे.
We have that amount, but the state government has got everything lost, and they're doing flood tourism. 1,600 crore rupees have been spent. I'll just do 2 minutes or more. 16,000 crore was announced, but nobody got the money. Center and state governments are having this kind of pulling of each other, and farmers have lost a lot on this account, and industries are facing this problem that 60% this enterprises which are there, they are on losing account. 18,000 crore rupees is the loss, and sometimes center gives assistance to Himachal. Our industries go there, and which is Aam Aadmi Party, which is ruling. All our industries are going outside, and our industries where it should have been there, the rakes have not been sent, and the whole this crop is there in the godowns, and the farmers are dying, and the small farmers are worrying because of the stock holding. And when some war happens, Punjab gets lots of loss. Operation Sindor also, Atari border was closed, and Atari border there the trade also was stopped, and from Gujarat the sea trade happened, but when the Kartarpur Sahib is not open, this corridor is not open, then Punjab is facing this problem. The farmers and tradesmen and industries of Punjab are suffering this loss. I want to request that the youth people are facing this unemployment problem, they're committing suicide, and they're facing so much of loss that this cross-border narco-terrorism is happening. It's rampant in Punjab.
So ज़्यादा higher proportion in the country of drug smuggling. Just 2 seconds, very important issue, madam. BSF की report बताती है, madam.
BSF report says that every day 24 drones are being caught, and some are not caught. In 11 months, last 11 months, 270 people were caught. Out of that, 370 kg heroin, 19 kg of and 14 kg of opium, 200 weapons, and 2,600 rounds of ammunition, 10 kg RDX, 12 hand grenades were sent by Pakistan. And Punjab is facing lots of problem, but center is neither doing this narco control, and the center is not controlling. Just 2 minutes more, madam. Please conclude. Yes, I'm going to conclude. So education, health, everything in Punjab is suffering, and every day women condition in Punjab, 8 women every day die in Punjab. And I want to say that neither you're given this leather industry, nor you're given the sports industry or textile or high-speed train is not there, no corridor. On tourism front also nothing has been given. The debt of Punjab at least that should be waived off, and flood relief should also be given. Just 2 lines, madam. Flood relief should be given to the farmers, and they should be given compensation. Industrial package should be there to Punjab. Our industry should be saved. Drug rehabilitation center should be there. Support should be there in this regard. And MSP, which was guaranteed for Punjab, it should be saved. The Punjab is the border which saves our country. It feeds the whole country. We fight with Pakistan, and for fight against Pakistan, we are in the front. Punjab should be given its right. Thank you, madam.
जम्मू कश्मीर के हवाले से इस बजट में
I want to say on behalf of Jammu and Kashmir, 2-3 important points I would like to put forth because time is very less, so I won't take more time. First of all, this capital expenditure which has been talked about, how much seriousness this government has, that is to be talked about, because 50,000 crore rupees, this population of J&K, only 2.5% fees for capital outlay. Around 100 crore rupees have been allocated, and this capital expenditure is not going to give development to Jammu and Kashmir. You can just have this idea, the seriousness of with this government towards J&K. You can imagine, and their seriousness is, you can see that 10,000 crore having given to police. It has been allocated, 10,000 crore rupees have been allocated in this budget, but for capital expenditure, which is the backbone and which can create the employment, which can give development to India, only 100 crore rupees. And where this 10,000 crore rupees for police they have given, there this tourism sector has been forgotten, MSME they have forgotten, technology has been forgotten. As you know about Kashmir, after this repealing of abrogation of 370 by undemocratic means of J&K, which we were the best employed state. Now it is the second or third state, worst state we having an unemployment, and the generation of employment in J&K through private sector, tourism, horticulture, technology, all those MSMEs. There is no initiative in this regard by the government, and no incentives have been provided by the government in this budget. In horticulture also, you can see that if you see on behalf of Jammu and Kashmir, when we have to show the strength, we show the strength to people of Kashmir. But horticulture is the backbone of Jammu and Kashmir, where the apples, dry fruits, and unemployment runs. And there is an industry of our state and J&K, and to damage it, all the efforts are being made to damage it so that unemployment may rise high and the industrialization horticulture may go down. And one example, they'll say that Muslims and Kashmiris, towards them they can show their might, but they'll bend down to USA. And from America, Iran, or from after this deal, which they bow down to USA, import duties have been exempted, and on US import, and the apple of J&K is suffering on that account. And this is I think a conspiracy which is done intentionally. The unemployment condition you can see there, it is after the unconstitutional abrogation of 370, you can say. And the Jal Jeevan Mission also, 1500 crore rupees liability is still there in this budget, and there is no reprieve and no relief of that in this. Nothing has been earmarked in this budget for that purpose. The condition of Muslim people, you know it very well. Scholarship which was there for last 5 years, and it's decreasing day by day. In 2023, 44 crore was there. Now it is just 6 lakh rupees only. Maulana Azad fellowship program which was there, 96 crore used to be in 2023. Now it is just 36 crore only in this budget. And post-matric scholarship which was being given, just 2 minutes more, post-matric scholarship which was for the minority in 2023, 1065 crore rupees, and now it is 40% down, and is now 580 crore rupees only. And the scholarship is almost over, and 200 crore rupees which used to be there, 400 crore rupees almost was there. Now it is just 200 crore rupees only. And in the same way, minority education institution in that madrasas used to be there. Now it is just 10 crore rupees, and now it is zero now. And this is thing about the formal policies of this government in the budget. In the informal budget, if you say an informal policy, I'll just complete in 1 minute, madam. If we talk about that, then education also, we can see that some Muslim, when Kashmiri is going for the employment, Uttarakhand, Himachal, they are being beaten, and this thing is happening.
बस कंक्लूड कर रहा हूँ.
सभापति
असम का
महोदय.
चीफ मिनिस्टर.
मैडम बैठ जाओ मैडम.
सभापति महोदय. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
भारत के विकसित करने वाले इस बजट के लिए.
This budget which is going to make India a Viksit Bharat, for this I would like to thank Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and our Finance Minister Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji. This budget is for the youth, the poor, the women of the country, and it is dedicated to the nation, and this will bring their dreams to fruition. This budget will fulfill the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047. This is a founding stone for that. Today we are going through a lot of depression in economy, but our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, under his able leadership and because of the prudence of our Honorable Finance Minister, our economy is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. We were the 10th largest economy in 2013, and today we are the 4th largest economy. Today we will also, and very soon will fulfill the target of a 5 trillion economy. This budget gives rise to productivity, economic development, biopharma, rare earth corridors, 3 dedicated chemical parks, India Semiconductor Mission 2.0 has been declared, and container production, textile parks will be established. All this will definitely help as a step towards the 2047 Viksit Bharat. electronic components will be produced in this budget. That is also there. Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas, these are the kartavs or the responsibilities which is there. And sandalwood, cashew, and all these high yield crop, and specifically for women, those women who try to get some livelihood out of their home, the Shrimad provision has also been made in this budget, and that is a great initiative for which I express my gratitude for the Divyangjan Kaushal scheme, the Purvodaya scheme. All these will AI tools will help our country in becoming a better country, and the women entrepreneurs are also getting a lot of assistance in carrying out their business activities, and students of schools and colleges for their creativity. 15,000 secondary schools and 500 colleges contain creative labs will be established. IIT and IISc will also have 10,000 new tech fellowships, and these will lay emphasis on these creative ideas. 5 new townships will be established, and along with education, they will be given entrepreneurial and corporate jobs also. These are all steps which we welcome for the development of the future of our youth. And ma'am, I would like to conclude by stating that for my home state of Rajasthan, I would like to say about it. I would like to thank our Honorable Finance Minister from the bottom of my heart that for my home state of Rajasthan, when the budget was provisioned, they bestowed a lot of blessings. There are 41 districts and one girls' hostel will be established there, and water reservoirs will be uh, there, and will the textile sector will go forward on value addition, and because of the financial aid, 5,989 crore will be given under the city economic region. 5,000 crore rupees is the provision for each region. This will help tier 2-3 cities like Jaipur, and it will go forward on the path of economic development. For all these schemes and these provisions, I thank our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji from the bottom of my heart. Madam Chairperson, people from the opposition say that nothing has been given to the states in the budget provision. But I would like to tell them, how can they forget all the declarations that are made in the budget? It is for all the states, and the center does not have any treaty. If the states perform, then the country will also perform. If the states prosper, the country will prosper. Madam Chairperson, with these words, I would like to, taking into account the paucity of time, I completely support this budget. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. Thank you.
माननीय सदस्य श्री केसी वेणुगोपाल जी.
To Madam Chairperson for giving me the opportunity to participate in the discussion of the general budget. I
357. इन्होंने मेरे बारे में
Madam Chairperson, he said about this that my mic was on, and I spoke about the Prime Minister. If they're talking about surrender, you know that on 15th August, the date was fixed. And why it was fixed in 1947? It was because on that day, Subhash Chandra Bose ji surrendered on that day. And because of Charbatia, Nehru surrendered on that day, but in Nanda Devi, nuclear device was put forth, and please speak.
Madam Speaker, Madam,
Please take your seat, honorable members.
this is the real issue, Madam Chairperson. The rules of procedure is completely misusing by some privileged member of the government side. This is what happening every time. Madam, you only call me to speak on budget. When I stand up for speaking, the honorable members raising a point of order with no connection with my speech. Just listen. Already you heard the speech of leader of opposition today, the way in which he presented the conditions of Indian economy. and the danger which lies between the India-US trade fair. You can, yes, it will be good for you. But the country, it is a real truth, which a leader of opposition is saying. Madam, at the outset, let me say this without hesitation. This budget is not a blueprint for a just, inclusive, and confident India. It is a carefully packaged presentation, want to hide distress, rewards the privileged, and ignore the pain of the common people. So the finance minister is proudly speak about high growth and development, but behind these claims lies the harsh reality. Like our Prime Minister surrendered before US on trade deal, sir, our rupee also surrendered. Our rupee also surrendered to US dollar. So Indian rupee is now hitting a lifetime low, crossing 91 against US dollar. Sir, Madam Chairperson, there was a
कोई अगर शब्द ऐसा है तो honorable member, if there's any such unparliamentary expression, it will be expunged from the debate.
But, sir, just like we surrendered, India surrendered US on trade deal, our rupees also surrendered to US dollar. Now our value of Indian rupees against the US dollar is 91. Once there was a chief minister of Gujarat who compared the value of rupees with the value of the government in India. The same issue. I'm asking, madam, what was the situation now? What was the situation now? Now Indian rupees 91 against dollar. Then what was the value of the government of India now? As per your then Chief Minister of Gujarat. Sir, madam, let's look at a few real numbers. India per capita income remains among the lowest in the world. Inequality has reached extreme levels. The top 10% control nearly 58% of our total GDP. 10% control 58% of the total GDP. The bottom half population, the common poor people of this country, and the marginalized survives on just 15%. Nearly 34% of Indians lives on less than 100 rupees a day. This was the Modi era, madam. This was the Modi era. Honorable Madam, this budget claims to be a youth-centric, Yuva Shakti-driven budget, Madam Finance Minister told. But the youth of India know the truth. Youth unemployed has reached around 15%, with urban youth employment at over 18%. Regular salaried employment has declined from 22.8% to 21.7%. Nearly 40% of salaried workers have no written contracts, and more than half have no paid leave or social security. For women, situation is very worse. Only 10.5% of rural women work in the service sector, and 1 in 4 urban young women who want to work cannot find a job at all. Then this is the Yuva Shakti budget, Madam Finance Minister is telling. In my question to this House, Madam, day before yesterday, the ministry admitted that only 64.91 crore rupees was utilized out of 526 crore in 25-26 for the Prime Minister's internship scheme. Over 82,000 offers were made, but only 28,000 youth accepted them. As of January 2026, only 3,417 interns had completed the internship. The budget cut for this scheme from 10,831 crores to 526 crores shows that even the government has lost faith on this scheme. Entrepreneurship fee. If the government is cutting the amount from 10,000 to 500, what does it mean? Whether the scheme was successful? Honorable Madam, There is a clear ideological difference. We are all agreeing with the UPA and NDA. We are citizen-centric government. We believe in citizen rights. Right to work, right to employment, right to food, right to education, right to information. These are the rights given by UPA to the people of this country. Now what is happening? The government is dismantling all these rights. Manrega scrapped, RTI diluted, food security is cut, forest rights are violated. Now completely the rights are becoming violated. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, I'm coming from a state which has 100% literacy. Everybody know that. Whenever our Honorable Prime Minister is coming to Kerala, I'm also glad to say that he used to wear mundu to feel that dhoti. But after hearing this budget, one famous Malayalam poet is the Valathol Narayana Menon. Bharatamennu kettal abhimana puridamanam andarangam. Keralamennu kettalo tilakkanam chora namukku nyarambugali. Mahagavi Valathol paadiyadanu Bharatate kurichu.
But
അവതരിപ്പിച്ചപ്പോൾ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് മനസ്സിലായി അഭിമാനപൂരിതമായി ചോര തിളക്കാനും പറ്റില്ല.
blood is not flowing in our body. We are pained. One state is not part of India. That is the doubt we have. Ignorant. We are ignored. That is the pain we are carrying.
That house 2014, when NDA was in power, first year itself, I'm an opposition member. To my question, Honorable, that point of time also Health Minister was Naddaji. He assured the House that aims will be given to Kerala. Then it was, or promise was given 2014. Honorable Shashi Tharoor already told this. 12 years already over, 12 aims already been passed, but Kerala has no place. But Kerala has no place. 12 years before also you committed. After 12 years you sanctioned 12 aims, but Kerala has no place. High-speed railway corridor. You sanctioned 7 in this budget. E. Sridharan, everybody know that E. Sridharan. E. Sridharan is an architect of Konkan Railway. Admired by everybody, even though he contested in BJP ticket and lost last election, we also recognize his quality and capability. He came and met Railway Minister. Railway Minister assured that only Sridharanji told Railway Minister assured that we can go ahead with the speed railway. He started an office there in Ponnani. But there is no mention about high-speed railway for Kerala here. Madam, Ama Gaveshana Kendram Kerala.
Kerala got one tortoise research center. We are grateful because we are remembering about tortoise. Crores of people are ignored, but we are grateful you remember about tortoise. This discrimination should.
Therefore, I think while replying this budget, we are expecting, Kerala expecting some positive measures, positive reply from the Honorable Finance Minister. Madam, recently, Union Finance Minister Suresh is coming from a place where the paddy.
Suresh is coming from a place from Kuttanad. That is
Finance Expenditure Secretary had sent a letter to the Kerala Chief Secretary directing the additional incentive bonus of rupees 6.1 per kg given to paddy cultivators should be stopped. It is very interesting that what is the reason given by that? Surplus paddy production could become a burden for the exchequer. mentioning that surplus paddy production becoming a burden of the exchequer, citing this reason, the union government directed the Kerala government to stop the incentives to the farmers. What a cruelty this to the farmers. If they are doing a crime, if the cultivation of paddy is a crime, madam, what extra? This is, you are telling farmers friendly. Madam Speaker, no economy can grow sustainably at an atmosphere of fear and hatred. No nation can prosper when communities are divided. Now today, it is being a normalized situation in our country. State-sponsored terror in the name of what is proudly called bulldozer Raj has become a new political tool. Madam, what is even disturbing, the community has been attacked very severely. 80 churches and 80 institutions are attacked during the Christmas season, last Christmas season in this country. Madam, because without communal harmony, how can we grow economically? Madam, we are all wondered and shocked by hearing the statement of a chief minister. I am quoting, we are not hiding anything. We directly say that we are against Mias. Now encourage everyone to give trouble to Mia. This is a statement of Assam Chief Minister Hemanta Biswa Sarma. What a shame this, madam. What a shame this, what a shame this, madam. And even alarm, yes. And BJP Assam unit is shared edited video showing CM Hemanta Biswa Sarma's. So, ma'am, I am completing. Let me complete. Let me complete. Let me complete. Last. I told about Article 25 is very clear. Our constitution guarantees freedom of conscience and right to profess, practice and propagate religion. Christian institutions, Christian churches, fathers, nuns, all are attacking by the government. Then other side, they are going with the cake also when the Christmas season is coming, including Prime Minister. This should be stopped. This type of atrocities against minority, Christians, Muslims, Sikhs should be stopped. There should be harmony is needed. Madam, Mahatma Gandhi ji has told, whenever you are in doubt or when the self becomes too much, recall the face of the poorest and the weakest man or woman whom you may have seen and ask yourself if the step you contemplate is going to be in use of the poor man or woman. Yes. This is the idea of Ramrajya by Mahatma Gandhi ji. But going through this budget, it seems that government was only recalling the face of the few wealthiest, the so-called friends and corporates. Thank you very much.
माननीय सदस्य श्री भास्कर वगैरह जी
अध्यक्ष महोदय, राष्ट्रवादी काँग्रेस वर माझे विचार मांडण्यासाठी उभा आहे.
अपना कहना यहाँ बता रहा हूँ. ये एक्चुअली ये बजट सिर्फ विकास और आंकड़ों का खेल लग रहा है. इस तरीके से आकर्षक पैकेजिंग में ये पैक करके बजट प्रस्तुत किया गया है, लेकिन ये अव्यवहार्य बजट है क्योंकि ये बस आकर्षक पैकिंग में पैक करके जनता के सामने प्रस्तुत किया गया है. मेरा महाराष्ट्र अर्थव्यवस्था का इंजन है. देश के संपूर्ण देश भर के कर में हमारा महाराष्ट्र का सबसे बड़ी भागीदारी होती है. महाराष्ट्र में अपने विचारों का सरकार चुन के दिया गया है. उस जनता का आदर वित्त मंत्री ने और उनके सहकारियों ने रखना चाहिए था. ये सरकार महाराष्ट्र का विकास इस बजट के माध्यम से देखी रहा है.
But this budget does not reflect this
इन्होंने
proposition.
इस
Sharad
देश
Chand
के
Pawar
वित्त
ji,
मंत्री के तौर पे जब इन्होंने जिम्मेदारी
when he was
संभाली
finance
थी, तब
minister,
इस देश में
then
रिसर्च पे ज्यादा ध्यान दिया
He
था, नए
focused
विचारों को
more
ज्यादा
upon
इन्होंने
research and
प्राथमिकता दी थी।
development. He
कृषि
focused
उत्पादन
upon
इन्होंने
innovation.
बढ़ाया था
He
जब वो
had
कृषि मंत्री
increased
थे।
agriculture production
लेकिन
when he was agriculture minister.
एक्चुअल में कृषि
But
संशोधन,
actually,
कृषि रिसर्च में
in agricultural
और निसर्ग
research and
और
development
प्रकृति
and
के खेल की वजह से हमारे महाराष्ट्र के डिंडोरी लोकसभा में
due
गए
to some natural calamities
मई महीने में
in
अक्टूबर
May
तक
in my constituency
लगातार
Diboli,
बारिश हुई
continuously
और वहाँ
rain
पे
poured severely
टोमेटो,
and
सोयाबीन
tomato,
इत्यादि
soybean
क्रॉप्स
and
खराब हो
such
गए हैं
crops
और
are destroyed
किसान
and
कर्ज के तले
farmers
दब
are
गया है और
indebted
प्याज को
heavily
भी
and
सही
even
भाव दिया
onion
नहीं जा रहा है
is not
और
getting
अंगूर की
good
खेती भी
prices
बहुत
and the crop of
संकट में आ गई है।
some other local crops are also
किसान
in
को यहाँ
are also
हमेशा प्राथमिकता
jeopardized.
दी
Grapes
चाहिए, लेकिन
crops are also
जलवायु
jeopardized.
परिवर्तन की
We
वजह
should
से
think of
ये
the
पॉसिबल नहीं
farmers,
हो
but
पा
due
रहा
to
है।
climate change,
कृषि क्षेत्र
farmers
में
are under the farmers are
कम से
suffering
कम
a lot
MSP
in
को
agricultural
उन्होंने
sector. MSP
प्राथमिकता देनी
should
चाहिए
be
और
prioritized. It
उन्होंने
should be,
किसानों की
given
आत्महत्या पे रोक
legal
लगे, इसलिए कुछ
backing.
उपाय योजना करनी
We
चाहिए।
should also take
रियलिटी क्या
care
है?
of the suicide, farmer
आंगनबाड़ी
suicide.
सेविकाओं के
What is the ground reality
को
that
परमानेंट
it
करने के
should
लिए
be
उनके
taken
योग्य
care
वेतन
of?
में
Anganwadi
बढ़ोतरी करने
workers
में ये
should
सरकार
be given
टालमटोल कर रही है।
sufficient remunerative
लोकसभा
wages,
निर्वाचन
and this
क्षेत्र
government
डिंडोरी में आज
is
भी
not
बाल कुपोषण की
sure
बहुत
about
बड़ी
it.
समस्या है। शिक्षण
Government
मंत्री
is just
महोदय ने
giving false
पिछले बार
hopes to them.
सभा में बताया, सदन में बताया था कि
In my area,
2093
malnutrition among children
स्कूल बंद हुए थे।
is prevalent. In my area,
युग ऐसा था जब
2093 schools are shut. It is reported
और
there
गांवों
was a
में स्कूल
time
चलाने वाले लोग
where
रहते थे।
when in far-flung
इसलिए मेरी
areas
यहाँ
schools were
विनती है
open,
कि
but
कुछ
now
कोई
times has changed. So
ग्रामीण भागों
I
में और
request
आदिवासी
that in
क्षेत्रों में
rural areas, in
60%
tribal areas, in
जो
far-flung areas, schools
60%
should be
जो
open.
महाराष्ट्र अपनी
Opened.
हिस्सेदारी देता है कर जमा करने में,
Maharashtra
वो उसको वापस मिलना
contributes
चाहिए और
around
वो
7%
महाराष्ट्र के
to the national tax collection. So
शिक्षण क्षेत्र में
Maharashtra
उन्होंने खर्च करना
should
चाहिए
get
और
back
जो रेल
that,
गाड़ियां बंद कर दी है उनको भी शुरू करने की
pie,
करनी
that
चाहिए।
share
धन्यवाद।
of the taxes in terms of grants and everything. Thank you.
दुकान आवरलं होतं पण परत उघडायची पर्यंत
Mike. Yes.
Thank you, Chairperson Madam, for giving me this opportunity to speak on the budget. I rise today to speak on the Union budget. Budgets must be judged not only by fiscal discipline but also by moral direction. Therefore, I wish to place before this House three concerns, namely the treatment of Tamil Nadu, the state of public health financing, and the urgent need for stronger investment in nutrition. Tamil Nadu has consistently contributed to India's growth story. Tamil Nadu has consistently performed well in industrial output, education indicators, and social welfare delivery. The union budget has promised women's hostel in every district, and at this juncture, I can proudly say that it is Tamil Nadu that has led the way in this regard. எங்களுடைய மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர்
Our chief minister already had brought Tholi Vidigal hostel facilities for the safety of working women. In the same way, the central government is following the same method and they are going to bring district level hostel facility.
In this budget, there are no significant new initiatives directed for the state barring the rare earth corridors and high-speed rail projects. Even these initiatives are suspect. It is difficult to be optimistic about this announcement of high-speed rail corridors. Tamil Nadu's demand for metro projects in Madurai and Coimbatore have been rejected. Railway allocations for Tamil Nadu remain disproportionately low. எங்களுடைய மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர்
Our chief minister before 2 days has given a statement in which
748 crore in budget. Even ongoing projects face delay. Funds for land acquisition for railway projects remain pending. Approval for acquisition of about 2,500 hectares has been given. However, the sanction of funds for only 931 hectares. Still waited, we are still waiting for the funds. Under the Jal Jeevan mission, more than 3,000 crore due to Tamil Nadu remains pending. I must raise a matter of deep concern. The government has announced 3 new All India Institutes for Ayurveda, while AIMS Madurai remains incomplete. AIMS Madurai சேர்ந்த நிறைய
There are many AIMS hospitals that are announced along with Madurai. Their work is over and students are admitted.
மதுரை எய்ம்ஸ் பொறுத்தளவில் இன்னும்
But in Madurai AIMS, the construction of the building is not over. The students are not able to study there. They are not able to continue their medical education there. That is the ground reality. So Madurai AIMS construction should be completed soon.
For special treatment, we ask for equitable treatment. We ask that commitment be honored, funds be released, and projects be completed without delay. Now I turn to the public health. The total allocation for health in this budget is slightly over 1.05 lakh crore. This represents about 1.9% of total government expenditure and roughly 0.26% of GDP. The National Health Policy of 2017 set a target of increasing public health expenditure to 2.5% of GDP by 2025. We are not moving towards that target. If anything, we were far from it. Public health does not begin in hospitals. It begins with prevention and investment in nutrition, maternal care, and early childhood development. Allocation for Shaksham, Anganwadi, and Poshan 2.0 have been seen only marginal increase. Given the scale of the nutritional challenge in India, this increase is modest and insufficient. Data from the National Health Family Health Survey shows that 35.5% of children under 5 are stunted, 19.3 are wasted, and 32.1 are underweight. These are indicators that affect educational outcomes and future earning potential. Every rupee invested in early childhood development yields long-term returns in productivity. அதனால்தான் எங்களுடைய மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர்
That's why our chief minister introduced a morning breakfast scheme for the primary schools. This is the best scheme that is introduced, that is nowhere in the world.
धन्यवाद अध्यक्ष महोदया.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. First of all, I want to express my gratitude from the bottom of my heart that you allowed me to speak on the budget discussion. Madam, I am a woman and I am feeling proud today that our finance minister is also a woman. She has presented central budget and this has been done consecutively 9 times and therefore I am feeling very proud. Madam, I am grateful to our Modi ji and I also greet him because of his vision, development for the all and development with all is reaching to the new heights and it has turned into a slogan and resolve for India. This vision is preparing a very strong ground base for a developed India in 2047. Today, we can see two strands. At one hand, there is opposition. Their politics is based on nepotism, disillusionment, and falsehood. I was watching because I am first time member of the parliament, leader of the opposition was speaking that India has been compromised, India has been suppressed. Madam, through you, I wish to ask him that what you did with Jammu and Kashmir when you implemented Section 370 in Jammu and Kashmir. So when our Home Minister did it, abolished this section, then Jammu and Kashmir and its people were freed. And today our Indian tricolor is flying very proudly there. So actually we freed and we did many things, sir. Madam, our government is focused upon the welfare of the people and India is growing at the growth rate of 7.5% and India Thus, we are very fastest growing economy. Around 48 lakh crore rupees have been allocated for transportation, including rail, train, metro infrastructure. It will speed up these projects. Opposition claims that budget is hollow. I wish to ask them whether before 2014 4.5 crore houses were constructed, whether 15 crore homes were given houses, clean water, whether 15 crore citizens got free health treatment. Everyone is aware that nobody got these much benefits from the schemes. We are aware that the schemes were only in papers and brokers used to siphon off all the money, but today all the money is reaching on the ground. 90,000 crore rupees for Ayushman Bharat, and similarly 70,000 crore rupees for another welfare scheme, and funds are reaching on the ground under Kisan Samman Nidhi. Around 3.7 lakh crore rupees have been directly transferred to the accounts of the farmers, and for this 75,000 rupees have been provisioned. Earlier, farmers were committing suicide. It was reported in news, but today farmers are benefiting directly. They are getting funds in their accounts. I want to say that slogans of the opposition always turned hollow. However, Modi ji delivered what he promised. This budget is also a symptomatic of increasing women empowerment, maternal health facilities, opening new hotels for girl children, and Lakpati Didi schemes. Around 2.5 lakh crore rupees have been provisioned to be given as debt to 5 crore women so that they can form self-help groups and can benefit. Today, women are also running startups and flying fighter jets as well. They are not limited to the bounds of homes only. When women are given positions, they are leading under the leadership of Modi ji. Today, every woman is feeling proud and is being respected. You can see that our president is also a lady, our finance minister is also a lady. Our two women are two women who entered in the territory of Pakistan and bombarded Pakistan. So these are the women, brave women of New India, and you should stop disrespecting women. What do you teach to your women? You got defeated in elections. You are not able to accept your defeat. Therefore, you have become aggressive, because you should accept your defeats, because you will keep on facing defeats. You are not aware that I am also a woman. When leader of opposition says that Hindu always indulges in violence, then our blood also boils. But our leaders has taught us that we should abide by our values. They are displaying their values. We should display our values. We should work. We should go to our people. We should toil hard on the grounds. Sir, for youth, Skill India, and AI startup, for this 50 more than 50,000 crore rupees have been earmarked. This will make a youth employment generator instead of employment seeker. More than 4 lakh crore rupees have been aligned for credit disbursement. Scholarships for SC/ST students, around 30,000 crore rupees have been provisioned. It will bring concrete social empowerment. I will take only 1 minute. In railway, Vande Bharat trains, Amrit Bharat trains, and bullet trains, such schemes have added to the speed of the country. In If I compare railway budget to the 2014 budget, then it has increased 9 times, and it is providing modern state-of-art facilities to common passenger. If I talk about Gujarat, it has emerged as the development engine for the country, and around 10,000 crore rupees have been allocated for GIFT City and for semiconductor sector development. A special package, logistic network, renovation, renewable energy, and port-led developments are being encouraged through funds. These steps will not only benefit Gujarat, but this will benefit the whole Western India. This is the model of Gujarat model of development, and this is happening under the leadership of Modi ji. And India is traveling. India is on the journey to become the Vishwa Guru, and that is why opposition is really pained. Opposition is pained because money is reaching to the ground. Earlier, only 15 paise were reaching to the people, and now the whole 1 rupee is reaching into their accounts through direct benefit transfer. I would wind up in 1 minute. Please complete. Please complete, madam. They were saying that today they were expressing concerns about India, but I never heard them shouting Vande Bharat or Bharat Mata ki Jai. I never heard them praising Lord Sri Rama, praising Lord Sri Krishna. They never, Honorable Madam Finance Minister.
धन्यवाद मैडम। बजट के
On here to speak on the budget discussion. Many of the honorable members spoke participated in this budget. Before clarifying on their comments, I would like to speak something on the budget itself.
is a budget which is prepared as the first budget in the second quarter of the 21st century. इसीलिए ये budget
For this budget gives a spectrum of subjects from 2026 to 2050.
The new 5-year cycle of the next Finance Commission, the 16th Finance Commission, which starts from 1st April 2026. And therefore, the estimates are largely on the recommendations of the Finance Commission. So I'm taking care of the next 5 years as per the recommendations. Then coming to 26-27, you're looking at 1 year's budget. So in other words, this is, as Honorable Prime Minister said before the commencement of this budget session, that this is the first budget of the second quarter of 21st century, and truly it has got many of those features in it. That is why you're looking at some of the long-term investments that we are making today, which will have bearing in the long term. Whether you're talking of the biopharma Shakti, the very thing that where we are highlighting how biosimilars will be an answer to many of those life-threatening diseases. And that takes a long time to evolve. You invest today, biosimilar arrives after several years. But India should have a lead in that, and therefore even in this budget, we've provided for research in biopharma and making sure that we will be leaders in biologics and biosimilars. The same is the spirit which guided us when we said we need to have India's Semiconductor Mission 2.0, the second edition of it. And in that, I like to highlight that I've spent a brief mention of investing in cutting-edge areas like carbon capture. Because carbon capture is a very important means through which our 2070 net zero goal can be achieved. We have mentioned about carbon capture also. The strategy, the technology, and the ways to do it are all evolving, but even as it is evolving, we have invested in it so that we can be a leader in that. By doing these, which are somewhat leading us towards a medium and a long term, We are also continuing our push in building infrastructure. Now, it's not just roads, it's not just national highways, it's also looking at waterways so that the cost of logistics in this country can come down, and states which are very much in the hinterland, not connected to any seaport, will have the advantage of moving goods faster at a lesser cost. So we very clearly created freight corridors as part of the very exclusive land on the surface transport, but equally spending resources and planning for infrastructure through waterways, national waterways. Even as we are doing this, Madam Deputy Speaker, emphasis on labor-intensive sectors and giving them emphasis so that not just they can have more resources to improve, but even looking at legacy industries which are waiting for rejuvenation have been funded. I'll take the example of building champions out of MSMEs, particularly the medium-sized units, which do not want to grow out of the MSME category, even though they have the capacity, even though they have every strength. But even in the last budget, we expanded the definition of MSME so that even if they go beyond a certain level in their turnover, they'll still be defined as MSME. They don't lose out on their benefits. But this budget, we've taken that a bit further and very clearly announced ways in which such medium-sized industries, which have potential to grow and export and also become champions in their sectors, can be given further help. And I've announced several steps towards equity help, professional help, and also making sure that they will have liquidity access. And in the process of 3 ways in which we want to reach them, we are giving them the support which, even if they grow out of the turnover limit, which defines them as an MSME, they will be leaders in their sectors so that they can participate in India's growth. Is this only for industries? And is it not going to concentrate, is this budget not going to concentrate on building manpower so that our youth can aspire in a particular sphere of activity to go with skills in his hand or her hand and achieve jobs or become entrepreneurs themselves? In this, I would like to highlight 2 major announcements that we've made, in which I have not named any states. In fact, I have openly said, for creating this big facility, states can aspire, any state can aspire, going through the PM Gati Shakti filters. If you think you have a proposition in your hand, any state can ask for one of the 5 that I've announced in terms of the allied and health service, where we want to set up medical hubs. States can aspire to be a part of it, wherein all the aspects of medical education and hospitals for treatment of patients can all be focused in one area, where nurses or any other 10 different allied health services will have their institutions through which people can learn, get themselves skilled, find jobs there itself, and that will become a medical tourism hub. So any state can qualify, and I'm sure states which have traditional strength can also be coming in for it. And this includes Ayush as well. So this is a major forward-looking proposition wherein immediately, because of the medical tourism advantage that India has, this will become a center of multi-purpose, multi-speciality allied health service center through which we can promote medical health, medical tourism. So that was one of the major announcements. Similarly, we have said, instead of waiting to qualify and finishing your education and coming out and seeking where should they go for acquiring skills, the skilling element can be brought into education itself. And at the end of the day, when they come out, students can say, I can become entrepreneur. And this kind of a mega center can be kept next to any industrial cluster that any state has. So these mega entrepreneurship building centers as education hubs can also be coming up from any state. We are willing to work with the states so that this mammoth higher education center can be propped up, and therefore students can go there, come out as entrepreneurs, get to doing businesses. So if we've done these two in the major education-related activity, health-related activity, we've also openly said that mega textile parks, we are willing to work with states, particularly looking at industrial textiles, looking at textiles which are going to be new age, which are now becoming a part of manufacturing in industries, whether they manufacture a car, where the safety cushion which comes in is all completely made out of industrial textiles. So these kind of new age textile requirements can also be produced. So these are major announcements, and I welcome any state which wants to come into this area. The center is willing to work with them and promote it. If this is all being done at the level of youth and students and larger centers where jobs and education can go together, health and education can go together, health and providing services to patients who come from different parts of the world come together. We are also placing emphasis in animal husbandry, fisheries, make sure that in every district you get the facilities for a veterinary surgeon, veterinary hospital, testing labs, so that animal husbandry can be given that priority immediately in the rural areas. So farmers or those who are not farmers who want to get into animal husbandry can also benefit. That is why these announcements for fishing sector, it goes along with money being put in for restoring 500 Amrit Sarovars, the waterways, and the particular waterway which has been, national waterway which has been announced, also has institutions of excellence along its course, along the course of the river, so that shipbuilding, boat building, particularly I mentioned this, the route in which the national waterway is being announced, which will end up covering all the mineral-rich parts of the country and linking up with Paradip or with Dhamra port, is passing through states where the Nishad log can become boat makers, and they're already experts in it. They can also teach people. They can become part of the Institute of Excellence, so that inland shipbuilding, shipbuilding for the transporting of huge logistical facilities will all have the support of the local experts who for generations have done this work. They can also benefit in this growth. Equally, ma'am, as I said, not just helping the MSMEs which are new, but also the old and legacy industries, 200 legacy clusters, which have been known for decades as those places which supported MSME, and from there they produce and export. It can be any of them. It can be Ludhiana, it can be Jalandhar, or it can be Kanpur, or it can be centers near Bihar, it can be anywhere in Bengal. So any legacy cluster, 200, we have volunteered that it can be funded, upgraded, given the modern instruments, hardware, software that is required, we'll be undertaking that. Other than also providing for girls' hostel in every district, so that girls do not hesitate to take up to science education, which requires long-term, long hours to be spent in the colleges and universities. All of them, not just the girls' hostel, but the training, the internship, and the kind of programs that we're looking at, education centers, are all with AI provisioning. So AI education is not anymore kept at elite levels. It's going to be available for all our young. So if I very quickly move to mention the numbers, madam. Gross tax receipts are at 44.04 lakh crore in this BE. It's about 8% more than what what was in BE of 20, RE of 25-26, 3.26 lakh crores more than the RE. And if I were to look at the total expenditure, madam, for 26-27, it's at 53.47 lakh crores, so much more than what we receive as tax receipts. The capital expenditure is at 12.22 lakh crores, which is 3.1% of GDP, and also 11.5% higher than the RE 25-26. Of this, I'm glad to say, on the recommendation of finance ministers from the states who met me before the budget preparation, which is a normal calendar event, which before every budget I meet up with the state finance ministers, on their recommendation and accepting their recommendation, capital expenditure grant that we grant, call it loan without interest for 50 years, which eventually would be equivalent to a grant, has been increased on their request to 2 lakh crores under SASKI. And that is very much for their capital expenditure. Many states have actually shown that some of the signature projects of their states have been completed over the years since 2021, when we have been giving them SASKI, 50 years interest-free capital expenditure, money which goes to the states. So with this, the effective capital expenditure, although I said capital expenditure is 12.2 lakh crores, the effective capital expenditure, which includes grants that I give to the states as well, is 17.1 lakh crores, which is 4.4% of the GDP, which goes only to build India in the states and everywhere else, union territories and so on. So states and union territory put together for the capital expenditure, 17.1 lakh crore is being given effectively. I'm not spending too much time on the fiscal summary, madam. Fiscal deficit, as you know, for this coming year has been pegged at 4.3%. There are, of course, quite a few honorable members who said it's by restricting your expenditure that you've come to that fiscal consolidation. I'll explain it, that it is not by restricting the expenditure, but I can expand on that a bit later. The resources transferred to the states. Often we are accused of not really transferring the 41%, which the Finance Commission has recommended, that Government of India should give 41% of devolvable tax to the states. It's not 41%. I will assure this House through you, madam, 41% it is that we have transferred to the states. We have not reduced any states transferred devolvable tax which has to go. And that I will also bring in the details. Total resources to be transferred to the states, including the devolution of states' share in taxes and releases that are made under the centrally sponsored scheme in 26-27, the coming year, is estimated to be at 25.44 lakh crores. Itna paisa states ko jayega is saal aane.
Money will go to the states in the next year.
This entails an increase of 2.70 lakh crores. ये पिछले इस साल जो मार्च तक है,
And this is for this year. And if we compare with the previous year, then 2.7 lakh crore increase is there in 25-26 and 3.78 lakh crore.
So itna spasht increase state.
This is we can clearly see the increase. And how is the credit availability to work for the industries and for the small industries? Total credit
by 13.8% in the current financial year. As of January 15th, 2026, non-food bank credit has grown by 13%, and the non-bank credit, which is NBFC, has grown by 15.4% at the same period. So credit ka koi kami nahi hai.
So there is no shortage of credit.
I want to highlight the fact, madam, the 16th Finance Commission, whose report I had tabled in this house, has very clearly said, क्योंकि बार-बार ये प्रश्न आता है कि center
Because there is this question many times that center is not releasing money to the states. So in this regard, after the study of Finance Commission, the statement is there in the report.
वो report में क्या कहा गया?
Has been said in the report. I would like to mention here.
The state's share transferred by the center to the states from 2018-19 to 22-23 and concluded that in each of these years, the devolution made by the center exactly matches the recommendation of the Finance Commission. So, sir, हम नहीं claim कर रहे हैं, Finance Commission.
So, sir, this is not our claim. Finance Commission, after this study, they have mentioned it in their report that whatever money has to be given to the state from the center, taking this example of 1890 to 22-23, in all these years they have studied and clearly they have stated that whatever money has to be given to the state from central government, it has been given to the state. So there is no doubt in this.
क्योंकि इस विषय में इतना स्पष्टता से मैं बात करना चाहती हूँ.
I would like to clarify this issue because although everyone knows, but I would like to remind everybody that gross tax revenue means whatever money is collected through total tax. It is called gross tax revenue. Cess and surcharge is also included in this. It is separate. Then constitution envisages that after the audit of CAG, what is the net proceeds? CAG decides it. Net proceeds means gross tax revenue, whatever amount is there. If cess is deducted and surcharge is deducted, then whatever is there, it is called divisible pool. It is net proceed, and we have given 41% out of that. So there should be a study of that, not the gross tax revenue, because gross tax revenue includes cess and surcharge also. When they want to blame central government that you are collecting cess and surcharge, yes, we are collecting because we have the provision in constitution. We can collect cess and surcharge. We are doing it as per the constitution. After the deduction, whatever pool is available, you should get this 41% and we are giving it. And you should calculate this not on GTR. And after that, you say that you are collecting cess, you are collecting surcharge, and you are not giving enough to us.
Very clear. Or ये Annex 4A or Annex 4B. Sorry.
माननीय सदस्यगण,
Honorable members, if the House agrees, the time may be extended up to the finish of Honorable Minister's speech.
Yes, there is less accountability. The CAG also has said that. So the concerns that the state raised is that if you take everything in cess, then what are the states left with? Like even the new schemes, if you keep cutting, then what will the states have? That's the limited point I think the opposition is raising. I don't think
Thank
there's
you
any
for raising it
allegation about
again.
it. It's just to what.
There's no suffering to the states even on that score, Madam Honorable Member. I'd like to explain that as well, and I will go into the detail with that as well. Cesses and surcharges, cesses particularly are collected for a particular purpose. Health cess, education cess, road cess. In सब में जितने भी collect होते हैं.
And whatever that we collect, we do not use that for work, but it goes to the states only for the purpose for the schools, education cess, if there is any lack in health center, buy the machines. For that, we have health cess, and for roads, we have road cess, and whatever collection that we have. But even more than that, we give it to the states, and I will explain that with numbers. And that is why you cannot say that the center collects and center uses that. Center doesn't have any sort of road. It's not that we have only one road. The hospitals are everywhere, and the hospitals that are there in the states, we share that with the states. So when we collect the cess, we give the money to the states only.
And वो number भी मैं देती हूँ. और receipt budget में
And in the receipt budget, because the honorable members take interest in that, I would like to say that the receipt budget is a document during the budget. It also comes along with the budget document, and in that annex 4A and 4B, if you look into that, CAG audited number description is there. You can have a look at it. When we talk about budget and we talk about the reform in the budget, a new receipt has been added in the budget, which is 4C. So that 4C as well comes every year. And from that 4C, you will get the data even more clearly that where is the money going. And this is also being recommended by the Finance Commission that the data must be put out every year, and that is available in the budget document. This is only for the kind information of the honorable members, and I would like to begin with the questions that have been raised by the honorable members.
आप अभी target debt
The target debt to the GDP, I'm going to talk about that.
ये प्रश्न था उनका.
This was the question raised by him. I would like to tell him that debt to GDP ratio is not a new target.
Deficit, debt to GDP already included है as a target. 2008 में वो
in the 2018 FR amendment, that provision was brought in.
1B of the FRBM Act. इसके कारण हम ये
And because of which we can say it clearly that the strategy of the government
Bharat
to achieve Viksit Bharat, developed India.
For that purpose, we have allocated effectively 17.15 lakh crore. And this will work as a force multiplier and therefore accelerate our move towards Viksit Bharat. And this will be a very important factor in achieving Viksit Bharat, not by moving this or that. We have not moved. Both are available through the FRBM Act. Madam, बहुत सारे लोग
Ma'am, a lot of members raised questions about the youth, and the subject was that there are no new policies so that employment can be generated for the youth. And how do you address that through various schemes? I would like to say it very clearly, as I've mentioned earlier as well. 5 regional medical hubs to introduce medical tourism, and 1 lakh opportunities in next 5 years will happen through that one scheme. Allied health professionals, and through that scheme it will be done. Then 5 new industrial to textile to leather sector, and the major parks that are being built. And under that as well, we see that new industries, we feel new industries and jobs will be generated clearly. And for the elderly care, to boost the care ecosystem, 1.5 lakh caregivers are being prepared with the skills so that they can use for wellness, yoga, and they can use the devices so that 1.5 lakh people will get the opportunity, job opportunities this year only. And apart from this, when we talk about long linked scheme for the veterinary professionals,
गांवों में veterinary professional
for the villages, and in the role of veterinary professionals more than 20,000 people this year itself, they will get the job opportunity. And apart from this, because we have announced the iconic tourist centers to link that with the scheme and the jobs altogether. 10,000 tourist guides will be prepared by us this year itself, and 20 iconic centers they will be placed there, and the training will be of for 12 week, which will be online and person to person as well. And the trained tourist guides will get the employment opportunity in these 20 iconic centers. Sri Marsh has also been announced the self-help groups, and through these groups the women get corpus, they get the support, and for their business they get some help. The banks also provide loan considering their corpus, and for the SHG groups and keeping them in focus, the Honorable Prime Minister has experimented the Lakpati Didi scheme, and I'm sure honorable members can also meet them, that so many Lakpati Didis are there in many villages, and we are trying to increase their number by announcements. And these women, they are not working only in their groups, but I would like to say in front of you, I went to Nagaland, the National Rural Livelihood Mission, and under that, the women, those who were very less trained, undertrained, they said that they want to have their own shops for pickles and clothes or for the handicrafts. And these women today, they have this desire to open their own uh, entrepreneurship they want to start with. So Srimat means self-help entrepreneurs, so those who come out of self-help groups to support and to provide with the marketing assistance. So this announcement of Srimat, so this transition, the credit-led livelihood, and to come out of that, they have entrepreneurs, and especially amongst the women is a big announcement. Then Divyang Jal Kaushal Yojana, the scheme, they will be given the customized training, that how do they go to that route with sensitivity and dignity, and they can get an IT in AVGC, which was supported after the Waves conference, and it is getting a good response. So for these Divyangjan people in the IT sector as well, they will get the in AVGC, and in hospitality as well, they will get the opportunities, employment opportunities. And we have worked on each and every single sector, and we have talked about training and AI for the youth. Ma'am, a lot of questions have been raised on agriculture as well. I would like to address these questions. The technology AI driven, that this will be a multilingual AI tool. So the Agri Stack, which has been which has been used by Agriculture Ministry to identify the farmer and the soil and the fertilizer and the crop and the quality, everything will be digitized on AgriStack. In fact, AgriStack is like UPS Stack, is the next innovative approach of India for digitizing the agriculture so that the productivity increases, income of farmer can also be increased. So this AgriStack portal is there. ICAR package is also there for the agricultural practices, that which seed is of better quality, how to test that, and what kind of extension training is required, and how much irrigation is required. So AgriStack of the department and the ICAR package that is there for the quality of processing and seed. So by combining them, to increase the better farm productivity and the work that is being done in the agriculture ministry. We have given the clear support to that so that the farmers can face less risks and get more productivity. When we talk about the farmers, we must thank them, the Indian farmers. They have so many risks. The hailstorm, rain, or if the crop gets destroyed, if they don't get an ample of water, they have so many subjects and they have so many risks, but still the farmers, they keep working and they are providing us with self-sufficiency. So it is important that we provide them the digital support. So through finance ministry, we have tried our best and we will support them. And apart from this, horticulture and high value, when we talk about diversification, it is also the need of the hour, and that is why high value agriculture and plantation related matters. And that is why we have announced that coconut promotion scheme, through which the old and non-productive trees can be replaced, high yielding saplings can be used, and 1 crore for 1 crore farmers, it will give them immediate benefits. This is for the coconut promotion, and this is really very important.
If members of honorable members from particularly from Kerala who spoke about Kerala ko kuch nahi mil raha.
Kerala is not getting anything. Coconut is the lifeline of Kerala, ma'am, and by our government, it is being promoted consistently. And let me also tell that inflation rate is different in the entire country, and you will get the national average if you calculate. And in different states, we have data as well. And when we talk about February 27, the new series that is upcoming, in that as well,
उसमें भी
and in that as well, the inflation data of states is provided, and you can see that because of the short supply, we need the coconut as well for the cuisine, and we need the coconut oil as well. The inflation numbers of Kerala, they see the difference because of the lack of coconut, and the government of India and in all the states, the coconut growing states, through this promotion scheme, if so that the coconut supply is abundant, so coconut oil is also produced abundantly. For example, the states that use the coconut oil in abundance, they will also get the benefit. The 1 crore farmers will also be benefited, and a good coconut. This facility will be realized very soon, and the consumer of Kerala will also get its benefit. And different coconut growing states will also reap the benefits. N.K. Premchandranji used to meet with me every year. Honorable different members also used to meet us. They used to, N.K. Premchandranji talked about cashew growers, and so that we have the cashew sufficiency in India. So we export cashew from India so that we have value addition of cashew in India. So this comprehensive total package has been brought in, and 70%.
In Andhra Pradesh, our honorable member from Kakinada spoke about it this morning. So Maharashtra, Goa, completely cashew industry last few years had their own difficulties. Magar is scheme they.
But through this scheme, we have given the complete support to cashew. So in these states, the states should take the responsibility and utilize the scheme completely. And similarly, cocoa, when we talk about it, when we speak about Karnataka and the arecanut trees, there is cocoa cultivation is also happening, and for that as well, we are providing the support in the Himalayan hilly states in India, the pine nut, walnut, almonds, and the support and encouragement will be given through this scheme. And in the northeast, particularly Tripura and Assam, the agar wood, which is which happens, which is produced there. And in the Southeast Asia, it has a very big market. In Tripura, I am aware that there's a big forest of agar. And after the BJP government that came in Tripura, they will also benefit in this regard. Kerala and Karnataka, the benefit of sandalwood. No government talked about it, but Modi ji ordered me directly that the sandalwood that is associated with the Indian culture, we use it for the worship, we use it in our homes, and we consider it to be sacred. Its cultivation is declining, and I heard and I had a look at the data as well. In Australia, they are preparing a big forest of sandalwood, and when we talk about India, we have to prioritize it again, and we want to encourage it. And
You're from the south, don't you know that you're losing all the sandalwood forests? Iska abhi
and I am also aware that in Andhra, in Yellow district, most probably one person since last 25-30 years has been cultivating the sandalwood, but his house is in the ordinary land. But the law is, when we look at the sandalwood, you cannot cut it, but it has grown up, and the farmer used his own personal experience. So when the law becomes restrictive, and when we speak about the country and its assets, so we should consider sandalwood as also an asset. I think Karnataka and Kerala will benefit out of it.
मत्स्य पालन के ऊपर एक
For fisheries, I would like to take a minute on that. 500 reservoirs are being renamed as Amrit Sarovar, and fishery value chain for the entire coastal states, all the coastal states, to develop a value chain, a fish farmer producer organization by constituting it, so that the value addition gets done in the coastal area, so that the export can also be increased. We have made the provision in this budget. And apart from that, ma'am, during the export, we face some problems.
fishing zone.
This fishing zone, exclusive economic zone, which is there in the coastal area. In that complete area, the fishing rights are with the fishermen. That should be there. Up to 12 kilometers only they can stretch, but beyond that, it's a difficulty for them. But we have things in such a way.
The high seas also, and cash fish, and that fish can be exported even from there, and every such selling will be considered as export. Processing का भी हम boost करना.
And we have to boost this thing also. And for that also, on that import duty, some changes are to be brought about so that the fishermen can get benefited. In animal husbandry, I have referred to already, and on in that I won't go further into expansion of that thing. But in livestock sector, calculation when we do in this regard from central excise duty point of view, then biogas, blended CNG on that excise duty which is being levied, the entire value chain of biogas that is being excluded, and on that there won't be any excise duty, so that the farmers will be getting benefited directly. And then in the cooperative sector also, we are doing so many things. In the budget, we have given tax relief in those areas because cattle feed production which takes place that goes to the cooperative society. On that there is no taxation. And similarly in the national fiber scheme also, silk, woven jute which is there, and small industries are working in this area. Similarly, the Ayurveda export also, the farmers who are there and those who cultivate these herbs, and they they have to prepare the quality medicines. And when we talk about these matters on budget allocation and the fertilizers, we generally forget these fertilizers. On that also, in India, when we produce these things, and most of the time we import these things, expenditure is borne by the government of India, and the farmers are not going to face any difficulty, and the farmers should not get any difficulty in this case. We for that in the budgetary allocation 1.71 lakh crores for this import of fertilizers were kept, and the Department of Fertilizers has safeguarded this as they demanded for this allocation, and we have approved it at the earliest so that the farmers should not face any shortage of this kind.
Or urea subsidy.
And urea subsidy also, according to the international market fluctuation that is to be done. But we won't, this amount, no need to show that, we won't make it any shortage. There is no shortage. There is no shortage to the farmers. State governments have done this hoarding, or this they're selling to the private industries. That on that action should be taken.
There
is no shortage as such.
Madam,
Madam, time and again on this Makhana board, what was done on that announcement? We announced it and increased the amount also. And in that Makhana board scheme, last time, since that time this announcement was made, 30 crore rupees was made a provision for this board, and that is now 90 crore increased. That has not been reduced this time. And Bihar government has given the land also for that purpose. So on that, definitely we move forward. And some honorable member had asked that this cotton technology mission on that and the mission of pulses and pulses and vegetable, what happened to that mission? You have made so many announcements, but what has happened to that? All these things have been merged together, and centrally sponsored schemes is now Krishi Unnati Yojana. That is the name. Under that, all these three things have been clubbed together to get the amount. Whatever is they due to them will be given to them.
Madam, माननीय अखिलेश जी बात करने.
Honorable member Akhilesh ji, when he spoke about
for years. What are you saying about rubber now? Akhilesh Yadav ji ne.
Akhilesh Yadav ji had mentioned something when he was speaking. No bullet trains for UP, he mentioned. I'll come one by one to every point. There are so many subjects. Let me respond, don't worry.
ये कब तक का विषय पूछ.
Before you ask, before what time, by what time will happen, you think of your India alliance and who has delayed this, you please ask them. You please ask UBT why the land was given so late and why this cost escalation happened. Your alliance partners, you please ask them. Please don't ask me. If the land was given in time, then by this time bullet train was running there. Because land was not given and intentionally the loss of Mumbai was done. It was loss which was given to Mumbai. It was like for UP. The questions were like there are no bullet trains to UP. It's not true. Two high-speed train corridors
go through UP.
go through UP.
First of all, Delhi se Varanasi.
First of all, from Delhi to Varanasi, first Vande Bharat Express went to UP only.
और उसमें
And in that, Kanpur and Prayagraj were also included in that. So Delhi, Varanasi and Varanasi to Siliguri. This high-speed train goes through UP only. Apart from this,
वाराणसी को रेलवे में
Varanasi is considered to be the hub of connectivity from east, west, south. Everywhere the trains come to Varanasi hub, and the big establishment of railways is at Varanasi, and because of that, the jobs are there in Uttar Pradesh. The railway network is also increasing, and from there the railway coaches are also being manufactured. From there only it is being manufactured, and the complete concentration of railways is at Uttar Pradesh. And I'm speaking about the matter of budget, annual railway budget. 18-fold increase can be seen in Uttar Pradesh from 2009 to 2014. 1,109 crores was the budget, and from 2009 to 14 it was such 1,109 crore rupees for Uttar Pradesh was given the railway budget. However, now from 2026-27 it is 20,012 crore rupees. It is now from 1,000 to 20,000 crore. You can see the jump. So for Uttar Pradesh, this number can be can make things clearer. And what is ongoing railway project in Uttar Pradesh? 92,000, 56,000 crore. It means 1 lakh crore up to one that just 40 crore is less. 92,056 crore is ongoing project cost of railways there. What is station development, electrification, rails doubling, freight corridors, high-speed corridors, all these are there systematically. This infrastructure is being developed there in Uttar Pradesh. Therefore, I would like to tell Honorable Akhilesh, I request him that he should see the facts and then only should talk about them.
अगले प्रोफेसर सौगता रॉय
Professor Shogita Roy, he said
in the budget बोलते हैं
he said that West Bengal was not mentioned in the budget even once. This deliberately, I don't know why this information is being spread. And I want to say that West Bengal is a very important state in the rising of East, and for this rising of East, the East Coast Industrial Corridor from Durgapur to budget clearly announces that integrated East Coast Industrial Corridor at Durgapur will have, and to Asansol Durgapur belt it is being covered, and Eastern Industrial Corridor is also going to be set up, and Durgapur will be the anchor of that. And secondly, high-speed rail to North Bengal, Varanasi to, as I mentioned, Siliguri, that train there is high-speed rail. North Bengal is it's reaching to North Bengal, and Siliguri in north is a transit hub-like place. That is also in Bengal. And third, jute revival. For that also, one announcement was made: National Fiber Scheme for self-reliance in jute. And for Bengal, this Hubli belt, the jute mills which are there in that belt, lakhs of jute farmers are getting their livelihood, and for them also separately national fiber for self-reliance and jute. That is not just for Bengal, that big scheme for West Bengal, whether they won't be for the farmers, that is also for West Bengal. And apart from that, ladder exports also, duty-free imports, and shoe upper inputs also have been made duty-free, because of which the people who are working in the leather industry in West Bengal will be benefited. They can import for 6 months. They can import, and they used to export for 6 months. You import for the whole 1 year, then you export easily. This facility has been given to the leather industry workers in this budget. Isn't that for West Bengal? And for in this tourism destination for this eastern areas, one world-class tourism destination is going to be set up. This announcement also has been made in the budget. And West Bengal, they have their own selected areas which can be highlighted. They can, according to their own wishes of the state, they can do that. And similarly, in Jungle Mahal area, the Bidi workers, the Tendu leaves are being extracted from the jungle or the forest area on that TCS way by being collected. Uh, that has been reduced from 5 to 2% in this budget. And the benefits of that would be like Bankura, Purulia, and Midnapur area workers will be getting, those who work in the forest and collecting this tendu leaves to give the bidi workers. That benefit, isn't it, for the West Bengal? We didn't mention West Bengal. They say these allegations are being leveled. These are false allegations.
Or may
Then I want to say that chemical park was announced by us, and that chemical park is going to be brought into challenge mode. Whether Bengal cannot show its courage, that where Haldia petrochemical unit in the vicinity of that, this chemical park, if it is required, then 3 chemical parks were announced by us without naming any state, and West Bengal should come forward. They should come forward for the chemical park. They should work with center. In the interest of people of Bengal, can't they do that? But no, they will say that nothing has been given to Bengal. Then city economic region. City economic region was also announced. In that we say that, for example, I'm mentioning, I didn't name anything. Any state can come forward, and every year for next 5 years, in every year, 1,000 crore will be given for one city economic region enhancement. Why? Because Kolkata, Havra, Asansol, Durgapur can also join this, and 5,000 crore for 5 years. Who is stopping you? But in anger, we can go to Supreme Court. The central court is against, central government is against us. We'll go to Supreme Court. You'll listen rebukes from the SC, but you will not accept that the center is helping you. And why the city economic region cannot be developed? No, they won't do that. We should give in their hand. Then also on central government, they want to cast allegations against. This is very shameful conduct. I feel time and again the central government is given lecture about federalism. You just please come forward. You please propose and take it.
or last, my madam,
And lastly, the National Institute of Design, which is in Ahmedabad, that is the outpost of that, is the extension of that. new National Institute of Design has been announced, and that will happen in Purvodaya. In that also, Bengal can come forward that you please give it to us. You just come and take it. In the interest of Bengal, if you want it, you come forward and take it.
बीजेपी आएगी बंगाल में बीजेपी आएगी बंगाल में
Madam, एक और विषय.
There is one more subject, madam. I had listened to it very carefully. Abhishek Banerjee's speech, I was here listening to that very carefully. Abhishek Banerjee's speech, I had listened to very carefully. However, I am really aggrieved that in this house, and every member of the house knows about this information, then after spreading this false information, it is completely untrue and wrong statement. You please listen to me. GST, so much glittering in an attractive way he speaks that one person, if by birth is paying taxes, and when he is born on diaper, on milk, and when he goes to school, he pays tax on bag, in hospital also. From where this information is coming? I am saying that in 2017, when GST was introduced, since that time there is no tax on milk. From where he is bringing that thing? And this, I don't know whether it's right word to make this to befool the people. This is being spread out. There is no GST on milk and on education also. There is no tax on education and preschool to higher school education also. All these are free from GST, and education leading to recognized qualification, when it is there also GST is not there. For books, notebooks, textbooks, they are not having any GST. All this from July 2017 to till date. This next generation of 2025, in that more reforms have taken place.
और ये भी
And pencil, sharpener, rubber, on all these things, so much of lie. I'm having this goosebumps. And that how can he speak like that? Untruth is being spoken here.
और pencil sharp.
And on the pencil sharpener, I want to clarify, madam. I want to clarify to you, madam. You please listen to it peacefully. Madam, on this pencil, sharpener, eraser, exercise books, notebooks, maps, all are having no GST. So from where this data is coming from them? On healthcare services also, September 2025 to this date, many discussions took place on that. And after that, on health, I want to thank GST Council that all ministers were there and unanimous on that the GST rate treatment diagnosis and for care, zero GST has to be there. Total exemption is there since 1st July 2025. On health insurance also, it will be like zero GST. And I don't know from where this data is coming from them. And I'm really aggrieved that this subject is also painful to all of us. That
एक बार नहीं, दो बार.
Not once, but twice. No, madam. Please sit and listen to me.
Madam, Honorable Chair, Honorable Member Abhishek Banerjee.
Honorable Madam Chairperson, Honorable Member Abhishek Banerjee mentioned this subject twice, and I was really hurt, and we were all saddened by it. Someone who has passed away, even then there's GST. If someone has to light incense sticks, then also they have to pay GST. When I heard this statement, I was really, really hurt. GST was never there on any funeral services. It was always zero.
बंगाल में लेते हैं
हाँ मैडम मुझे माननीय
Honorable Madam Chairperson, Honorable Member Giriraj Singh Ji's statement, which he said, now I find it really apt that maybe in the state of West Bengal, the cut money syndicate is taking some cut money on funeral. That is why he's mentioning it, that it is GST. It is not GST. It is a TMC's cut syndicate. It is the syndicate of TMC which is taking money as cut.
मैडम एक और विषय
Honorable Madam Chairperson, another subject.
हर विषय में डोंट वरी आई fully answer. स्टेट गवर्नमेंट में
In the state governments, road levies are levied in the state of West Bengal, and at the time of new vehicle registration also this tax is levied. If the citizens of West Bengal have so much of pain that they are taking everything in GST, why are they imposing state level tax? The people of Bengal, it should be made free for them, but they will not do that. But they just want to take funds from GST and they have to blame GST as well.
मैं एक रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ
Honorable Madam Chairperson, I have a request to the honorable member that he should go and, Madam, please listen and request your government, please reach out to your government and tell them. Honorable MP, please listen to me. When on the common man in the state of West Bengal, if we want to reduce their burdens, then what I want to state here is that the prices of petrol in Kolkata is 10 rupees more per liter as compared to Delhi. Why? Ask your government why.
कम करो मैडम
Please reduce that.
लास्ट में बंगाल के विषय
And if I am to conclude on the subject of West Bengal, when I had announced here, honorable member, please.
मैडम इस बजट में
Honorable Madam Chairperson, in this union budget, we took mention of Dankuni because in the east-west corridor was to be constructed, and the east-west corridor, wherein Dankuni, starting from there to Surat, the road would pass. We had announced that road, but the leaders from Bengal have so much of pain and sorrow that this announcement, Honorable Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee, when she was the railway minister, at that time this announcement was already made. You are not doing anything new. This is what is their grievance. From Dankuni to Surat, east-west freight corridor, which was announced. In that, the people from Bengal are saying that this was announced by our Mamata Banerjee when she was the railway minister. It is an old announcement. This is not at all true.
Announced new dedicated freight corridor, Dankuni se Surat.
From Dankuni to Surat, but Honorable Mamata Banerjee ji, from Ludhiana to Kolkata via Dankuni, she had announced something, but nothing has come to reality. I made this announcement from Dankuni to Surat, the dedicated freight corridor, and it is completely new. That is why they should not clamor after taking credit in each and every announcements. In this, Honorable Chair,
एक विषय में हाउस
another subject which I would like to bring to the cognizance of this august house, our Honorable Prime Minister, he has already told us since 2014 that before us, whatever railway announcements were made prior to us, those which are incomplete, they need to be completed first, be it announced by any other party. Despite that, you have to complete that work. Then we will make our own announcements. Similarly, after 1990 to 28 projects were languishing, and all those incomplete projects under the leadership of Honorable Modi ji, we have completed all those projects which were languishing since 1990. And 172 such projects from 2000 to 2014 which were declared, their work is also going on. So we never did that, whatever was announced before us, we do not care about it, we'll just carry out our work. No, we are completing even that.
Been announced earlier. Magar ye credit.
But when I'm announcing Dankuni to Surat, they just want to give the credit into the account of Honorable Mamta ji. That is not correct.
एक और बात माननीय अभिषेक बैनर्जी.
Another thing which Honorable Member Abhishek Banerjee said, that
I come from a Bharat. I come from a Bharat. करके बहुत सारे विषय.
He repeated everything with starting with I come from a Bharat. I will not comment on every subject, but one line which pinched me very sharply
is becoming luxury or ऐसे कुछ शब्द उपयोग.
Something like survival is becoming a luxury.
Becoming a दिक्कत. मैं बोलना चाह रही.
I would like to state here, Honorable Madam, specifically for women, in the year October 2025, MBBS student Gurdisha Singh, who was studying in Bengal in Durgapur, she was a victim of gang rape, and after legal process in February 2026, she fought, and then in 2025, Honorable Chief Minister, who herself is a woman, please listen to me, madam, who herself being a woman, the Honorable Chief Minister stated that if it's a girl child, especially, they should not step out after dark.
Allowed to come outside the house. आपके law and order को improve नहीं.
You will not improve your law and order, but you will try and impose and blame the women.
Or
and I'm saying right now.
Kolkata में ही.
In the city of Kolkata itself.
Where were you at that time? Sir, if a friend rapes you, कौन क्या कर सकता है? ये एक बयान हमारा.
This is the statement which was given by a friend, that if a friend molests you, what can you do?
If a friend rapes you, महिला के सुरक्षा के विषय में.
On the subject of women's security, Honorable Member Abhishek Banerjee is stating that we have framed laws, and it has been sent to the governor, and they sent it to Her Excellency President, and they're not getting clearance. This is the condition of the state, and there is no law and order. Can law and order improve everything? In Tollygunj in June 2025, there was a bomb blast and a small child lost her life, and the TMC leader was arrested as well. In Medinipur, TMC leader was arrested because of a bomb. In Bengal, they have bomb and threats, but not law and order. And I would like to conclude that the NCRB data, National Crime Research Bureau data, states that the conviction rape crime in this 35 is the rank out of the 36 states. At the 35th is West Bengal, and they blame us and they express their grievances here.
मैं इससे आगे बढ़ती हूँ, मैडम.
Ma'am, moving forward now, Bengal I just gave a few examples. There are a lot of details, but I would like to move on from the subject of West Bengal. There were many communists who spoke here about the budget in this August House.
हमें कुछ भी नहीं मिलता.
They said that they don't get any fund allocation. No fund allocation is made for the state of Kerala. Wherever the communists are in power, the economic condition is so low that no investment is drawn to those states. In the state of Kerala, one industry group, they made an investment of 3,500, but they withdrew it and they went to another state. To attract the industry, every state strives hard. But we see that wherever the communists are there in power, they made no such attempts to pick up industries and to attract industries.
So, gross domestic fixed capital formation decline हो रही है केरल में.
Kerala, the gross domestic product is declining. In Bengal, in Tamil Nadu, in Kerala, the cooperative societies, which helps a lot of businesses, there also we have seen because of CPM, there's been a lot of decline in the cooperative societies. 399 cooperative societies, 399 cooperative societies have stopped working in the state of Kerala. 125
केरला के विषय बोल रही हूँ.
I'm speaking on the issue of Kerala now.
Vulnerable sections, madam. जो ट्राइबल लोग होते हैं.
The tribals, the SCs, the highest IPC crime rate in India.
61 per lakh population, according to NCRB data, is from Kerala. Or scheduled tribes में.
And if we come to scheduled tribe, 35.5 per lakh population, ST, the atrocities and the crimes in Kerala, this is the NCRB data. And similarly, the atrocities against ST, 6.2% has increased in Kerala.
Or Kerala Assembly में ही.
And in Kerala Assembly also, it was told that on SCs 1.2% the crime has increased.
There is our right. There is our freedom. There is our forceful justice.
Madam Leader of the Opposition.
Madam Chairperson, Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Shri Rahul Gandhi ji spoke on a lot of issues, and they should now listen to me.
वो थोड़े jujutsu.
He spoke a little on jujutsu and martial arts. He explained the terminology about grip, control, and he elucidated on these points. And he also told us that when someone presides over the chair, Honorable Jagdambika Palji, we respect you are from a party, and all these things were discussed.
But उन्हीं के पार्टी से बाहर आए.
But Honorable Bittuji, who came out of the Congress party, he termed him as traitor. One who presides over the chair is a friend, but Honorable Bittuji became a traitor. So these are the statements of the Honorable Leader of Opposition. There are many issues. I would definitely like to consider and reply on each point.
मैम वो सही एक विषय उठाए.
He raised a very pertinent issue.
LOP. Listen, you will be keen to know. Suresh, you're not wanting to listen on LOP? Kodik Kundil, Suresh,
Maniniya
your
Mantriji,
LOP.
Maniniya Mantriji, Maniniya Mantriji, please. Honorable Minister, please address the chair.
AI और डेटा के ऊपर बहुत चिंता व्यक्त की.
They expressed a lot of concern that the data is going out of the country, but that concern is not true, because we are incentivizing the data centers from which the data remains within the country and the youth of the country get employment, for which we are, for those data centers, we are making all provisions. And without understanding, he's just saying that all the data is being sold off to foreign companies. What will happen in our country? Here, we are incentivizing the companies so that the data centers remain in India and the data also remains within Bharat, and our youth can manage the data. It should remain within our control. This is the first subject. Now, second,
India AI mission, 1,000 crore.
India AI mission, thousands of crore is the allocation for this subject, and our Indian customers, their services should be good, and the data which was stored on cloud, our customers, their services should remain here. For that, we have accepted that, but that
he didn't read it. Magar allegation dal.
He did not read that, but he put allegations on us. Second, about food security, fuel security, fertilizer security, all these statements were made by him.
ये विषय हमारे सांसद,
Madam Chairperson, our honorable members and the opposition members from the opposition, they should all listen to this very patiently and with rapt attention.
Ma'am, I'm talking to her, okay? I'm talking. I'm replying Rahul Gandhi. Go sit and hear.
Manini Mantriji, please.
अरे केसी वेणुगोपाल जी, leader of the opposition के लिए आप चिल्लाते रहे.
KC Venugopal ji, you keep shouting for the leader of opposition. I'm replying now. His people should listen to my reply.
Madam, food security, value addition.
Madam, on food security value addition, he spoke, but I want to tell him
subsidy के लिए.
For the total food subsidy, 2.27 lakh crore rupees is the budgetary allocation for food security alone. And 80 crore people are even today are getting free ration. Then the Ministry of Food Processing, they are setting up industries, and the budgetary provision is of 4,064 crores only for food processing industries. For
food processing enterprises के विषय में scheme के लिए.
In this scheme, the fund allocation is more than 4,000 crores. Then high value agriculture, for that 350 crores is the announcement. For coconut and all, I have explained it already. In food inflation, the lower rate, whereas during the UPA tenure, the food inflation was in double digits, 10 to 11%. Now it has come down to 2% and even below than 2%. I'm talking about food inflation. Then he made a very long statement about geopolitics, energy, weaponization of finance. On all these topics, he spoke that so many challenges are there, but he is also saying that our budget acknowledges that, but all these provisions are there. He has not read it.
What all is there, madam? Economic Stabilization Fund, which is for 50,000 crore. That has been announced. Unanticipated, unexpected it was, and if it is challenged, then this money can be used. This has been announced in 25-26. That they do not remember. Technology Security Fund, 9,800 crore was allocated.
Technology and finance हमने allot कर चुके हैं.
We have already allotted. That too is not in their awareness. When it comes to energy security, for rare earth, India must be prepared. We must make microchips. The leader of the opposition, who claimed to speak so highly of it, did not read that for energy security, in order to insulate India from weaponization of energy matters,
Autonomy in critical minerals. Customs duty का exemption हुआ.
Custom duty has been exempted. For nuclear power, 2,500 crore was allocated, and National Green Hydrogen Mission was given 600 crore. But they haven't read the budget. The leader of the opposition raised his voices and constantly opposed us. Then on the budget, it was also said that SEZ manufacturing units have been impacted because of the tariff. In order to sell in the domestic area, we have exempted the custom duty so that more units can be produced. Then, in order to increase competitiveness, trust-based governance was ushered in and provisions were made. For support of MSMEs and artisans, 10 lakh of value cap on courier, which is done through exports. That cap was also removed so that the small industries actually flourish. Then for clearance matters, one single platform on the digital portal was created so that it may be done through single window. They have not read anything in the budget, and they are here to oppose us. All of this is on the budget. Have they read it or not? They must constantly listen. They must have the capacity to listen.
Listen to this. भारत को सेल कर.
They claim that we are selling Bharat. Bharat farmers are being sold off. Modi ji has surrendered. The Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji shall speak about the country's welfare, about the country's benefit. Who are the ones who sold off the country?
I tell you who has sold. 2013 में.
In 2013, the World Trade Organization, WTO, was approached in Bali. The Congress had done an agreement. Those were only on two matters: trade facilitation, and that was public, and the second was public stockholding of grains. On public stockholding of grains, there was nothing that was done for India. They had signed off on trade facilitation and they came back. That meant, madam, that from 2017 January onwards, in India, no procurement can be done from the Indian farmers. And from the ration shops, we cannot give anything to the poor. Meaning no commodity from the ration shop can be given to them. In the Bali meet of the World Trade Organization, they went and performed and signed on such an agreement. They took away the MSP from our farmers, and no procurement could be done from our farmers by these people. If Modi ji had not come in 2014, and then we fought the WTO.
Clause so that we can think of the country also, man. This country, 2017 से PDS distribution करने.
From 2017 onwards, no PDS could be done. They could not give ration to the poor people. The farmers, the poor, and the country was sold off by these people. Those were the people who surrendered. In WTO, they surrendered entirely, and these were the same people who did it. And then They cast aspersions on our Honorable Prime Minister. The LOP has absolutely no moral responsibility in this case. In 2017, Madam, in WTO, the change was brought about by Modi ji, and that is why during the COVID times we were able to give ration to everybody. And today, farmers are able to give their contribution in procurement. Had it not been for them, then those people would have been on the roads. Those poor, those farmers would have been on the road. Those are the people who have sold off our country, are poor.
Madam, last May.
Madam, towards the end, they claim that Pakistan and India were joined by these people and that we had done a deal with the US administration. And they say, and with these words, the leader of the opposition is teaching us how to do negotiations. They are suggesting us. They sold off the poor and the farmers in 2013 and in 2009 in Sharm el-Sheikh. They hyphenated India and Pakistan. And although we have no relation with terrorism, we will have relationships with Pakistan. These were the Congress people. That was Dr. Manmohan Singh at the time. They joined hands with Pakistan and they claimed that they would talk with Pakistan and that they claimed that Pakistan had no link with terrorism. These were the Congress folks. And now they advise us, now they teach us as to how to do the negotiations. You sold off the poor, the farmers, and this country. You were the ones who quote unquote hyphenated with Pakistan. You cannot clamor with your loud voices. You will not silence me. The whole country will listen today. And now you advise us. Shri Kiran Rijiju ji said it perfectly. Nobody has been born who can actually sell off this country. Modi ji would never do it. Thank you, madam.
सभा की कार्यवाही
The House stands adjourned till 12th February 2026, tomorrow at 11 a.m.